All right, and welcome. It is the Red Leaf Retrocast Wrestling Edition. It's episode 83, titled CyberFight Dream Cinderella. Here coming out on June 15th. I'm your host, JD, joined by Kay.
Sup, man? Sup? We're almost at 100.
Fucking ready. We have such an episode for you today. There's so much to talk about. It's like every single promotion going on in this summer had a big show. AEW's was last time. They're like the only one.
Yeah, right. And if I assume you had 3 in a row.
3 in a row plus some produce shows. So much was aired. Our wrestler rankings over on the Patreon, by the way, Red Leaf Retrocast. Our rankings episode is going to be so much fun to debate about for the past 2 weeks. Who gets the points? Go find out there. Kay, where can people find you and what plugs do you got to get? Let's make this quick because I got quite the agenda to go through.
You can find my podcast over at the Big Egg Joshi Podcast on all available platforms. On Twitter, I am at blue_Kano. And that's about it. You know, if you want to see how Sakatsu Fujimoto is better than your favorite wrestler, go give me a follow.
Well, I got the Prosecco, I got the Sangria in a giant wine glass here. I got a martini poured as well, Kay. This is a stacked episode. If you want to hear me talk more about amazing drinks that I'll be drinking at this podcast, or my LLPW reviews, that's on the Patreon, $5 tier. Fun stuff, along with my despairing Starcade reviews. Okay, you have JD Star reviews. Very good stuff.
That's my awesome JD Star reviews.
Awesome, yes. Much. So we have an NWA topic we're going to start the show with, and the rest of the card on this show goes as follows. Impact Against All Odds. Wave is doing Catch the Wave in 2021. We have Oz Academy, Despair. Gaeaism, including some of the Road to and some thoughts there. So a topic that you would think we'd hit a lot on this podcast, but it kept getting delayed, and it finally happened. Elevation and Dynamite had a couple shows. We have very minimal thoughts on AEW as they're gearing up for July when fans come back. New Japan has a new IWGP Heavyweight Champion because Dominion happened. King of Gate finished out. So Dragongate, coming off of King of Gate, has built to the double shot Kobe world. Got some thoughts there. DDT, Noah, and TJPW had CyberFight Festival, a massive show. You might as well have watched 3 promotions in one show. It was 6+ hours. Stardom had arguably a match of the year candidate at Tokyo Dream Cinderella with the Cinderella finals. That finally happened after being delayed a time or two. And Ice Ribbon, as you mentioned, Kay, ran like 7 shows that finally all aired. And then we finish out with the Retro, which includes 2 big shows from All Japan Women in 1991. Things are heating up there. You have my despairing thoughts over New Japan in the G1 Climax in 1995. And we finish out with Nitro, April 5th, 99, the new set that tells us death is coming.
The new era and the end of the era at the same time.
Okay, this episode is insane today. When I was putting this agenda together and I was pouring my drinks, not in the bathroom, that was what I had to do before the podcast.
Sure. Let the people know that.
Yeah, I got to make sure that people know I didn't make drinks in the bathroom. It's very important.
It would be innovative if you had a bar in the bathroom. That'd be very, very you to do.
Look, man, I may like my toxic fluid every now and again, but I'm not at that point yet.
Not yet, right? You don't have a flask under the desk.
Yeah, I'm not pulling the flask out of a jacket at work as I go around a corner. So yeah, like a lot of women's wrestling is going on. We very much pride ourselves on that in this podcast, and the Puro scene had a lot of huge waves being made, and then there's AEW.
AEW, listen, I got feelings on AEW when we get there, so certain things aren't going so well.
Yeah, and
no spoiler there.
Yeah, and then one thing I want to make clear is, for all these topics we're going to hit today, I pretty much liked all of the wrestling I've seen. There's just some topics of concern and topics of debate I think we're going to have a lot of fun with on this podcast, Kay.
I definitely think there's going to be one match in particular we'll probably have a bit of a debate on.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for that. A little spoiler, that's going to be the TJPW pop title match that we have very vast different opinions on. Which I'm super excited because I have a topic and theory why it's being seen the way it is. One way or another.
I have a list of things. To bring up about both that and another match associated with that.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's not waste any more time. The intro topic here is Mickie James. Okay, she was released from WWE in very kind of controversial fashion and
give her a trash bag with her stuff in it.
Right, it was very disrespectful, and she has taken upon herself to basically disregard the 90-day non-compete. So she's basically not taking the money. And she went over to the NWA, where her husband is basically Booker Man, and I think owns part of the NWA company or some sort of.
So who's her husband?
Nick
her
Aldis.
husband? Because I know not much about. Okay, I don't know much about NWA other than the fact that it was valid in the '80s and has not been very noteworthy since then.
Correct. the last time it was really noteworthy was indeed the '80s. NWA Power kind of made it a little resurgence of I guess just in the hardcore wrestling world. It had its little YouTube show. It gave a lot of people nostalgia. It has this really old school feel to it. But the point is, Mickie James went on NWA and she announced an all women's pay-per-view in conjunction with the NWA. It's called Empower. So it's a neat little tagline there. But in reality, it's a Mickie James produce show under the NWA banner. They're going to piggyback in mid-August on the next NWA pay-per-view and run this one.
So I've only seen one thing about this.
Okay, go.
So I've seen a quote from her. I don't know if it's in context or out of context, but she wants any talented woman to show up regardless of contract. Now, when I read that, I was like, that's kind of a dumb thing to say because some people can't, show up because of contract, right? Contracts kind of run the business both in Japan and in the States. You can't just have like a good example. Tony Khan can't just book Thunder Rosa without asking if she can be booked. She's not signed with them, right? She's signed with Billy Corgan in the NWA. So if he wants to book her, he has to get permission to book her on stuff. That's how the contracts work, right? I think her saying that was kind of made her look kind of dumb. If I am being completely honest, she sounded kind of out of it and dumb. Or desperate and dumb, like trying to figure, because do they have a women's division there?
So this is right. This is the main concern. There's only about 4 women actively signed under the NWA, and Mickie James herself has already claimed this will probably change that she won't be wrestling during the show. So it's just a produce show that she won't be wrestling at.
Also dumb. Why would you not wrestle at that?
Well, yeah, that was my concern there. So already, Mickie James is probably the biggest drawing factor to this, and she's already taking herself out of it. She wants I think in her mind, she wants this to highlight the next generation of women's wrestling. Really wants to do something special, and the heart is there. The issue that I think people are really blowing out of proportion is let's say she gets some Impact names. Let's throw Deonna Purrazzo out there because she's the champion. Let's say, they get some Ring of Honor talent, as small as that they are.
Asumi Sakai, right?
You may get Asumi Sakai. You may get the Beautiful People. That's pretty much all they have. And then various freelancing talent that is currently doing their little tournament. Those aren't big names by any means at this point in time at all. So where this leads is, unless AEW gets heavily involved in this show, which I'm leaning towards, I think they will.
I don't think they will. There's nothing in it for them to do that for.
Well, I mean, they have a little relationship, and it would be a lot of goodwill since Thunder Rosa has been allowed to be a part of AEW.
I guess that would make sense. But also, Thunder Rosa has her own promotion too, so her women will probably be the ones that are the bulk of the roster there.
Well, so this is what I wanted to bring up. How is this going to be really any different than a Mission Pro show? Thunder Rosa's there, AEW talent's there, just about every show, and a lot of the women that you've seen on Mission Pro and even the Ring of Honor tournament, they're in Mission Pro. So in reality, this NWA Empower is just Mickey James behind a Mission Pro show. And let's not pretend that Shine ran a show this past weekend. Shimmer exists still. Mission Pro's been running shows.
Does Shimmer still exist? That's a good question. Somebody's go check on them.
But that's the point. Like this isn't something that we haven't seen the past 10 years. Impact ran an all-women pay-per-view years ago. What ground is this going to break is the big question, and what is going to be the driving force to actually get people to talk about it? Because that's really all important. I need to be proven otherwise. This is going to be more than just the level of a Mission Pro show with an NWA label slapped on it.
And also, there's two things that came to mind when I heard this. One that came from a discussion that came after that I saw, but one that was also now in terms of Western promotions, the WWE is the biggest one, right? We can all agree with that, right? They're the one with the market share name wise, at the very least, right?
Sure.
Ran all women's pay per view. That was successful for whatever reason for them. I don't know how successful. Some say it is, some say it isn't. It doesn't matter. The fact that they ran an all-women's one, and they're the biggest promotion, they could have gotten away with that, right? They could lose money and have gotten away with it. It's fine.
Sure.
So when you have the biggest promotion ever do that, and that's the one that most people think of when they think all-women's promotion, not whatever Impact did, right? I imagine people don't even remember that happened.
You are correct.
You're going to run this kind of rinky-dink kind of thing. It's going to look bad in comparison. Also, all women's pay-per-view might not even sell if you don't have any names on it. Her taking herself out of it is extremely stupid. But the second thing was the conversation that I saw come after, and this came from, I don't know if it was NWA fans that are desperate for people to come over, but a lot of them like, well, AEW and NWA have a partnership, and TJPW and AEW have a partnership, so they'll just bring over Yuka. Well, that's not how partnerships work. The partnership isn't with NWA, it's with AEW.
Right.
And I highly doubt AEW would get the clearance to take one of like Shoko or Yuka from TJPW and just put it in a third-party promotion, because that's not how the deal works. The deal isn't with NWA, so they couldn't just book them on a show that isn't cleared. I doubt TJPW would clear that. So, no, get that out of your brain. Also, why would they send their wrestlers to a nothing promotion? Let's be real. This is like a nothing promotion. NWA is a nothing promotion. No TV, no nothing. So what's the point? There's no benefit for nobody.
Yeah, it's not as big as some of these. Unfortunately, NWA just doesn't have the power that it used to, and it's just the way it is. Now, we will follow this story and keep a close eye on it, and we'll probably end up checking out the show. And I'm very curious to see how this will do, and what splash of any kind will this actually make. That is what I wanted to make clear. Now, okay, we got some despair to talk about. You ready for some despair?
Oh boy.
Okay. We haven't done this in an episode or two. Here we go. Time to talk despair. Let's begin with Impact Against All Odds. Okay, we watched Kenny Omega defeat Moose in the main event, which didn't take place in Nashville. It took place at Daly's place. And honestly, Kay, this match was very meh, and it had a shitty heat finish. This was an angle that we saw.
Yeah, even Kenny couldn't carry this to a good match. Moose is just, listen, I know some people I think like Moose, from what I gathered. He's bad. I don't think he's a good wrestler. Kenny Omega can't carry you to a decent match, much like the Io Shirai rule I used to have back in the day when she was wrestling with Stardom. If he can't carry you to a good match and they're one of the best wrestlers in the world, you're bad. You need to retire.
Oh, you're so harsh. I thought Moose was fine. He's in great shape. The issue
sucked.
Well, the issue was, I think they're saving stuff in the tank for another day. Like, there's a bigger match.
That's dumb then. Why put this on pay-per-view?
Because it was an angle. That's what this was for. It was all about building the angle where there was a ref bump. The Bucks came in and they were calling themselves Gen Me, returning to Impact, and they screwed Moose, pinned him 1-2-3. You had Scott D'Amore calling bullshit on commentary. Callis was all giggles, and then after the bell rang, Sami Callihan did his little teleporter hacker gimmick that he's doing, which is not very good. He comes in, beats everyone up, and he gets fired by Callis. So we're heading towards like a 3-way or something along the line, and maybe that's how they take the Impact title off of Omega. I'm not sure. I think after all this, that's a bad idea. I would not have an issue with Omega losing clean the Impact title. All they have to do is tell the story that, it's a lot of responsibility. His body's, breaking down. Where this is Impact is still in this early 2000s heat booking mind. We had this with Ring of Honor a lot
Nitro.
still.
This whole segment reminded me of Nitro.
Yeah, it's very old.
Not in a good way.
Yeah, it's very kind of stuck in the past ways, the previous generations booking. While I think just fans aren't programmed this way anymore. I think fans are smart enough.
They're programmed to hate this.
Right,
now.
yes. And honestly, when I was seeing this, I go, oh, it's an angle. I felt like I wasted my time.
You did. I think we had this discussion, I think off air as well, about, wasting your time with matches. Right? If you're gonna have a screwy finish, if you're gonna have a no contest finish, the key is to have a match not be 20 minutes or 15 minutes. Because at that point, you're wasting people's time. That's what everyone comes... No one comes away from a 24, 25-minute match with a screwy finish happy. Nobody does. Because you wasted that amount of time. If it's short, at the very least, we go, okay, well, it wasn't that long. I feel like I'm cheated out of a match, but at least I didn't waste my time.
Yeah.
Not like that, but this kind of a heat thing, like, fans, because of something like Nitro, and I think even the WWE now, right? They're programmed to hate this. So why would you do this? I don't know, man. It comes off as dumb booking. And if you told me that, like, the old Impact booker, like, I don't know, Russo or some shit was booking that angle, I'd believe you.
Nah, Russo would do something even more absurd and terrible.
Okay, if you told me Kevin Nash booked that, I'd believe you, because Kevin Nash books that shit.
Well, no, he booked... Anyways.
It was bad, is what I'm trying to say. It reminded me of the Nitro we were watching.
Yeah, don't confuse the worst of the worst with something that was very... Well, it was a normal thing in the 80s and 90s. That's what this was. I think we're kind of past stuff like this. This came off as TV, not pay-per-view, is kind of what I'm going for. Like, you do this kind of stuff on TV, it's different. See
another match, just for sure.
Yeah, we're a different animal. Okay, so Catch the Wave it's up and going, Kay. We kind of were telling the blocks before. You got the potential, Gatling, jealousy. We ran through compliance.
I let us appliance block.
Yeah. We ran through a lot of the people that are in it, and immediately there's some news that Tomoko Inaba suffered a torn ACL, I believe. And she's out.
Second one.
Yeah, her second one.
That's not good. She's like very young in her career too, and I think it's the same leg, so it's not a good sign. You tore your ACL twice in one leg. I don't think she's too long for wrestling at that point. Once you've torn it once, it's bad. When you try it twice, that's even worse.
It's hard to tell. But yeah, once you get it twice, you start really raising an eyebrow over, how injury prone are they? Which is a real shame.
Which is sad.
Yeah, I mean, this is in all sports. These kinds of injuries, I'm usually more worried about hamstring injuries myself, whether it's basketball, baseball, what have you.
Right, ACLs can have, like, if you tear your same ACL in one leg multiple times, you can't do anything.
Yeah, you really got to
the point where you couldn't do things. So if she tears, I think like the magic rule is like what 3? You tear it 3 times, you're done.
Yeah.
So she's one more away. And the thing that sucks is, unlike a Mio injury where she injured her ACL and then injured her elbow coming back, those are two different body parts. So like, okay, well, they're maybe not that injury prone. She just had a bad accident with one, but she came back, right? And she's been healthy since. Tomoko, her ACL was gone for a long time, came back and is now tore it again in the same leg. Not good.
Yeah, Nixon Newell.
It's really promising too.
Yeah,
so
Nixon Newell's the other one that's torn. Her ACL in both legs just back to back almost immediately as soon as she started doing that. Those are the red flags. Now, Hiragi Kurumi announced her knee exploded. And where I'm less concerned is her first time doing it was also in a different leg, and it was 6 years ago. So she's
right.
still
So she
very.
didn't tear her ACL. She tear her ACL 6 years ago. What she did was I don't think she tore the ACL. I know she did something where she wasn't out for a long time. I don't think she was a full tear. This one was a full tear.
Yeah.
It's like she had to get surgery for this one. She didn't get surgery for the last one. She had to stay off of it for a period of time.
Well, the point is she went
younger.
Yeah, the point is she's young and she went 6 years before something similar happening. So I'm less concerned with that, and she seemed very adamant about coming back. So
I don't think she's retiring. She's in the same rule of classes like Sekiguchi and stuff, where wrestling's all they know and all they do. Like, she doesn't have a job outside of the dojo. She's one of the few wrestlers on the Ice Women roster that does not have a job outside of the dojo.
Yeah, so
I don't know what she does. She does something in the office there. I don't know what she does. I don't think it's ever been specified, but I do know she, Yappy had said she worked in the office.
So, all right, Kay.
So her life's nice ribbon.
I want to say something positive. That's going to be my MO on some of these things. I want to say something positive.
Oh, no.
Okay?
Catch the wave. There's at least one match on here you can't say anything positive about.
Well, there's quite a few, actually. But Miyo Momono defeats Miyuki Takase on the first day. It's a 15-minute match. I thought it was out-fucking-standing. It was everything I love about the two people's styles molding together. These are two people currently at the top of their game. Miyo Momono looks utterly fantastic. Her speed is on point. She knows exactly how to roll through everything. She has mastered her style. And you just love to see it. Yes.
It's really good body control.
And Takase,
it's unreal how good she is.
And Takase really has the powerhouse, able to have the charisma to go with it, and the hard hitting. So these two just put on an outstanding match. I'm saying this right away. I have this as my top third-party match of the year, as I'm calling it. You know, my miscellaneous block, if you will, outside the main promotions. I have this ranked as my number one, because this represented everything I love about women's wrestling. And the fact it came in such a small promotion of this was a breath of fresh air. The other part I liked was Nagisa Nozaki and Saki getting some time to be a showcase. I enjoyed that.
I like that match as well. I thought that match was very good.
And despite it being short, only 4 minutes, I liked how Rin Katakura, she defeated Haruka Umasaki, and they got their moment to shine. So you could really see where the strengths were with people coming out, people getting trained in this era. They just look like they understand the game, at least inside the ropes, so well. Nozaki's 10 years. Saki, I believe, is at least 6, maybe more at this point.
I think she's at 3 or 4.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she's that long.
I thought she was at least 6. Anyway, well, I mean, that speaks something then. That's what I thought.
Oh, because Tehan was at 6, and she was part of the first rookie class, and Saki was not.
Oh, she was not. Okay, maybe that's where I was getting that idea.
And, I think she's like the 3rd class or something like that, so she's a bit further down.
So a lot of these women out of Actress Girls, the people that stuck around coming out of the Dark Age, like a Nozaki, the Marvelous group, even the Sendai rookies, you see the potential, and you see they're kind of already molding that into something viable. Okay? So there's my positives. I say go out of your way to watch the Miyo Momono Miyuki Takase match, for sure.
All right, on the opposite end, you have people in this era who don't get it, like Itsuki Aoki, who's not good.
So let me...
Dude, she's bad.
Yeah, let me quickly run down just my thoughts over... Like, this is day one, okay? So in a vacuum, without any context to it all, and that is kind of our word of the month, is context. You know, that's something that's very important in wrestling, is how do you build the story, how do you build the promotion, how do you build the context around everything, so you can make stars, draw money, and create something you can sink your teeth into. So, over these first couple nights of Catch the Wave, in a vacuum, you're like, okay, it's a tournament, block tournament, this person wins, this person loses. How was the match in between the ropes? Okay, I like this one was 4 minutes. Yeah, okay, this one didn't do much for me. But overall, hey, I didn't feel like I wasted my time. I got some good, I got some bad. That's all well and good. I don't discount those feelings. There's another show where it's very much the same. Where Catch the Wave...
You're Mr. Positive right now, that's for sure.
Yes. So now to really bring the despair into it. Catch the Wave. This is a promotion this is on death's door. Okay, and what they've decided to do, to say the least, this is their big cash cow. This is their big way. This is their big chance.
Used to be their big cash cow.
Used to be. But this is their big thing that gets people to actually, or at least people like us, to pay attention to Wave. Or at least look at it. You know? Over the course of the rest of the year, we don't even give Wave a second thought. Because it's so in the background. So this is their chance. And day one, they decide the opening match is going to be their champion, Sakura Hirota. Now,
it's already a mistake.
If I was running a company, would not put my championship on a comedy character.
Because you have common sense as a booker to not do that.
You like a normal promotion just wouldn't do that. So it's like, all right. So you're putting your champion in the opener. All right. So what are we doing? Inaba, the JTO trainee, because that's a trainee promotion. She won the young block with the right to get in here. She beats her in 2 minutes with just a kick. So, all right, you could look at this one or two ways. If you want to be Mr. Positive, hey, they put over a young gun that's going to go far in this tournament. This is someone to pay attention to. Well, let's look to what they did on night 2. Okay?
All right.
Okay, she did not wrestle on night 2. It must be night 3 then. Or was she injured? Inaba.
Don't know if she got injured before or after night 2.
Okay, she must have gotten injured somewhere else. But
I think she got injured somewhere else. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
That lines up.
So I'm looking at all of the results, and everyone's kind of going 50-50 with each other. Okay? Tells
which
me
is
that
not how they used to book these. They used to not book it like that.
So that tells me she wasn't winning much, or not going to stand out at all for the rest of the time. Okay?
Right.
So, strike one is, now you've jobbed out your champion, and the person that you jobbed her out to, in the opener, mind you, probably isn't going to win, or even come close to winning.
I don't think Tomoko was ever going to win.
No.
I think I can already see who they've earmarked to win the tournament. It's kind of dumb, but they have. I think it's going to be Nozaki. Going to run back the Nozaki match is what they're going to do.
Probably. Yu versus Aoki, it's very rough. 4 minutes. And this was the other thing. These next few matches all went 4 minutes, and probably one match you'd want to give more time to because of the skill level. And that's something you really have to be able to recognize as a booker, is who you give the 10+ minutes to.
Who you don't.
And who you don't. So Yu and Aoki going 4 minutes, it's harmless. I didn't like the match. I think both wrestlers aren't very good. For one reason or another, we've already spoken about ad nauseum. Yoneyama defeats Yako with a roll-up, 4 minutes. Yoneyama's the veteran. Yako is 7 years in, and she still looks like she's a rookie. So that's
the bad part.
Yeah, that's a different story for another day. Now, Rin and Umasaki only go 4. So keep that in mind. We already spoke about the Momino Takase match, and this is where the card gets very strange. Yuki Miyazaki against Hibiscus May goes 10 minutes, and they focus on comedy. And these are two...
You mean Colica Pro star Hibiscus May?
Yeah, of course. So Hibiscus May has zero credibility in the scene.
She has absolutely none.
Right. She's not very good. So the only thing going for her is that she's wrestled a while. Yuki Miyazaki,
for his experience.
Yeah, Yuki Miyazaki is on the older side, and she can't go like she used to say the least.
She's a comedy wrestler at this point. She's just a comedy wrestler.
Yeah.
She has her big comedy spread leg, the opponent spot to embarrass them. That's her thing. It's her shtick.
That she took from Tanny Mouse or whatnot. Let's not forget, she retired 10 years ago and came back.
She did, and she came back like a month later.
8 months later. We looked into that.
All right, it wasn't very long. She doesn't stay retired for very long.
Yeah, so this was bad. And then Yumi Oka versus Tomoko Watanabe was depressing. It went 8.5 minutes, and Oka tried her ass off. Oka's in her 40s now, and Tomoko is 49, and she is broken. This is your broken athlete.
She has two bad knees. And she lost weight. She used to be much bigger, and her knees were way worse on her. So she could have been way worse, but she did lose weight.
Well,
this match could have been worse. Just think about that.
Well, the match was already bad, and then on the last spot of the match, Tomoko looks like she jacked her knee, like it locked up on her because they're not good. Her athleticism is not what it used to be, to say the least. And
she was none of the most athletic wrestler either. She was always a big powerhouse.
Right, and the whole final sequence was just totally botched. They went 9 minutes. And it's these kind of recognitions that constantly have held the scene back, is giving the time to the wrestlers that just don't have it anymore. Giving time on the field to the athletes that are not what they used to be. You can't do that when you're trying to when you're trying to sell tickets. Okay, whether that's Ken Griffey Jr. in his last year playing for the Reds and Mariners, and he's a busted guy. How long? You can only do that for 1 year. This is the last ride, and we're seeing multiple last rides, and now it's just sad. So
not last rides anymore. Like we've seen this. I mean, we're the 2010s version. We're still seeing that there. We're still seeing it now. It's an endemic problem within the scene. It's a problem that, honestly, no one seems to want to fix, because it seems the promotions that implore this tactic of these sad old people trying out are the old people themselves. It's going to take those promotions closing for that to stop.
Right, and we're saying we don't want this to close. All you had to do here, like, first of all, they shouldn't be in the tournament at all, but if you got to fill it out, you don't put these people in matches that go this long. You know, give these two 4 minutes, maybe Oka boots her and pins her real quick, and you move on. And you give someone like a Rin, Katakura, and Haruka, you give them the 10 plus minutes, and you put Mio Momono, Miyuki Takase higher on the card to really get the blood pumping. You'll put them in the mid card, so then the rest of the show is dragged down by everything else. In theory, Saki as the Actress Girls Champion against Nozaki, you're probably your best person in Wave at this point. Which isn't saying much. Having them in the main event should have been perceived as better. But by the time you got to this point, and after the 2 matches that preceded it, you're really taken aback, and you just go, is this really what I am to expect on day 1, which is supposed to be your most marketable day? Because there's two days in tournaments that people pay attention to the most. It's the opener, and it's the finals.
The problem here is so I mentioned that the only way to correct the problem is the promotions closing down. Now, I don't want promotions to close down, but Wave is the perfect example, the one we're talking about right here. They have never corrected, and they've lost so much money before because they had to close down to stop themselves from losing because of this problem right here. They open back up, and they continue the problem. It's like you can't fix it. You just can't. It's an endemic problem. It's deep rooted within the promotion. It would have to close for stuff like this to be corrected, and it sucks. Because Catch the Wave used to be a big fucking deal, especially 2014 to 2016. It was the hot moneymaker. Like, within Japan, it got published in magazines, like the wrestling magazines. It made front page. It was a big deal. Like, because you had big names, and you had Tsukasa, you had Amy Sakura, you had, like, Manami Toyota, I think, participated in one, you had Kana. Like, you look at this field, and who's the big names in here? I mean, you can say, well, Takase is a big name in Actress Girls, but only in Actress Girls. She's not a big name within the entire scene because she's not booked throughout the entire scene. She's booked in Seedling sometimes, maybe. Not anymore because of Hota. Where else is she going? Right? You can say, well, Yumioka. But Yumioka's been there forever, right? So who's a big name? Can't point to one. There's no Tsukasa here. No Sakushi here. There's nobody. There's not even a Hanako Nakamori. Pure J's big person. She's not even in this.
Yeah,
and
this is something that we spoke about on the 2010s, especially when we finished out the year, was the concept of booking a star. And at some point, when you only have X amount of people on your roster, and they've been there for so long, which has been an issue with Wave, you really need to take a chance on just booking someone else's wrestler as your big star. Like a Takase and Umasaki, which we've spoken about probably has an issue with Diana at that point, but regardless, just keep it up with for purpose here. You have countless marvelous girls who don't have titles because their promotion doesn't have titles. So there's no issue there. If they're going to carry around anything, they're carrying around your title to all these events.
And they did this. They've done this before. They put the tag belts on Mio Momono, and they put their main belt, when they came back on Takamura, and it didn't last very long, both of those. So I love a lot of the people involved. I love Mio Momono. I love Takase. I love Haruko Misaki. I love Saki. I even like Nozaki. But we gotta realistically step away. These people are mid-carders in the entire scene because that's all they're booked as outside of their home promotions. They're not Tsukasa Fujimoto. They're not Sekiguchi. These people that came to these tournaments beforehand, they're not even Hiroyo Matsumoto. None of these names are big names anymore.
Right.
They went from booking the top stars of companies to booking the filler, the mid-card.
And when you look at the
I feel like this tournament is better off not even happening.
Yeah, and when you look at the results just by themselves, you see what they're doing. Everyone is equal to each other. And when that happens, everyone's 50-50'd, nobody gets over. Hibiscus May defeats Umasaki the next night. Umasaki has 0 points. Watanabe defeats Yako. Hirota defeats Mio Momono coming off the big Takase. Well, some people could say that as an upset. Now it doesn't look like really much of anything. Nozaki goes to a 15-minute draw with Aoki. What are we doing? We're really
doing nothing.
We're accomplishing nothing. We're filling time, and we're making everybody look the same. Let me just take a look at
the previous ones. If you look at the previous tournaments, they didn't book it like this. They never booked it like this.
Let me look
it was always 2 or 3 pack leaders, and everyone else was in the mid or the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, here we go.
It was always favorites.
You want to hear day 3? Saki defeats you. Both have 2 points. Yama goes to a 15-minute draw with Tomoko Watanabe. They both have 3 points. Takase defeats Hirota. They both have 2 points. Umasaki defeats Miyazaki. They both have 2 points. It's over and over again in every single fashion.
It's bad. That's not how you book a tournament like this. Like, nobody books a round-robin block-based tournament like this. Stupid people do that. Because you don't have a pack leader, you don't have an underdog, you have nobody because everybody's on equal footing. Jesus, that's so dumb because they used to not book it like this.
And
it used to be really good. Like, you would have Tsukasa as a pack runner, and then she'd get upset in the latter end of the tournament by going to a bunch of draws or an upset victory, and Kano would pull ahead. You had all these cool things because you had like 2 or 3 people bunched up at the top vying for points. It was exciting. One's on even footing. It's not exciting.
It's a real shame, and it's something to pay attention to. Wave does not have the luxury of a lot of backstory and depth to it like Dragongate does, for example. I know that's a pretty outrageous example comparing a successful promotion to Wave, but that's an example nonetheless. Because Dragongate they have built up the goodwill in making stars where when you get Yamato going up against another person, you can then directly compare, okay, him against the champion is actually a big deal. That's something that you'd look forward to. That's something you could draw money with in the future. What do we have here, really, that's going to be the big drawing money match? Well, that would have been probably Mio Momono versus Takase, but they shoved him in the mid-card on day 1. They didn't build that up to a main event at any point during this tour.
I don't get this. Look at any block tournament. Look at the fucking 5-star from last year, right? Another Joshi block-based round-robin tournament. You had 3 people in each block that were the front runners. You had 1 person that was in the back but could still make a comeback. That's how you book these tournaments.
Yeah.
Because it has intrigue. It doesn't matter that it's the same formula for each of the tournaments normally. It's the fact that it's the people involved and, this person has never won it before and now they're in the front of the pack and they can maintain momentum. Oh, this person in the back, they're the former champion or they are the champion and they're having a bit of bad luck and here they go making a rallying comeback and then losing in the end. Like that's how you tell these kind of stories. You don't make everybody even because then nobody cares. Who's the pack runner? Who's the front leader? Who's the one that's the favorite? Nobody. I can tell you, I think Nozaki's going to win. I think they're going to run that back with Hirota for stupid reasons. But, I'm going that out based off my gut feeling of their booking style. Like, if you look at the points, who is the front runner? Who is the favorite? Nobody. What's to get excited about? Who's the underdog? Who's this? It's so dumb. It's almost like they forgot how to book to catch the wave. It's not even just the people involved aren't a big deal. Like they used to be. It's the tournament itself doesn't know how to book itself. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. so frustrating because it's such an easy way to go about this, and they're going about it in the most boneheaded, dumb way possible. I just don't get it.
All right. So
It's my despair. There, you have my despair rate.
yeah, you definitely got some despair there. I am going to play Yumi Ogura because we got some recommended matches here. You ready, Kay?
Yumi Ogura.
I gotta play
Go
Yumi
ahead.
Ogura. I gotta have my excuse. Let me have my fun. Any chance I get to play Yumi Ogura, I just made the drop. It's new fun. You're going to hear that on all of our feeds.
You're going to sick of your Yumi Ogura is what you're going to do. Everyone's like, oh, another Yumi Ogura.
It is awesome go-go dancing.
Go dancing. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so Oz Academy ran a show, Spring Storm Assault, May 23rd. Sanako Kato defeated your girl, Kakeru. Okay, from
She's
Actress
one of my
Girls.
girls. I like Actress Girls, but Jesus. I mean, who expected this to go any other way?
Well, it went
Anyone
17
expect
minutes.
This to go the other way?
It went
Well, they
17
probably
minutes.
should have.
The match was actually pretty 50-50, and I enjoyed it. Now, if you remember how Kakeru got this title shot, I'm shocked that she even got the title shot in the first place, was getting the roll-up victories thanks to other people. So this was just kind of an in-a-vacuum match. Hey, it helps develop Kakeru. Kato gave her a lot. So, hey, I applaud on a small show, you giving someone like that a title shot. I don't got any problem with
This
that.
is not gonna matter. She's just gonna get cycled right back down to being jobber fodder. That's what all this does.
Yes,
That's why I don't care about it.
Yes, once you look past it, she will not be built up as any main eventer or even a mid-carder going forward. She's just going to
What was her
exist.
spot in the next card? Like, just look at her spot in the next card. That answers you right there.
The opener.
Exactly. See.
Yeah. Now,
My point rests.
So I mean, it's available on YouTube. If you're into Actress Girls, I would say check this out. It's good for checking out Kakeru's development, because I think she really improved since, say, the Maya match that I really wasn't a fan of. This one went a lot better. There was a lot more
I
fire.
like the Maya match. I didn't think the Maya match was that bad.
This one was better. Okay.
If you say so. It has old person involved, so I'm assuming the younger person had to carry her.
Well, sorta, yeah. Kakeru got to show a lot more in this. Not too long after that, June 13th, Yonoyama defeats Sanako Kato in 12 minutes. Okay.
What are we doing, Oz Academy? What are we doing?
Okay. This K, and I found literature on this. There was an actual.
Oh, do tell.
So this is what you call title degradation. Okay, it's
yeah. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
okay. So let me explain what this was. This was very fascinating. There was some literature on Puro old guard type booking. Okay.
Right.
Not the exact words that they used, but for this podcast, you're very familiar with that terminology. So title degradation is where you keep putting the title on someone more willing to do the job and is perceived as less. Put less in quotes. Okay? Until you finally get to someone younger that you actually want to put it on. Then the cycle repeats with an old guard vet beating said youngster. So the degradation here was Ozaki held this title for like 2 years. And
2 years, like 2 defenses.
right. And after these 2 years, people start to recognize the length as something of importance. They start to ignore what the actual defenses were. And they just go, okay, who's going to beat her? It's going to be a big deal who finally dethrones the top queen. Okay? However, because the idea isn't to actually put someone fresh and new over, they won't do that. Ozaki won't do that.
She hasn't done the job for someone under 35 since she was under 35. Fact.
So the only person that they could do that was someone that she's familiar with that won't actually gain much from the title and therefore make Ozaki herself seem less than. Because if you remember, Akino got in the match and basically beat her for Kato, so it was 2-on-1. Okay.
And it was to make Ozaki still look strong, like she was robbed.
Right. So Ozaki puts the title on someone that will benefit the least to keep her strength. So we have the perception of less here with Kato. what's next for Kato? Well, Kato isn't old guard per se, but the perception...
She's old guard. She's not important old guard.
Correct. She's a different tier. And who has the credibility, or at least a past credibility, that Kato then can do the job to and get the title off her? And we've seen this tactic in Oz Academy through the years, where there's a long title reign, namely with Ozaki, and then it goes through this kind of hot potato-esque situation going down the line until the cycle repeats with whether it's Kansai or whomever.
It's always Ozaki. It's always Ozaki at this point.
Usually always
Ozaki. With Ozaki.
And it's a long process of this degradation. We might see something much quicker in this sense. So Yoneyama has the credibility. You know, she was a draw in JWP. She had big matches. She was an actual ticket drawing person. People respect her. Yoneyama defeats Kato.
I want to pause you there. Yoneyama has that respect outside of Oz Academy. Within Oz Academy, there's its own little bubble universe, which is how you got to look at this.
I realize that, but she does have this.
She's a mid-tier jobber, and the belt being put to her is probably to cycle it right back to Ozaki.
So here we go. Yoneyama, where putting the title on her degradates is because in Oz Academy, she's deemed as a mid-carder, but everywhere else she has that credibility. So that's their kind of balance there in the perception of less that the literature spoke about, okay? Yoneyama also has the jobber aspect in Stardom, and Yoneyama's a proven commodity to have no issue putting young talent over. So now the title has gone through such a degradation process, they could realistically put the title on, let's just give an example of a Kakeru. A young, up-and-coming person that you could potentially mold into someone worthwhile. Will they do that? I lean towards an absolute no, but with Yoneyama as champion, it is more likely, because the title has been degraded to a level now. Or Yoneyama does the job a month from now, and it's back on Ozaki or Aja Kong or whoever, and then the cycle repeats.
So what you point out is very good to break it down, but to break it down in Oz Academy terms, right? Because again, everything is within their bubble, so you can't use the outside factors to justify their decision. It's usually where they are in the bubble. Kato is the second tier command in her own faction, MK4, right? Mm-hmm. Akino's faction. She is the second tier person. She's also always booked as a upper mid to just mid carder normally, right? She's maybe held a tag belt here or there, but she's never perceived as a big deal. Whenever she faces Ozaki, she gets her ass kicked, right? Her winning the belt there, like you said, for the degradation within its universe, all that help was meant to degrade again to Yoneyama, who is a step below within the Oz Academy bubble.
Yes, that's the degradation for the perception of less.
Right. But I think you're also trying to use like the outside stuff, but Oz Academy is not going to use the outside stuff within its own.
I realize that we're saying the same thing. The definition stands with what's happening here with the step ladder down until I'm just trying to break it down within Oz Academy terms. Yes,
I'm trying to break it down in Oz Academy terms. Now, will she drop it to Kakeru? No. I don't think so. The only time it's been dropped to a younger person is when you have had the breakout freelance wrestler.
Yeah, you're Shida. Yeah, that's the best example.
Shida.
But what ended up happening? Who did she lose it to?
She lost it to Ozaki.
Exactly.
She didn't lose it to Ozaki. I think she ended up. No, she did.
Yeah,
when she left, yeah. When she was leaving for the States, Ozaki made sure she did the job right on her last leg there before her final show. But why I say Kakeru won't get it is because Kakeru is not the Shida. She's not in that spot where Shida or...
I realize that. I was just using her as an example since she was the previous person we just spoke about.
I'm kind of getting to a point here. So the other person that this happened to was Yoshiko when she made her comeback and was the hot freelancer at the time, right? So who's the hot freelancer at the moment right now? There isn't one, unless you count Itsuki Aoki.
Veni?
I mean, they could. Sure, I guess. Everyone else is putting their belts on her. So that's a viable one, but does Veni have the self-respect? I mean, Veni doesn't. I don't think she's ever wrestled in Oz Academy, not to my knowledge, at least. So hopefully she has the self-respect to not put herself in that position. Itsuki Aoki's the only one that comes to mind because, Well, we already know they're never gonna do it to fucking Ano, and she's also part of Sekiguchi. So Sekiguchi doesn't like to do inside Sekiguchi stuff unless Ozaki's beating the fuck out of somebody, and that's even rare within itself, right?
Yeah. So not to beat around the bush here much further. It's just
it's gonna go back on Ozaki. I think it's going back on Ozaki.
One of the other bigger issues that come with doing the title this way, and with Oz Academy's habit of doing a boxing title hot potato situation, is the title means so little now that it's a prop, and no matter who you put it on, it keeps meaning less and less no matter what you've done.
It means that's what's on Ozaki. That belt has zero value even to the fans of the promotion because of how it's always been
it means absolutely nothing. So even
to talk about degradation, it's already been degraded. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, they've done this so many times, it means nothing now. That's
even on Ozaki, it's not a big deal. So when I heard defending it, not defending it wasn't a big deal.
No. If it was a big deal, then running shows with these title matches would actually draw conceivable money.
No, and that's why they're running less shows year over year because they can't.
Correct. So that's where we go. All right, Road to Gaeaism. Okay, I watched the May 19th and June 6th shows, getting ready for the big Gaeaism show.
I watched these as well, actually.
Yeah, we want to admit it. I also watched a Sendai May 14th show, believe it or not.
Oh, I did not do that. I knew better.
Well, I wanted to get familiar with the stories that they were trying to tell, the wrestlers mixing it up, because whether we're into it or not, this Sendai Cross Marvelous putting together a joint show to celebrate Gaia's 25th anniversary. At least it was supposed to be last year. Now it's 26.
Something like that. Yeah. It's like, no, yeah, something like that. 25th. Yeah, 95 makes sense.
Yeah, and it closed in 05, so 15-year anniversary of it closing. It's a big deal. It's something Chigusa Nagayo's putting on. Meiko Satomura's involved. Whether our feelings about her aside, this was a big joint show worth talking about, and it's worth
the Oda Award, which is a big deal because that was a venue that Gaia ran. That was their big venue.
Yeah,
that was like their Budokan to AJW, who also ran Oda Award, by the way.
Yeah, so I got familiar with the whole Hibiki story and her being a rambunctious, teenager in timeout.
She was just being a nuisance. Yeah, that was kind of what her thing was.
So Mio Momono defeated Dash Chisako on the Sendai show. That was kind of their big main event match. It was 16 minutes. It had a distraction finish from Hibiki, and that's how Momono won. So, okay. I was like, all right, that was lame. Dash isn't the best singles wrestler out there. She's, a hardcore wrestler. Regardless.
Tag Team Ace, some might say.
Tag Team Ace. Don't even give me that. So then there was a couple Marvelous shows, and there's a lot of decent to good wrestling, okay, in this vacuum. Mio Momono and Rin defeated Chihiro and Miko Wada, 17 minutes. That was great. Meiho Suzuki and Shindo defeated Ozura and Umasaki in 13 minutes. I like that match. And Iwata defeated Rin in a singles match in 8 minutes, playing off the story there. So if you were...
Iwata won a match?
Yes, she ate the pin in that tag match I mentioned just a second ago, but regardless. They were building... Correct me if I'm wrong, Kay, but the original build before Gaia got all delayed all the time and whatnot, it was Mio Momono beating Chihiro because Takumi Iroha blew out her knee.
So, it goes a little bit further back than that. So, when Gaeaism was announced, was a whole year before last year. So, it was announced in part of, later 2019, early 2020. It was supposed to happen in June, I think. Mm-hmm. Right? June or August. So, they announced it. They did this whole build. It was going to be Chihiro versus... It looked like they were trying to set Chihiro versus Takumi. They've only wrestled each other once, and it was a time draw. Sure. In singles competition. They've wrestled each other in tag matches throughout the years, but they've only ever had one singles match before this. And Takumi blew out her knees, COVID happened, it got delayed, so they pivoted to Mio Momono, who kind of stepped up, both in the on-screen wrestling and behind the scenes as well, where she's active in the dojo, she's the head trainer right now. Right? So they were stepping up with her. Okay, we're going to do Mio and Chihiro then. And that was awesome, right? Mio has stepped up, she's shown how good she is, she's put She put herself in another gear since coming back from injury. She looks amazing. The right person to pick, right? She beat Chihiro clean twice. She ran through an entire gauntlet in one of those where she just beat everybody in Sendai and then Chihiro at the end. It was nuts. I was like, okay, cool, they're building this big deal. Then, some reason, and it felt like it was right around the time that Rin was getting more involved in Stardom. Rin starts getting a focus for no reason whatsoever. Because before, Rin was like barely there, much like Iwata, but just barely there in the background doing stuff. And they're building Rin and Iwata, and kind of Rin and Chihiro a little bit. And it's like, well, and then Mio just kind of takes a back seat. And that makes sense to me. Because, listen, I like Rin. Rin's a good, solid wrestler. Mio Momono is better. Momono was like leagues better. Like, she's way better than Rin. She's pulled ahead of her so far that I'd say if you're going to go with one as your single star and one as your tag star, Mio is your single star, not your tag star. Rin is the tag star. Right? And so when they did this pivot, it was weird, and I didn't like it. I was like, no, why is this where you're going? And then you had the whole dumb thing with Chihiro being like, at the very last show, I think, leading into it was, we're going to put all the Sendai belts on the line, which pissed me off. Because, okay, cool, you gave away the finish. You just gave away the finish by doing that. Because nobody is going to think that Mako, like anyone who knows how Mako is and how the booking would go, is going to believe that you're going to put every one of your belts on the Marvel's roster. Nobody believes that. Even the fans didn't believe that. So I think, as much as I'm talking about the build at the moment, I think the build was botched. And it was going good for a while, but I think towards the end there, they just fucking dropped the ball pretty hard.
So my thoughts on the build was they really dropped the idea that because they weren't really focused on the past generation. It really felt like they were
focused on Sendai and Marvelous. But the past generation thing was going to be like a highlight reel thing, right? It wasn't going to be the focus. It was just going to be a celebration of Gaeaism using the future roster and maybe one past match, which was always the plan, right? Chigusa was always going to be involved. Chigusa and Mako. Yeah.
So I always got the feeling that it was all about Sendai versus Marvelous and trying to not so much combine the rosters, but combine their efforts to create some sort of interesting narrative of passing the torch in some way. Because the people of Gaia, I mean, look, Chigusa, she's Gaia. Mako Satomura is the product of Gaia. It makes sense. Okay? And
right.
And Mako's going off to the States, or I'm sorry, the UK. The UK of all places. And Chigusa she finally has a healthy roster with Takumi a month away from coming back. Okay? Right. It's this generation's time, and I thought at first they were doing a good job with that. Chihiro is, with Takumi out, is the biggest star, so it was up to Marvelous to have someone step up and really take that role who could stand up. I was like, all right, let's do it. And then because
they did a great job with it.
Right. And then because they had to do they decided to do this pivot, whether it was trying to sell extra pay-per-views or
no. I don't think it was I mean, maybe the pay-per-views, but tickets they weren't trying to sell because they'd already sold them last year.
Right, and then no refunds, and that caused
people.
Yeah. Anyways, let me continue here.
Sorry.
So then you had the feud of Rin versus Iwata, and essentially Mio, Momono, and Chihiro took a huge backseat from it. So if you were getting ready for the show, you would think Rin and Iwata were the people to pay attention to in these promotions, and people that are familiar with these promotions know that they aren't. So really, it just seemed very odd that they waited this long to even bother doing that. And then they have the Hibiki Dash stuff that I think fell really flat.
It fell flat from day one.
Yeah.
It was confusing how they did it. Because, so, to give a bit of context on that one, so Hibiki got in actual trouble and had to get suspended, right? She literally got in trouble for something. That wasn't a work, that was a shoot. And they decided to play off of that and change her character. And the fans didn't like it because they were confused by it. Because Marvelous doesn't do this kind of angles, right? She came in, she interfered and broke up a main event that people paid to go see. and beat up the ref and everybody. And so people were confused. Like, there was a very big sense of confusion, not, oh my god, surprise. It was confusion, like, we don't know is she going into business for herself, real life? Why is nobody stopping her? Why is she not being restrained? It was very confusing, and that immediately destroyed anything they could do with this.
Yeah, so I wasn't into the Hibiki Dash stuff at all. I thought it fell flat. That's just my opinion on that matter. So regardless of that, it's kind of like the main event was the draw. At least it felt like that was the draw.
It was supposed to be the draw.
It was supposed to be. So Mio Momono is killing it. Chihiro's taking a backseat to build some credibility with Iwata, but she's never had that credibility, and neither has Dash.
Yeah, neither has Rin either, for that matter.
No. So they're trying to build up some credibility of the roster. It's like, okay, I can at least respect that.
Kind of late too.
It's obviously too late, but at least they attempted. So cut to Gaeaism, okay? I do want to emphasize that I thought the wrestling was good, okay? I thought Mio Momono, Rin, Chihiro, Iwata, that tag on May 19th was a good match. I really enjoyed it.
Was good, yes.
I really like what I saw out of Makoto Shindo. I liked what I saw out of the Sendai rookies. Not a fan of the Screaming Girl. Could do without that.
You know, like Manami and her howling gimmick.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. When your gimmick is be loud, you lost me.
Yeah, same. It's not a good gimmick, especially because she's howling.
So I'm watching the Gaeaism show, and we watched it together, Kay. And so this took place on June 13th, and I want to preface that I thought the main event was very good. I really, really liked it in the vacuum. Okay? I did not like Dash Chisako Hibiki. I thought that was an actively bad match.
Terrible, and the crowd wasn't reacting to anything.
The opener with all the, well, let's put quotes, rookies, because not all of them really are, a solid match, but I do have thoughts. And watching this and going through it and then coming out of it, I don't know how to feel about all this Gaeaism stuff because I don't care about Sendai. This promotion has not meant anything in over a decade. It's never meant anything. They have 3 people on its roster that's worth barely more than nothing, and none of them are perceived as stars, especially Iwata and Dash Chisako. They're not stars.
Yeah, and Chihiro's the one that I'm always pissed off the most about because you look at her, you see her work, and you agree with me, she should be a much bigger fucking deal.
Yes.
She's not, because Mako failed her and booked her like crap, and now nobody cares.
And I hate to say it, but the Marvelous roster hasn't really been booked above a 3-year-old rookie. Not really. They're all very good wrestlers. I love watching them, but they're not stars either. So the 50-50 nature of it all, that's what we spoke about, Catch the Wave. It's not appealing. Who is the big heavy hitter? And the only one that's worth a shit is Chihiro, and even that has baggage behind it. So are the women good? Yes. Are they were they built over time to be bigger than the perception that they are? And the answer is no.
You know what the most interesting thing that they did during the build that I liked was the Mio Momono Chihiro story, where Mio had beaten her 2 times.
Sure.
Then I think it was either Mei or Makoto Shindo also beat her, and there was they referenced how Chihiro can't get it done. Like the roster referenced this. There was like a big backstage scuffle with the Sendai members where they're questioning Chihiro. I liked that. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Are we referencing that Chihiro can't get it done? Are we gonna do something with this? And they didn't do anything with it.
Well, they didn't do anything.
Doing something with it.
They didn't do anything with it until the main event.
At that point, it's too late.
However,
that was months ago.
However, the time frame of that story just went away because even the people that were paying attention to Gaeaism stopped talking about that story, and it just became a vacuum in the ropes story.
You could say they had to delay the show several times, and so that may be why And why that
yeah,
story?
I mean that's
got
a
put in
very
rear
fair
view.
that's a very fair assessment. So we're watching the showcase, and we get the rookie match. Maria May Makoto defeat Kanon Manami Yurika Oka. It went 13 minutes, very solid. Well, actually, we should start with the opening package of celebrating Gaia was very cool.
It was awesome. I loved it because it was like a highlight reel of why Gaia was such a cool ass promotion. The cool stage that opened up with like the Gaia head logo. The logo was made of stone. And all these cool characters and gimmicks. Chigusa was a heel. Now, big bad babyface Chigusa was a dastardly evil heel that was just killing people. It's awesome. You also make the argument with her fan base that some of them didn't like that from her, but it was still really cool. Blonde hair, kendo sticks and tables. Kira Hokuto was badass. Manami Toyota was bad. It was so cool. It really puts you into perspective when you look at the modern roster that they had people they had on the show. Man, none of you are this cool. That's what I took away from it when I watched it the second time through.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, this is cool. So everyone came out on stage. They were all in the ring. The light production was really good at the start.
All the Gaia wrestlers too, all the former Gaia wrestlers, Mako, Chigusa, all had Gaia tracksuits. The old Gaia tracksuits. It was cool.
Yeah, and something I think unfortunately set the scene was it turned out to be all about them.
Right.
And that, I think, really hurt the perception of what you're leaving behind. Because the whole purpose, like I said before, was this was supposed to be celebrate Gaia. Here's the next generation. This is where the torch is being passed. And when you start out with a throwaway rookie match, you don't really get anything out of that. And they had all the time in the world, even with the delays, to really do something with Maria, May, Manami, Yurika Oka. They could have done something, but instead, they threw them out like they were still in development. And in a way, yes, they are. But when they're all hitting drop kicks all the time, it really misses the mark on us as fans taking notice to, okay, I can't wait to get further invested in these people.
Right, and another thing that baffles me is Meho Shizuki, right, in the match. Mm-hmm. She is the Sendai Junior Champion. She's been Sendai Junior Champion for what feels like forever. I think she's only ever had one or two defenses. She's been holding that belt, and you would think that she'd be the leader of the pack, the bigger one in the match. She doesn't feel like that.
No.
At all.
And then
amongst her peers.
Yeah, and then you still had on these shows prior, you still had people like Kakeru, who I really like. She's pinning Maria just in a match when she's on, like, retirement door. She's already got 1 foot out. There's no reason for that. And that's perception. Shima defeats Leo, the one marvelous male that they trained, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then
their old Impact brand that didn't pan out.
Right. So it's like, what are we really doing here?
I had to have the contractual Leo match. He has to be on every show. He's literally on every show.
Yeah, and this is kind of the other point I was making. The show never got going. It didn't have the things to keep you really getting into a higher gear. Like, because then you follow that up with the Sakura Hirota shtick with the Great Sasuke, 11 minutes, it's her comedy. Hey, if you're into that, go for it. Not something I would do, especially since Sakura Hirota is going to be on the show again later.
So I looked at that, actually. I put some backstory on that. That was supposed to be a Mima Shimoda match.
Oh.
It was originally supposed to be Mima Shimoda versus... it was supposed to be Hirota versus a mystery opponent. It was supposed to be Mima Shimoda.
Oh.
But Shimoda pulled out.
Well, there you go.
So I guess that tells you something. The whole point of that was supposed to be the big shtick. I believe there was like a big comedy thing that they did back in Gaia with Hirota with the big oversized belt, sort of trying to challenge Mima Shimoda for the oversized dumb belt. So I think they were going to play that back.
Okay.
As like a nostalgia spot, and obviously it wasn't going to work.
Right, so there's your further nostalgia there taking, well, more stage. Okay.
Well, she did the whole shtick that she was gonna do on her half of the thing. Just
Yeah.
Great Sasuke just was there to.
And she cosplayed as Akira Hokuto, so there's that. Anyways, Dash defeats Hibiki in a 20-minute hardcore match, which I thought was actively bad. The spots were okay. I liked them. I thought some of them were interesting, but there was no structure to it. It was just
the crowd didn't react to anything either.
Oh,
also,
zero.
Let's talk about the crowd real quick too, and how the stage and everything was lit up. So the stage was really fucking cool when they had the lights down and were showing things on it. Right? It was really cool. But when they had their matches, the lights were up. The opposite of what Stardom did the day prior. Right? So the venue's not going to be full. You can't fill it. Right? And when you have the lights up, it's noticeable and it looks ragged. It looks ragged. And then when they're brawling and fighting in the crowd, it looks even worse because they're just drawing more attention to it.
That's not even the part I was concerned with the most.
Show to look like Cork and Hall.
It's not even the part I was concerned with. It was more the fact
it makes the show feel less. You look at it.
It was more the fact that this was their second big match. This is one of 2 matches that they built. They didn't build more than that. It was this one. So if you're going to do this, you got to do it right. And they didn't do it right. They just did some cool spots. There was no structure. There was no heat. There was none. It just felt like it was a regular Dash Chisako hardcore match on a Sendai show.
Even those aren't really good. Like, Dash Chisako is a fine wrestler. I know you don't like her as much. I think she's a good singles wrestler. She just never given the chance to do anything. So whenever she does have a match, it always feels lesser because you never see her do it.
Well,
she's got a lesser star to her. But her hardcore matches have never been good because she never has structures to them. And would you believe it or not, she really likes Jeff Hardy and the Hardy Boys, and they never had structures of theirs either. So
we had our.
I guess that's what she learns from.
We had our Gaia alumni match. I'm hesitant to say legends exactly because they're
one of them is officially technically retired.
So you had the Gaia rookies. Chikayo Nagashima, who's retiring this year. Meiko, Toshi Yamatsu's. She looks great. She's 6 years out of the business or what have you. She
came out of retirement and hopefully went back into retirement after this.
And they defeated and pinned Sakura Hirota, who was in her rookie gear, acting like a rookie, so she was doing her shtick. Kaoru, she's retiring this year, and Chigusa Nagayo, hey, fine. It was
Chigusa, but man, it was hard to look at her wrestle. It's hard.
So this went 17 and a half minutes, and this is kind of what I was saying. Like, if you're gonna, I understand the alumni match. I understand the concept. I respect the concept. When the problem is when you go this long and everyone had the big entrance, everyone came out one at a time, they had all the pomp and circumstance to it. Look, now it's about you guys and the nostalgia show. Okay? It's no longer about your main event. Otherwise, this should have been the main event if you're going to do this. And
they all came out to their old songs.
Yeah.
They all came out to, every one of them came out to their old songs with the Trons featuring their old stuff on them.
Yeah. So you're really overshadowed. So we've spent so much time devoted to Sakura Hirota. You devoted so much time and energy and production to the alumni, along and then mix that up with the big video package of celebrating the history of it all and the promotion. That's all well and good, but now you've overshadowed what you've built up to be the more important thing, and that is what you called your main event was the future.
Right, I think the problem also was the crowd was way more into this than they were into any other match, which tells you what the crowd was even here for. They're here for the nostalgia pop. We're here for the main event. They didn't care about the main event.
And this is something we see on the 2010s a lot, where you're not allowing the torch to be passed. So we get to this main event, and by the way, I thought the nostalgia match was fine. I didn't have any problem with it. It was just too long.
I think they could have had it lower on the card. I think if you would have had this bigness, because they were going to do this anyways. Like, I think there was already a plan for Meiko and Chigusa to have some kind of involvement in a match. I think you could have done this lower on the card, like middle of the card. Get their nostalgia pop, and then have the second half of the show be the future. Like, you could have structured the show that way. The first half the past, the second half the future. It's a good way to book it.
Because one thing I think would have helped at least change the perception was you play your Gaia package and then you transition into focusing on Sendai and Marvelous. Play your packages of like how these wrestlers came to be, why are they important? And before the match, before the main event, they just kind of played small little PowerPoint packages over, Chihiro and Momino.
Oh, you know, actually, I have one better. What they could have done, what they probably should have done, have that big Gaia package at the beginning, and then have the first half of the show be the Gaia stuff, right? Be all the nostalgia stuff, right? And then after the big main event, after your big, not big main event, your big nostalgia main event with Chigusa and Meiko and all of them, have a big video package and label it The Present. And then have the build up to the feud. Give a good, lengthy, about the same size video package to the entire feud, why you should care about all of this, and then transition into the future. Boom.
Yeah, no, I agree. I absolutely think.
Thank me.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea as well. I don't disagree with that, because once that alumni match was over, the show felt over.
Yeah, the crowd. Also, the crowd felt like they were done.
Yeah,
the crowd popped a lot for that one match. And after that, they stopped caring because it seemed like that was all they were there for. Because that felt like it was the main event anyways. Because now the show started with the big Gaia stuff, so you thought the big Gaia thing was the main event.
Yeah. So you had Team Sendai come out, your three girls. There was X that turned out to be Dash, so she's on the show for a second time.
Yay.
And then Meiho Shizuki was X for Marvelous, so she's on the show for a second time. We've spoken about putting people in multi matches on a card to fill it out. But this is kind of what I was mentioning before, where you need to highlight your future as most important. And you've already established Dash as this hardcore person in the mid card, and you established Meiho Suzuki as an opening match rookie.
But you can't do that with this. Have X on both sides be Meiko and Chigusa, but don't have them be in the match. Have them be enforcers on the outside to keep the peace on both ends. Have it get out of control and have like Chigusa step in and maybe try to stop it from getting crazy with her people. And have Meiko you could have done it that way. That way you have the future is getting presented and the past is there guiding the future.
Yeah, and you never felt like it was Team Chigusa against Team Meiko or Sendai versus Marvelous. It just felt like it was a 3-on-3 match.
It just felt like it was a match on a card. It didn't feel like it was important enough.
So Rin Katakura eliminates Iwata in 6 minutes. So there you go.
Iwata.
That's over before it even got started. 3 minutes later, Dash Chisako eliminates Meiho Suzuki on a botched pin. She had to pin her twice.
I timed how long Iwata was in the match. How long she was physically in the ring doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Under 2 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. Mio Momino eliminates Dash a minute later. And then, so that leaves Chihiro fighting Mio Momino and Rin Katakura on her own for the rest of the time. And the story became, it was trying to tell the story of can Chihiro get it done? Well, she is someone who can beat two people at once.
And that's what happened. Shown because she did a whole gauntlet match where she literally beat the entire roster, including Rin.
So she pins.
Already done this.
Yeah. So Chihiro pins Rin after 5, and then for the next 10 minutes, it was a Chihiro Mio Momino one-on-one match. That was the best. My favorite part of the show was these last 10 minutes in a very good match.
It was great. Those two have great chemistry together because Mio is the smaller, faster, speedier underdog. Chihiro is the big bruising powerhouse. Like they play so well with each other.
There was a sick splash spot that Mio Momino went for on Chihiro, and Chihiro on her back like punts her out of the air. And Momino goes flying. It was awesome. It was sick. And then that ending German where it looks like she was going to decapitate Mio Momino, but somehow had the strength, and Mio has the body control to not land straight on her skull and die. And Chihiro wins, so your 3AW Gaia titles are now at Sendai.
And the Sendai Dojo on display. If that's still a stipulation, because remember that was a stipulation at the start.
That's what they said that they would. And
they better not do that. They literally better not do that. It would be the stupidest thing you could do with those belts.
I get the feeling
after you tease reactivating them.
They teased reactivating them so Marvelous would have something to sink your teeth into, which I think they desperately need, because right now it's just matches. And that's all it's ever been.
I really hope Takumi's come back, because at the end of the post-match, Takumi said, I'm coming back and I'm going to fight Chihiro. Now, I don't know if she said she should fight for the Sendai belt, but I God hope it's not the fucking Sendai belt. Get out of here with that. Get the 3AW belts back. Don't have them sit in the dusty farm dojo, because that's a waste of them. If you're going to tease reactivating them, wouldn't it make sense to reactivate them? Just tease that and not do it. That's kind of dumb blue ballsing of the fans.
And that's kind of the issue where we have to see. I'm curious to see where this goes, if at all, because this was built as, again, passing the torch, and they didn't do that.
No,
I think that I believe that failed at doing that, and the big test to prove me wrong is going to be to see how Marvelous over the next couple months draws their interest in their next shows. Is it going to actually get people to talk? Is it going to be big? Iroha's coming back, which I'm sorry.
Makes me feel like less.
Which I'm sorry, coming out of this show, you established that Chihiro is better than Marvelous. And in that same match, you also established that the rest of Sendai is nothing, which, to be fair, that's what they went into the show doing.
Yeah, so my problem with this is, one, I thought it would have been way better if Marvelous won. For obvious reasons outside of just the belt, but it's like, at this point, Mio was on the ascent. You had more to gain putting her over and getting her to be a big star. You got Chihiro, who's already been put over at the top of her promotion, and it's not a big deal anymore. It had more for Mio to win, and then Takumi to come out to challenge for the Sendai belt, or challenge Mio for the Sendai belt, or just do something. Like, don't put the Sendai belts on the line, which is the first mistake they did, right?
Correct, yeah.
If you just don't put the Sendai belts on the line, that'd be great. But if you're gonna do this dumb move, have Takumi come out and challenge Mio, and then have Chihiro get upset and make it a fucking three-way.
Well, even you
put Mio over. You have Chihiro's angry, and then Takumi's coming back to have a big match. You have two big Marvelous stars and Chihiro. Instead, at the end of this, Mio feels like she's just not a star anymore. Oh, cool. Takumi's back. Mio doesn't matter anymore. Get back on the line. And that's dumb. That's what Mako was doing with Chihiro. Don't do that.
Well, it comes
stars.
My final thought over Gaeaism, and this is really an issue of what Gaia is. Well, first of all, it was all about the old guard legends. Okay, let's take that aside. What was the one thing that they claim that at least is the big claim coming out of Gaia was the big rookie in Meiko Satomura was going to carry the torch going forward. Okay? That's only one person. Let's not pretend, as much as I like the work rate of Chikayo Nagashima and Kaoru and what they represented, they weren't huge stars by any means.
Miko was the only one that the video package that mattered.
Yes. The playbook was always, I'm going to have one protege and everyone else is essentially cannon fodder. So Mako has Chihiro, Chigusa has Takumi Iroha. And they're the only ones that matter. Everyone else is cannon fodder. History is repeating itself. That's a problem.
It sucks. It's such bullshit because I've given Chigusa praise for not doing that, for seeming like she's changed her ways. But by the end of this show, I was questioning whether she had gone back on that, because for a while there, she was like, no, don't focus on me. I don't matter. I've had my time. Focus on my wrestlers. At the end of this show, it felt like, oh, no. It's focus on me, and then Takumi Iroha's here. Nobody else matters but her. And Chihiro's there, and nobody else but... I mean, the Chihiro thing has been for years, so I can't even get mad about that anymore. But with Takumi, it's like... Hey, listen, I love Takumi. Fuck, she's already established. You don't need to make her a bit... You don't need to put her above Mio, who you were spending this entire time establishing. Now it feels like Mio doesn't matter, and she's probably going to cycle down on the card. She did such a good job. It feels like she's being rewarded by getting kicked down the card for how good she did, and it sucks.
No, it
pisses me off.
In their mind, she was a stopgap just to hold until Iroha comes back.
That's so dumb. That's
yes,
backwards.
I agree. And that's I mean, there are so many bigger issues that we've seen history repeat itself so many times across the scene over the years. So you can look, if you like the show and you enjoyed it, I can't take that away from you. That's fine. In a way, I also
enjoy the show. For what it was good. For what it was a good show.
Like, if you went in for a nostalgia show and there was just this nice little main event, fine. That's fine. We're looking at this for a bigger issue that lies ahead. We want to see these wrestlers succeed and do better and have the scene do better. And unfortunately, coming out of Gaeaism, it unfortunately was only the nostalgia show, despite it presenting itself as wanting to be more than that. We'll be following
distinction.
Yeah, we'll be definitely following how at least Marvelous, because I have no hope for Sendai at all. Like they're done. Marvelous is the one that needs to prove me wrong, and if I'm wrong, hey, that's great. More than happy.
I'd love to be wrong. I when it comes to these like despair things, I want to be wrong. Because my big problem is the fact that I'm always right with this. And I hate it because it doesn't do nothing for the scene. But to piggyback off what you had said, if you enjoyed the show, that's good. It was as a show, it was a good show. I think me and you were coming at it with the scene and how it's affecting things in mind.
Yeah.
At least that's how I'm coming. I'm coming into it how it's affecting the promotions involved and the scene. And all I'm seeing is the same song and dance repeated again and again, nonstop until the end of time, and it sucks. Yeah. It makes me mad.
It's always about the legends.
Nobody learns. I think they would by this point.
Yeah. All right. So long despair, long recommended matches type thing. I do recommend the main event. I thought it was
go watch it. Mio and Chihiro, fucking fantastic together. Go watch that.
Kind of hedging our bets there, but I said at the start, like, I really liked that main event. It was good. Don't think it. Let me take a quick look here. No, I don't think it was. I don't think it's gonna make my miscellaneous top 10. I think there's.
I don't think it should. I think the fact that it wasn't. If it was just if they gave like tacked 5 minutes onto the Mio Chihiro thing and just made that the match instead of the entire multi thing, I think I would have loved it more.
Yeah.
That was the best part of the match. Everything else is like get out of the pool. Everyone get out of the pool.
Get out of the pool.
I felt like. And I hate that because everyone else's doesn't fucking matter. So what was the point of them even being there?
All right, I will play the drop, and we can quickly go through AEW. We got some ground to cover. All right, AEW, we got, let's see, the June 4th Dynamite. They're on Fridays now for the month of June due to the NBA playoffs, in which my Utah Jazz are trying to beat the Clippers right now. I'm very excited for that.
How are they doing on that one? They getting swept back yet?
No, they're up 2-1 in the series, buddy.
Oh, can't wait to see them choke at the end.
They are.
I want to see your despair. I want to see the despair.
Don't do that. I already felt despair with the Avalanche losing 4 in a row to the Golden Knights. I didn't like that part.
You have to join me in the sports despair when all my teams suck too.
Kay, your teams have actually won something in your lifetime. My teams have never won something in anybody's lifetime.
Correction, the Knicks have never won jack shit.
You
in my
have
lifetime.
plenty of New York teams to choose from, buddy.
Listen. The Knicks have not won jack shit. In my lifetime.
Don't give a shit about your Knicks. You have New York teams.
Okay, listen, the Yankees, they're not doing so hot right now. I think they're kind of middle of the road. And the Giants suck ass.
Are you really trying to argue with a 2-time Super Bowl championship team to a team from Utah?
How do you know they've had more than 2? I think they have at least 4 in their entire franchise.
Anyways.
But listen, it doesn't matter. Listen, it's not my fault you pick mid-carders. Okay? You pick your overachieving mid-carders over here. It's not my fault.
All right, so Dark Elevation, I want to say that it's good seeing Chris Statlander back. I thought she had a good match with Queen Aminata. I think she has potential. I believe she trained in Marvelous at a point as well.
She wrestled in Marvelous. I don't know if she trained. There's
sure
a lot
there
of
was
people
some
claiming they trained there, but if you went there for 3 months, you didn't train. You just kind of showed up for a tour.
You trained on a tour. So
And
that
Nyla
was
trained there. She was there for 2 years.
so that was good. Like this June 7th Elevation show, I really enjoyed. I think there was a lot of good stuff on there. They played into stories. This was the elevation that we really want to see more of. We actually felt like people were elevated, and in the main event, Shida defeated Diamante in a nice little 5.5-minute match. I like that one too.
Yeah, I think this is the first time Elevation's felt like Elevation in quite a while.
Since like the opening 2 weeks of it, yeah.
And it's a shame that the following weeks after didn't feel as good.
Well, we're probably not watching the one that we're recording tonight. It doesn't seem like they had much on the plate there.
Which is a real shame.
Yeah, that's a bummer because this one was really good. And then the Dynamite that followed on June 4th wasn't a great show. There was interference in every single match and distraction.
And the heel heat bullshit that we've been giving out about them doing lately.
Yeah, luckily they stopped that on the very next episode of Dynamite. So that was good. So they went double or nothing this Dynamite. We were saying you got to be careful with towing that line. I think they realized after this Dynamite with the backlash it got with a lot of fans that you guys got to cut that shit out or at least tone it down. And how are you feeling about some of the feuds? Let's make this a little streamlined here. I know we both have some Britt Baker thoughts, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but like the Young Bucks, Death Triangle, that's a thing. Nightmare Family Factory's continuing. Christian Cage and Jungle Boy are a thing with the Hardy Family Office. We got
there's only 2 stories I care about. There is the Pinnacle and Inner
Team
Circle
Taz.
stuff, which is great. Pinnacle Inner Circle stuff is great. Team Taz, I want to wait before I say anything on how I like that because they just started kind of the angle kind of folding into things.
Fair.
But I don't care about the Cody fucking factory thing. They lost me on that immediately. I don't care. Go-Go should have won that match. Then I would probably have cared a little bit more. Would have felt like Cody was in danger as opposed to like, lol, Cody wins.
Things seem out of order, but I do like the attempt to have a focus on a lot of these younger guys because that's really what it's all about. It's about Cody.
It doesn't entirely feel like that though. It feels like
you don't think so?
They're focusing they're focusing the background. The real nuts, the real like meat of this feud is fucking QT and Cody, and I don't give a fuck about that.
Well, they're the leaders. It should be the focus.
Don't care. Like I don't listen. I think I would have been more receptive to the feud had a Go-Go won. Then it would have felt like Cody had his back against the wall. At this point, I don't even think Cody's in any danger in this feud, so I just don't care. It doesn't feel like anyone there's a threat to him, and I hate that. That's bad. It's bad booking, in my opinion. But Cody feels like he doesn't. It feels like nothing phases him ever. He's never in any real danger, and I hate that.
Okay, all right. I can get behind that
better.
statement. Sure, yeah.
And I hate that because it makes me not care about his feuds because they're always presented that way. Like what was the one feud we praised him for? The Brody Lee one where he got his ass kicked. It was cool. It felt like he was in danger, and then the freaking dog collar match afterwards was awesome. But since then, he sucks. He hasn't had a single feud I've liked. Period. Like the Red Velvet, the Jade Cargill thing was more to put them over, less about Cody. Right?
Well, good.
Name a Cody thing that he's done that's been good. Cody's boring. I don't like him. He doesn't do anything for me. He feels... I'm probably gonna get shit for this. He feels like what you do with your 80s and 90s and even 2000s big star where you don't have them lose or feel like they're in any danger. I hate that.
Well, he is a big star.
And a company where everyone else feels like they have some kind of like thing where they're not completely invincible. Like even Kenny, right? He wins his matches, but he has to cheat for him, right? You always feel like he's in some kind of danger, and then he has to get out of it somehow. Cody, he feels like fucking John Cena.
Oh,
he doesn't lose, and I don't feel like he's ever in any danger. That's just how I perceive him. Because he doesn't. Like,
I'm sorry you feel
think
that way.
QT's gonna beat him? I feel like QT's gonna beat him.
QT should not beat him. But QT did. But QT did beat him. He pinned him thanks to a go-go.
Yeah, he had help with it. Cool. I'm so glad that QT feels like a big threat to him.
Yeah.
Again, that Agogo interference would have mattered more had Agogo won that match. Because you're like, oh, Agogo could beat him. Agogo's why he lost to QT. Agogo beat him. Agogo is the Achilles heel here. At this point, I don't care. He beat Agogo, so what do I think Agogo's a threat to him? He already beat him.
I understand what you're saying, Kay. I don't entirely disagree with you. I think a lot of it would have been better in a different order than it was presented in. That's where my issue lies. So
the John Cena quote's a bit far, but that's kind of
you don't want to hit that low hanging fruit. You want to be careful with things like that.
I'm trying to figure out how what to compare it to, but that's the only thing I could think of in my brain. But I know it's not that extreme. But it's kind of like, you get what I'm trying to go with that, right? It doesn't feel like he's ever in any danger. You never felt like John Cena was ever in any danger in his feud.
No, that was the problem.
It doesn't feel like he's ever in any danger.
I don't know.
It feels like Cody's getting dangerously close to that with how he doesn't feel like he's in any danger, and I hate that.
See, I definitely disagree with that.
Ass kicked.
He does. He gets laid out all the time. Where
he wins his match. That's the problem.
He should win half the time. He should win most of the time.
Oh, he shouldn't. He should lose. He should lose going into feuds at times. You don't overprotect somebody like that. Like the Young Bucks are another example of that. They don't lose. So why do I feel like they're ever in any danger of losing?
Well, they had to cheat.
Now they did, sure. But I mean, how much of their winning has resulted in them cheating up to this point? It's not even recent. It's
been quite a bit lately. I think interference and yeah.
Right, I get it, but there's times where you don't have to have your star win everything. If you're gonna build a feud, like I said, Agogo beating it would make sense. Hell, have Pac and Phoenix beat, or Pac and
Penta.
Have them beat them. Oh my God, they got beat. They're now the challengers instead of them losing and being the challengers. What kind of sense does that make?
I do understand where you're coming from, and I do agree that there is we are seeing a semblance of too much overprotection in AEW.
That's why the Inner Circle Pinnacle matches stuff feels so interesting, because you do feel like they're in danger of losing.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I agree. Kicked.
Yes, I agree with those aspects. I think you're getting a little emotional, okay? You gotta take it back. Take a step back, buddy.
I'm high strung. Leave me alone. Gaeaism got me all riled up.
Well, we're talking about AEW now. Like I would offer you some prosecco and sangria here, but I'm almost out. Maybe a little martini when we see each other. How about that?
Just toss it my way. Yeah, it works.
So okay, I don't want to ask you about Britt Baker yet. I don't want to have you so much despair quite yet.
You don't want to open that can of worms just yet.
I want to get there, because we're keeping a tally on one Britt Baker right now.
The Pinnacle Inner Circle stuff is like the hottest feud in the company right now.
Yes, I like the Inner Circle. This is something that
so good. It's great.
I think this is something that we predicted, and it's something that makes sense. We really like how, or at least I'm speaking for you at this point, but we really like how they did do the two big team matches, and now they're going to keep them busy through the summer with their individuality, which I think is a good move, because it keeps them busy, keeps a lot of those guys that should be going for titles busy to focus on other people that can go for titles. I think that's a good move. I think
it's perfect.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that continuing after Double or Nothing. I
want it to continue. It's not over.
And even the thing with Cody, which I don't want you to comment on that further.
It's okay, I won't. Go ahead.
What I do like about what Cody's attempting to do is, because this factory thing is all about, first of all, it keeps Cody busy. And I think it keeps him busy doing something important, and that's getting the focus on a lot of these other young talents on the show, and gets them focused. It gets Agogo being built. It gets Dustin a chance to have a main event with someone like Camarado in a bull rope match. I like this stuff. I think it's building to a lot of the everything that they're doing in June here is clearly setting up for the big show comebacks in July. It's all the little pieces putting together, and then when we get to the end of the month, and it's, hey, we're in Miami, we're going to have a strap match against QT. Hey, cool. All right. Should QT win? I don't want him to. He's a piece of shit. We're going to see a few more matches made, because they got Fight for the Fallen. They got I guess there's a couple other shows I can't quite remember what they're called. They're big TV special shows for July, and I'm really excited for that. Everything in June is pointing to those things, and keeping the Inner Circle and Pinnacle going, I think, is a good thing. It's big stars. It's a hot, heavy feud. I get the argument that you should, like, a lot of people are so conditioned for these matches as the big blow-off, with WWE or whatnot, but a lot of history is built off continuing a feud from a big, like, hair versus hair match. Was the Chigusa Nagayo Dump Matsumoto feud done once Chigusa got her hair cut off? No.
It ran back to another hair versus hair match.
Right. So there's a lot of these nuances and I think obvious ones. Now, to what you say, Kay, I really like what they're doing with the Bucks and Death Triangle. I think that's becoming a hot feud with a few of the angles they're doing. Do I think I think they're having a bad habit of missing out on the peak of matches with having someone like the Bucks. It's okay for them to lose one match and then they can run a title match back on one of these TV specials. I think that's okay.
That's all I'm saying. They don't do that, and I think that hurts a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and we see that in and it's not just AEW that's an issue with you.
No. It's an issue in other promotions too.
And I'm not saying you beat them all the time. I like that they're protected.
No.
Just
you don't beat them all the time, but like,
it's okay for once.
Why can they challenge for the belts if they've never beaten them? Why? Because they upset them? They do that all the time, and after a while, it's like, well, either the Bucks are really thin-skinned, or it just doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like just keep running the same scenario back.
Anyways, I really like what they're doing with Miro. I think that's a really good thing that they're building up here. The Evil Uno match was really good. I like that.
Oh, yeah, it was way better than it should have been.
Yeah, the Dark Order all coming out. Evil Uno's getting the near falls. They're cheering him on. I was like, oh, come on, buddy. You can do it. He's going to die. I know it. It's that chop, and Miro just goes,
Miro
what
smash.
The fuck was that? Evil Uno's like, did I hit him? Shit. Okay. I think Jungle Boy, I really like the angle with him and Kenny Omega. I'm very much looking forward to that match. That's a big one.
I'm excited for that, because Jungle Boy's been really good.
Let's see here. Looks like they're heating up Red Velvet like we thought. Christian Cage is getting heated up still, outwork everybody. Building up to a Matt Hardy feud. Not my favorite thing in the world, but don't really have an issue with it either. It's fine to keep...
It's a stopgap. It's a stopgap.
Yeah. I don't ever have issues with doing things like that. Just because I'm not interested in a Matt Hardy Christian match doesn't mean I'm just going to blow it off. I'll watch it, and I'll probably enjoy it.
It's V1. If it's V1 Matt Hardy,
I'm all in. That would be really funny.
I'm all in on V1 Matt Hardy. Give me the Matt Facts, the V1. I'm all in on that, bro.
That would be really funny. All right. So we kind of spoke our piece over those. Britt Baker. Let's talk about Britt Baker. Okay.
Oh my God.
I have a running tally.
Why?
Both agree. Yeah, I have AEW New Era Women's Score. Now, first of all, it's the same format with the women. Okay?
Nothing has changed.
Nothing's changed there. It's still the one match on average, sub 10 minutes, and a talking segment of some kind. Usually involving
a bunch
Britt
of squash
Baker.
matches on Dark and Elevation.
Well, I mean, the last Elevation, they didn't have squash matches. Not really.
Right, but that was the first time in a while that they have done that.
Yeah.
Okay. We see the lineup for tonight, and then it's right back to it again. Yeah.
So the only difference is now is Britt Baker has the title. That's it.
She can cut promos, which they didn't let Cheetah do beforehand.
Well, and they still don't let her. Anyways, Cheetah got a new haircut, by the way. It looks nice.
She does look very nice.
The first segment that they did with Britt Baker in this new era. First of all, the match was a stinker, so that's 0 for 1.
It was awful, and it was all Britt's fault. It was, though.
And then on Dynamite, they had a celebration in which she peddled burgers, and it was just a bunch of geeks in the ring, and Nyla Rose threw burgers. 0 for 2. That was terrible.
That was so flat. I think the crowd didn't even boo it.
It was the worst. And then this week, it was Nyla Rose, Layla Hirsch, so they're heating up Nyla Rose. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It's fine. Nyla Rose, Britt Baker. I'd watch the shit out of that match. I'd look forward to it. Run that back. especially considering Nyla Rose beat her in the women's eliminator tournament.
Yeah, but that match wasn't all that good, though. It was kind of
No, that was good.
Okay.
It was fine.
It was very okay. It was very okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It was fine. And so, did you like Nyla Rose, Layla Hirsch? I did.
Oh, I loved it. It was great. Listen, that was the one match I wanted to see. You want to know why? Because Layla can work the Japanese style.
Marvelous versus Stardom? Is that what you really wanted to say?
It's Marvelous versus Stardom. And Nyla Rose does really well with people who can work that style, which is why Britt matches with her are very meh. Her match with Shida was fucking awesome.
Her match with Riho I really enjoyed. The Nyla Rose Riho.
Another Joshi. Yeah. Shocker.
The promo Britt cut after that I thought it was fine. It was acceptable.
Very meh.
I gave it a tie because it was the same thing and they accomplished what they wanted to, but nothing to warrant a win.
I gave it a minus because it's literally the same promo she always cuts. There's a problem when you're a heel and you cut the same promo. So I look at MJF for that, right? MJF does not cut the same promo.
Sounds like you need a little friendship timeout, Kay.
Listen, let me finish my statement before you put me there. MJF has a way he talks, he does his promo. He's always arrogant. There's a theme to his promo. It's always the same theme. But how he does it presents his promo is always
This is done. Reba, get me out of here.
How he delivers it, the dynamics he does with it, it's always different. Britt's is the same promo. It's, why are you this? It's all about me, DMD. It's every promo for her. It's like, at a certain point, you have to vary it. Am I off base with that?
I think you're being a little harsh. I think you're mad because she took the title off Shida and the match wasn't any good.
I'm mad because she sucks right now. I'm mad because I expect better. Because if they're making this tout in this new era, I expect something good, not an 0 for 3 with her.
Well, I'm 0-2-1.
A bad segment and a bad promo.
I'm being less harsh than you.
Also, the whole childish mocking of why'd you show up? Why'd you show up? Now, why'd you show up? That's so dumb. So dumb. Especially because it piggybacks off that crappy segment with a childish mocking of her there. Also, why was Nyla there? It's a good fucking question.
Don't worry about it. Sounds like you're worried about it.
I'm worried about it. I am worried about it because it doesn't make any sense why she was there if she was gonna try to beat her up anyways. They're not even friends. They're just heels. Bravo, I guess. I was Luther there.
Because he's a geek, burgers, and that whole thing was geek central.
He just wanted free burgers. He was there for the free food. He didn't even get his burgers.
Andrade El Idolo showed up. He's part of AEW.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, they botched that so hard.
It wasn't good.
It was presented as a Mark Henry speaks segment, first off. Why would you do that? Why would you do it like that?
I don't need Mark Henry. He can be a coach. He could be a scout. I don't want to see him wrestle. He was never any good. He had 6 months of a 20-year career.
Yeah, that's being very generous. He's spent I remember him always being fucking hurt and trying to feud with Batista and then getting hurt before he can do anything. That happened 4 times.
And
my problem with that whole segment is you want to make a big deal about this Andrade guy, right? Why the fuck are you starting it with a Mark Henry segment? Why not advertise him as showing up?
Am I advertise Mark?
With that? Advertise Mark, but not Andrade. Why would you do it
like
that? And
okay,
Vicky,
so
poor Vicky.
Andrade,
she butchered that.
Yeah, Vicky needs to find a new shtick. This is 12 years old at this point. What she's doing. It's funny. It's funny.
Eye rolling and grading at this point.
It's funny how I'm preferring Cougar Vicky.
Listen,
over
I also
Loud
like Cougar
Vicky.
It's a different dynamic to the character. Instead of screaming "excuse me," that's never worked. I hated it back when she started it in fucking Edge era when Edge was champion. I hate it now. Stop it, please.
Well, someone reminded me that Cougar Vicky was also part of the whole Edge and Dolph Ziggler thing. So I'm like, oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't like that anymore. So maybe I'm hoping that she was just introducing him because he's going to be the face of Latinos, which I love that moniker.
Well, that'd be great. If she's the manager, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I hope it's just an introduction. and they're not going to go into heavy heel manager. And
she's a bad manager. Am I off that? She's just a bad manager. She just comes out and shrilly introduces people and does nothing. She's a bad manager. I don't even know why she's managing people, why they're doing that. Nyla would be better without her, I feel like.
Yeah. So
am I off base with that too?
No, you're not. You're not off base with that. So hopefully Andrade, Mr. The Idol,
the Idol,
AEW signed their own idol.
Up girls. He's gonna join the Up girls. Is what he's gonna do.
I should make an Up girls drop just for the Idol Andrade.
He's gonna be the Indigo one.
Oh boy. We'll see how they do with him. I'm definitely excited. I like La Sombra. I think he has the potential for a big star, at least a main eventer. I think he's taken the title off of Omega in Mexico, and we'll see how he does in Federación, Rush's promotion, which we'll be covering.
I've never seen this guy wrestle before. I've never seen this guy wrestle before. So
I think you'll like him. I think you'll like him.
It'll be a first for me, so I don't have the Fed stink on him because I never watched him there.
The Fed stink. Well, he was like hardly on TV there, so he doesn't really have any stink. He was in New Japan, Kay. He was with Naito's group.
Oh, I listen. I'm still new to New Japan, remember? I haven't watched that stuff.
You like Naito, don't you? Speaking of Naito, I'm going to play his drop. Haven't done it for what? Wait a minute. I have a different drop. Here we go. Well, goddammit, Kay, we spent too much time on AEW. I didn't want to talk about it that long, but that was funny nonetheless. All right, New Japan.
I think my rant took a lot of time, and I apologize for that.
The Nuge, as the hipsters
as
say.
the kids call it. Yeah, the kids call it these
the
days.
Hipster kids.
Hipster kids.
So they had Road to Dominion June 1st. Tag titles, Dangerous Tekkers defeat Guerrillas of Destiny, 26 minutes. I thought it was fine. Not much else to say there.
Taichi won the belts.
The big moment was Miho Abe crying and being all happy she's back. So
that was a great image of her holding both belts and just crying.
Yeah, if you're into that, then
great.
It was great. It was a nice little main event match for the Road to show. So that was cool. It was a good, nice little.
So Taichi won, so it's always good.
The tag title match itself, I don't think it's gonna crack my top 50 because I try to keep matches I'll remember on there because I got to talk about them later.
Right, that's always important, right?
So I think memory is really important for those. I won't be remembering this match other than Miho.
Taichi. That's what I'll remember. Is Taichi, man.
Yeah. Dominion itself, June 6th. Kay, you watched this with me. El Desperado retains the junior title against Yo. What did you think here?
Now, I'm probably different from you. I think you liked this match. I was very indifferent on it. I don't have a whole lot of build history with either of these two people, so to me, I didn't know the story or anything. So all I had was the match going in, and it just didn't click with me. It could be because again I'm unfamiliar with them. It wasn't a bad match, right? Work rate wise, I just couldn't be invested. I didn't have anything to invest me. Fortunately,
no, the match was definitely slow. It was kind of plodding. It didn't have a lot of energy. Maybe El Desperado was still feeling the effects of getting COVID, and he was in the hospital. So I kind of feel for the guy there.
He did seem kind of gassed pretty quickly in the match. Yeah, that would make sense. I didn't even know that.
But what this junior division is missing is an injection of some kind. They're really feeling the effects of this gutted roster. So I'm not going to be too critical with it. It was still an okay match. It didn't offend me in any ways. So nothing to really totally break down there. Seems like Phantasmo and Ishimori are going to challenge, and I'm sure that'll be fine. New Japan has always kind of really perceived their junior division as less than, much like Noah does, except without the just atrocious booking, as my cat is on the table. Get out of
there. Fucking cat running.
Yeah, I think he smells the martini, and he's like, shit, I got to get on that.
Go, man, alcohol, let me join you.
He likes the martini. I catch him trying to
drunk like you,
dude. Hey, I am not a drunk. How dare you? Just because I'm drinking during podcasting, it's fine.
It's okay. It's how you cope with the despair. I understand.
Ibushi Cobb, what'd you think?
I fucking love this match.
It was cool.
That's what I wanted. It's big meaty man doing big meaty man things.
Jeff Cobb helicoptered Ibushi.
Sure fucking did. It was big meaty man doing big meaty man things. I love Jeff Cobb. He's great.
I even
He just fucking tossed him.
I even enjoyed Kevin Kelly describing Ibushi trying to German Cobb over the top rope, and he goes, "That's like lifting an elephant into a pickup truck."
It was great. I was like, oh, that's a great reference. It's so good. And Ibushi, dude, Ibushi's good. I can't believe he's 40 years old.
Oh yeah,
He looks like
buddy.
he's in his 20s.
Yeah, he's timeless. We're gonna get to a point where he just explodes.
He's gonna show up one day in a wheelchair.
He's
what
gonna do that genetic thing where he goes from looking like he's 20 and then all of a sudden he's 65.
It was like Keiji Muto.
Oh yeah, that's the yeah, something like that. Yeah, Ibushi wins. Good match. Really enjoyed it. It's this is what we like out of New Japan here. Real hard
Yeah, it
hitting.
was great. They beat the crap out of each other. I enjoyed this.
Yeah, and it was one of the really only built feuds for Dominion. I really think they probably should have put that tag title match on Dominion, really stack the card, but it's kind of what I think.
Right.
Shingo Takagi defeats Mr. Kazuchika Okada for the vacant title because Ospreay is hurt.
No, man, he's just missing his girlfriend. He's upset he got dumped. He's just decided to just throw his dreams away.
36 minutes flat.
This match fucking ruled.
Yeah, this was good. This was very good.
I love this match, and I didn't like it because of Okada. I just want Okada to hit his goddamn Rainmaker. Is that too much to ask?
Well, he couldn't because whenever he spun, there was a couple instances where Takagi just perfectly timed him hitting the big lariat and just pummeling Okada.
Takagi reversed the Rainmaker and hit his own Rainmaker. I was like, I love all of our reactions to that was get fucked, Okada.
Oh, we were fully on Team Takagi. This was Team Shingo. Team Dragongate.
It was like, was it like the second time he goes for it? He just gets his head rammed right off by Shingo. I was like, oh, destroying Okada.
Right.
I love this.
Finished my giant glass of sangria.
I didn't expect Shingo to win.
No, we came on here and predicted. Yeah, we basically came on here and predicted Shingo having like a less than 0 chance.
Right, because like the history of what they normally do with the belts, but then they seem to have gotten away with this new belt era. I wish the belt looked better, but hey, we can't win everything, right?
Yeah, I mean they're really trying to pump this new era, new stars in there, and I said that I hoped Shingo would win because it's more interesting for Okada to chase this new title. That way you have a new story to tell with, well, your top guy. Because let's not beat around the bush here. Okada is the goal, right?
And he's their ace. He's their big dude.
Well, I played Tanahashi's music prior, and you can even tell that story with him again. There's more you can do.
Oh, totally. Tanahashi's old and banged up and beat and fat.
I mean, that's the story they told with Jay White, and then he beat Jay White.
Did. I like Jay White. He's good. Why isn't he on this card? Was he on this card?
No, Jay White beat him. Jay White is back in his home country.
Oh. Why? Oh, I know why. Yeah. Never mind. And the whole big story of all the foreigners and vets being pissed off with Dick Togo.
Yeah. There's some rumors there.
Dick to go needs to go.
There's some smoke to the fire, sure.
It's never a good thing when there's smoke to the fire in a Japanese company that's normally pretty mum on these kinds of things. It's never a good thing.
But this
if it gets out, that means it's a bad thing. If it gets out, that means it's a big fucking deal backstage.
This match creates a lot of goodwill with New Japan, which they desperately needed after all of this bad luck that they've had in 2021.
And news story broke too. That news story broke like just a week before this, right? A week or two before this.
Yeah, a couple weeks. Yeah. So Shingo
they looked pretty bad going in. So this is good. I like this.
Yeah, and this is probably the guy that this was. I mean, you could have easily just gone to Okada, the safe bet. Latch your buckle to your pants kind of situation, and they didn't. They really rewarded what Shingo has earned over the course of being at New Japan. He's proven himself in Dragon Gate. He's now, proven himself in New Japan to get to this point, and this is very exciting for the main events going forward. I mean, they can throw literally anybody except I would say evil in the main event, and you
God,
have my
please
attention.
Don't do that again. Don't ever put evil back there again. Nobody wants that. Nobody liked that, except for stupid, weird hipster people in the West. But no one in Japan liked that, which is important. That's the people that buy your tickets.
Yeah, and
Just don't do that.
And then the other story coming out of this is when Ospreay returns with their history now built in, where anytime there's been a big match between the two, Ospreay's beat him. Dude, he's first in line, and they're
you got a built-in story, fully baked in right there.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to the Tokyo Dome that's been rescheduled, and it's going to be Ibushi Shingo, and hell yeah, give me that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that match is gonna fucking slap.
I mean, I'm 70-30 Shingo's going to retain. There's something in the back of my mind they're going to try again with Ibushi. I hope not. I hope not.
he better retain. Don't just do all this to have him drop back to fucking Ibushi. Otherwise, you just should put it back on Okada then.
Nah, well. Now, the match itself, I did really enjoy it. I
love the match. It was the first time I've enjoyed New Japan in a while.
Where I think it doesn't reach the heights and emotional investment is the lack of story, the situation behind the vacated title, the state of the company. There's a lot working against it, and
a lot tainting it. Yeah.
Yeah. Really took the investment out for me. The pace of it, so I'm at this kind of crossroads where it was 36 minutes. I never got bored. I followed the in-ring story well, but the pace that they set out never really reached the peak until those final, 5-7 minutes, which isn't a bad thing, because we've seen some bad main events where it just drags and drags and drags. Looking at you, Keiji Muto, where
right,
where nothing happens until your final 5-7 minutes. Or in his case, the final 60 seconds.
Oh, that's being very generous.
And I'm talking about 1995. I'm not even talking about 2021.
Oh, right. Modern day, the last 5 seconds, including the pinfall.
But I was really invested in the match. It didn't reach the peaks that I think these two are capable of, that we've seen from these two. So is it my least favorite Okada Shingo match? Yeah. Obviously, I'm still giving it like a full 3-star recommendation out of our little scale.
It's the full 5 for me, baby. Full 5.
Wait, you think it was a 5-star match?
Yeah.
Oh, you're easy to please.
God damn it! Why do you always say that? This is a 5-star match.
You hand out 5-star matches like Halloween candy. Come on.
I don't. Listen, my scales are very generous when I like something.
Look, you give out that Halloween candy, and then when it's time to break the scale, you're just like, take the bucket.
Don't worry, if you hate me for this, wait till we get to later in the show.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna get you. So I like the story of Okada's slip discs being constantly worked on.
Oh yeah, his like 60 slip discs that he has by the end of the match.
Yeah, he at least has a broken back at the end of this. That poor guy.
Like he slipped 4 discs, and by the end of it, all of them they slipped in and out 6 different times.
Yeah, one's probably in his throat. I don't know how it got there. And
don't worry about it.
It was a big reaction with Shingo won. So
oh yeah, the crowd broke the rule and they popped and made noise.
Oh yeah, big time. That forearm where Okada was kind of on his hands and knees and he's trying to get up and Shingo just blasts off the rope and goes, "Whoa-pa!" And then Okada looked like he was knocked the fuck out, picks him up for the last of the dragon, and just 1, 2, 3. I was like, beautiful. That is awesome. I loved it. I'm into it. And because now they had their New Japan Cup match, they had this match. Okada's chasing Shingo, and Shingo's got Ospreay to fend off. It's good stories. It moves Shingo-Okada rivalry to number 2 in my New Japan top 10. So cool.
So well, hold on to that, because I gotta go to the door real quick, so I'll be right back.
Well, I'll move on to Dragongate. So I gotta play a drop here. I am going to play KZ.
It's KZ time! Yeah! It's time to go to what time is it? It's time to go to crazy! Yeah!
All right, it's time to go crazy. It's Dragongate, King of Gate Finals. They ran on June 3rd, Cork and Hall. It came down to the semifinals of Kota Minoura taking on Yamato, which they drew lots for, and then KZ against SB Kento. And they did some interesting things here. We did not discount Kota Minoura. I think we learned from our mistakes, and we were kind of convinced that it was going to be Minoura against Kento in the final. Minoura defeated Yamato, just pinned him clean 1-2-3, 11 minutes. And the way it went down and how decisive it was in that amount of time, I think is what kind of surprised us. So this is where Dragon Gate is its strongest, is they aren't afraid to do these things. And this is kind of what we're talking about when we're comparing kind of AEW getting too overprotective of their stars. It's okay for guys to get cycled down and lose every now and again. This is an example of Dragon Gate just doing it so well. Kota Minoura came out of this tournament as just a made man on the rise.
He's great. This tournament did wonders for him. Him and KZ.
And
I'm sorry, I had to sign for a package.
It's fine. It's fine. So Yamato losing this, I think, is fine. Kota Minoura got a huge win for his career. And then Kai comes out after the match and berates this poor guy. Basically makes fun of him, saying the only reason why, you weren't eliminated earlier, basically, or something or another, was because Kai wasn't in it. And they're gonna do a no ropes match, which I think we alluded to like months ago.
No, don't give me credit for that. I think you called that one. You're the one that called that, because I didn't. I thought this was gonna get blown off at the big cage match.
I think I was.
I think you called this as being, because I think when we're talking about the cage match, I want to say you mentioned this as being where they were gonna go potentially.
I think I called this like last year, and I thought that's what they were heading into like Final Gate with.
Year?
Yeah, so this was a long time ago.
But you definitely called this. You definitely called this, because I didn't at all. I had no idea even about this being Yamato's specialty.
So the appeal of the no ropes match is Dragon Gate is such a speed promotion and a lot of high flying that when you take the ropes away, you might as well have a fucking death match in this promotion.
Yeah, right.
And they don't do these things often at all. So every time it feels super special when they do things like this. Whether it's a unit disbandment, the steel cage match that's annually, you will only see it at that show every year. And that's why, the factions are super important. And this kind of keeps the narrative that when you watch Dragon Gate, just because you have your feeling that things are going to happen, you just have to keep in mind that you might not see it 6 months from now, like in this case with the rope match. You might not see it 3 years from now. But when it happens, you'll be like, oh yeah, it's time. Because we were saying like this Yamato Kai thing, it needs to come to an end. Especially since they keep revisiting it.
To it. Yeah.
And this is the time. They're going to do it before Kobe World, I believe. I don't think it's going to be at Kobe World. And
think it's going to be at Kobe World?
No. So they're doing 2 nights at Kobe World. The second night is the Yoshino retirement show. Basically, that's what they're making that out as. And the first night's the big kind of Dreamgate title match situation that they're building to. So Yamato and Kai are kind of doing a big road to main event there, just for them to get a lot of time. And I think I like that more, actually.
Yeah, that would make sense, because this is a big feud you've been building for, like you said, years, right? Because when I came into Dragon Gate, you explained this feud to me after Kai turned on it. It was BB Hulk. I mean, actually before that, because I was talking about BB Hulk and liking BB Hulk, and you explained this story where how Hulk turned on him, and then not too long after that, Kai turned on him. So this story has been building, like you said, for years. I just wish the BB Hulk thing would actually manifest into something as well. Since
that would be next, right?
Yeah, that should be next, right?
Keeps Yamato on ice in the background.
And bad Bishi Boy Hulk over there. I like him a lot, but he probably should lose that match.
KZ defeats SB Kento in 4 minutes, so kind of a flash situation here. KZ gets his revenge on Kento, keeping KZ from winning the block. That's what Kento did. He won the block, so he got his big moment there, and KZ won the Battle Royal to get to this point. So KZ was playing the big underdog coming back for this tournament, and that gives us Kota Minoura KZ in the main event for the King of Gate final. Guaranteed someone who has never won the tournament before, which is always an exciting thing in these tournaments, is creating someone fresh and new, and immediately, no matter who won. Kay, I'm going to say this. This is my favorite tournament of the year so far. Even more than Cinderella, because they accomplished so much to this youth movement in putting over new stars in King of Gate.
I put them on equal grounds because I really liked Cinderella. I guess when we were going to talk about that semifinal and final, I thought was really, really well done and highlighted the correct wrestlers in the correct way. I think the 5-star this year, given how they're going to have that after the big announcement of how that's going to be paced out, I think that's going to be tournament of the year for me.
Yeah,
They
we'll
do it
see.
right.
As
They
of
do that
now,
right.
I think King of Gate definitely eclipsed the New Japan Cup. It eclipsed the AEW Women's Tournament, which I really enjoyed. I think this just accomplished so much. And before we get to the main event, or do you have any thoughts on KZ Kento or Kota Minoru Yamato?
I just know I looked away for a second and thought that SB Kento won because the bell rang and they cut immediately to SB Kento's face. So I thought Kento won. You had to correct me. Because I looked away for this is such how much of a flash it was. I looked away for a couple seconds, and then I looked back, and it was over.
Gotta pay attention. They have reignited, if you will, the Inferno versus Dragon Dia feud, so they're going right back to that. Fair enough. Good show to do it on, I think.
Right. We gotta mention one thing. My boy. We talk about my boy here.
Let's see. Old Man against Red. Yeah, okay, now, Natural Vibes taking on High End. Both had an X coming in, new members of the group. One story was Kagetora was doing tryouts throughout all the factions, and he joined High End, despite him on like the previous show going, "You guys are the least interesting to me."
Yeah, right. It's kind of funny. But the real story here, the real draw here, is the person that joined Natural Vibes, my boy, King R. Shimizu. His best Rikishi getup. I fucking love this man. He might be my favorite wrestler in Dragongate because I fucking love him. He's the best. He's great. He's everything I like about wrestling. He's good worker. His shtick is great. I love him. I popped so hard. I kept yelling, "My boy, look at my boy." I put it even on Twitter. It was great. I love this. It was fantastic.
Yeah, so he went from
I want him next
Bokutamo-
to do the Scotty Too Hottie. I want him to try to do the worm.
Well, it works so well because he went from Bokutamo Dragon to his Rikishi cosplay because, okay, I don't know if you know this about Mr. Big R, but he is a big Attitude Era fan.
I know. When you told me this, I was like, oh, he needs to do the Scotty Too Hottie. He needs to do the worm.
So him as Rikishi, like gear and all, and the epic sunglasses, dancing with Natural Vibes, it works perfectly. And what I was worried about was he was going to be too much shtick, kind of like the Bokutamo Dragon, because it ran its course. And Shimizu's a good worker. I like him throwing his bombs all the time. And what works for me at this moment is he is throwing his bombs and having this just fun character, which works for Natural Vibes. So as long as he's in this faction and he's doing his thing and winning and being like, if we're heading to a Twin Gate King Shimizu, I'm all for it.
Won the match too. I was like, oh, look at my boy. He's winning. He's got a new gimmick. Got a new swagger about him. I love my boy.
Yeah, and he pinned Benkei.
He sure fucking did. Get fucked, Benkei. Go down the ladder.
Poor guys. And then
I'm just
Kagetora.
happy.
Yeah, and Kagetora cut a promo, I believe, before the match. He might have. No, because Natural Vibes won the match, so they cut the promo. Before the match, Kagetora. So there's Benkei and Okada, Team Bro over there.
Team Bromance.
They got their hoods over their heads, and Kagetora basically goes, "Look, guys, High End needs a guy like me. I can help you because I have the mic skills. You guys just don't have it. Okada, you can barely speak Japanese. Benkei doesn't speak at all." And then the camera pans to Benkei, and he's got that look that goes, "Ah, fuck, he's right."
it's like all I do is lift and eat and tan, bro.
Yeah.
That's all I know. That's all I know.
I love it. Kagetora fits in well. I liked it. And then KZ defeats Kota Minoru 20 minutes. Okay. I adored this match. I thought it was excellent. I liked it more than the WWE Superstar Kazuma Sakamoto Dreamgate match against Skywalker.
So
Not
did
better
I'm
than the
with you on that
Ishida
one.
Dreamgate match.
No.
I put this at
No, I
number
think we're in
2.
alignment on that one.
Yeah, full 3-star recommendation, very easily. The near falls were incredible. Even the submission near falls, which is really hard to do these days, it feels like. It feels really tough for multiple, like both guys in the match, to have an established submission hold that can get you to buy into a finish at any point in time. And that took the King of Gate tournament to accomplish that.
Also helps that SB Kento's SB shooter has been so well protected and so well built up. That
Yes.
helps a
yeah,
lot.
Yeah. So now you buy submission holds much more. I really like that Dragongate took the time to do all that, and it all built up to this match. It was a home run to me. And KZ won.
Also,
So,
yeah,
okay.
your mid Carter won.
My mid-carder won. He was Mr. February of Despair every year, much like Kiona and Nagoya. He's won a tournament, K.
How's he going to win his title match?
He's going to Kobe World for the Dreamgate title.
And he's going to lose to shoot Skywalker.
K, I'm feeling despair.
You should. It's the correct feeling to feel when your mid Carter gets put in a title match.
I'm so afraid. I'm so happy for my favorite Dragongate guy, and I can't think he's gonna beat Skywalker.
Oh, I don't think there's a chance in hell he's beating Skywalker.
But I
Not
want
right
him
now,
to.
He's not.
I want him
Not
to.
going.
There's a part of me that goes, you know what, Skywalker? You got some good defenses in there. You got some unlucky defenses as well. We're going in the Kobe World. You're the main event. You're the young champion. I really want KZ in his prime to win this thing, so he's a legit draw main eventer for the remainder of his career. And he can cycle down, and when he starts losing the guys, it means more. I think this is a good opportunity to establish that. Do I think it has to happen? Well, no. I don't, unfortunately. I think he'll be
Skywalker's
fine.
got 2 more defenses.
Look, he's a faction leader. He's very popular, at least with me. And
Just you. And you and the women. Women like him.
yeah, I just can't, like, I wouldn't be upset if he never wins the Dreamgate title. Okay? But I'm definitely behind the guy. Because I love this guy. He's awesome. I love his matches. I love his personality. I love the group natural vibes. It's very goofy. It's definitely my thing. I'm not 100% buying into him as he has to win the Dreamgate title situation. It's very different than the Eita situation that was last year.
So what you're saying is KZ is your Momo comparison to me, where I'm okay if she never wins the red belt. I'm okay. I like watching her. I think she's fun. I'm a fan of hers. She doesn't have to win the big one. Necessary for me.
Yeah, but I'm more convinced Momo will get her time. I'm not convinced with KZ that much. I think this could be the biggest thing of his career, and he'll always have that.
All right, well, the reason I say I'm okay if she never wins it, because I don't want to have that expectation in my brain currently, because she's not the focus, right? That's a Stardom talk thing, but I kind of leave it there. But listen, KZ, if KZ won, I wouldn't be upset. I think it's cool. I like KZ. I'm with you. I like KZ. He's not my favorite. King R Shimizu is my favorite, and Shun Skywalker and Ishida. I like the good shit, right? I like good stick shit and kick shit. KZ is cool. I like KZ. But he's Kiona. You've built him in my brain as Kiona, so he's gonna sit at that table with her and have his drinks of despair. They look at Shingo and Ibushi with titles over.
Well,
New
we
Japan.
can't forget about Goto from New Japan. He's at that table with KZ and Kiona.
He is. Your three favorites all share the table.
Yeah, it's rough times.
Lovely.
So the last 2 King of Gate winners, Eita and Benkei, they both went on to win the Dreamgate title. So that bodes well for Casey, I think. I think the odds are in his favor.
The opposite of the 5-star with you, Tommy, where the stat was that no one that's won the 5-star has ever won their title match.
Right. I don't recall top of my head how 2018 and 17 went. I'd have to relook at it. I think it's the same situation, though. I think the success rate of King of Gate is quite high. If I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. The last 2 years, I know are right.
You get your hopes up, as you're trying to tell me.
I'm trying to get my hopes
he's
up,
got
but
a
also
chance.
stem them with reality. Because the reality is KZ is kind of established as that guy. So Open the Dream Gate is going to be Shun Skywalker KZ at Kobe World, July 31st. There is the there was an angle on a show prior to this podcast where Genki Horiguchi is now challenging Okada for the Bravegate title, which is very interesting because Master of the Backslide always has a chance.
So I'm seeing some breaking news on your Andrade guy. It seems he's not gonna be on the Federation show.
Oh. Well, that's a bummer.
Yeah, Mr. Big Paws at the Pub JPQ just posted it over here in our Discord.
Aww. Aww.
Boy, that sucks. Your big draw now is Meth Head Hamada.
Look, I am all in for Roosh and Dragon Lee and Ayako Hamada.
You mean Meth Head Hamada.
Triangle titles are on the line at Kobe World as well. That is our masquerade team of Estrella, Daya, and Jason Lee against Diamante, SB Kento, and Inferno. Okay, I think RED's winning these titles. Just kind of leave it at that.
I guess so. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Don't think the Twin Gates have been decided yet. That might be like a day 2 situation. That we'll see what happens with that.
Right.
Yeah. Good King of Gate. Good building. Very excited for next month, July.
Yeah, so am I. I'm excited for July as well.
You know, when you skip a lot of these Dragon Gate house shows, this is a very easy promotion to just kind of chill and watch when you can kind of situation. You kind of know. I've finally figured out like how to watch this properly without over exhausting myself.
I think you mentioned that quite frequently. I think that's actually pretty smart to do with some promotions. Like, I'm finding myself doing that with Stardom, right? I won't watch every show, but I'll watch the show with my favorite wrestlers in it, and that's it. The matches, that's it.
Yeah,
I won't watch the rest of the card.
If it's not like a big kind of Road 2 show or the big show, then if they're house shows and they're all up, you know, if there's something that piques your interest, check it out, but you don't need to watch the whole card. I think there's that overexhaustion of being a completionist is it's a dangerous road because then you get burnout very easily.
I think how I balance mine at least is I pick one promotion that I'm going to watch entire shows for, and everything else I piece around. And Ice Ribbon's the one that I watch full shows for because I always have fun watching the entire show. TJPW and Stardom I pick and choose from.
TJPW
things.
is definitely that. Definitely that.
Boy, 2018 TJPW was 100% that. Except you weren't picking matches, you were picking shows. If you're a mad person like me and you were watching everything because I had problems. It was very into everything.
Okay. Time to dive into DDT and CyberFight. Playing the drop.
So we're gonna just rub it all in at once?
I'll tell you in a second. Let me play the drop.
Okay.
All right, so the way we're doing this, since CyberFight was a massive show, like it was a huge. It drew almost 5,000 people in a state of emergency.
Yeah. Well, it's because they were not in the affected area. They did it at Saitama Super Arena, which is smart to have done that.
Yeah.
Saitama is not in lockdown right now.
Yeah, and I believe in July they're running another big show, which is going to be in a baseball stadium, so it's outside.
Ooh, is it also in Saitama or an area that's not? Because the Tokyo area is what's being affected. The general Tokyo area is the one that's being locked down. So Chikiba, Korakuen, things like that.
Might be in Saitama again? I can't remember.
So
Anyways.
Oda Ward was affected because it was it's a government-owned building. So if everything's in a state of emergency, so is Oda Ward. It's owned by the government. It's a government-run building.
All right, so I got the CyberFight Festival card in front of me. And the way that we're going to break this down is kind of what's important to talk about and what to hit. DDT, we're going to just combine the couple kind of Noah crossover matches, and we're going to bury the main event. That's all going to be here.
Should.
And then we're going to cover the TJPW stuff in the TJPW section of the podcast. Because you could realistically break the show up into 2 hours for each promotion of the three.
I don't want to watch Noah for 2 hours because fuck Noah.
So DDT had there was a battle royal. Honda won. Whatever was on the pre-show. Fine. Okay. The couple Gambari matches, indie guys, they worked hard. Enough said there. Did not care about the Noah offer matches, because that's really what these, like, the goal was, we're going to put on a match that's going to try to convince you and get familiar with that promotion. Okay? So DDT kind of had a shtick trios match, which I'll talk to in a second, while Noah decided to throw out like a trios juniors match, which kind of says more about Noah, right? If you're into the pure wrestling aspect, then you'll probably seek out more of that over, say, a TJPW, goofy idol women's wrestling thing.
It was a whole lot of fun, and they had a lot of energy come into the ring.
So the first kind of crossover match between Noah and DDT was Dino and Sasadango Machine taking on Sakuraba and Sugiura, kind of the shoot fighters situation. It went 10 minutes. It was Dino shtick.
The artist known as Dino.
I thought the PowerPoint presentation and the cord falling out was really funny at the start.
It was hilarious. The cord thing was definitely not supposed to happen, but the fact that it did was great.
It worked into it. Dino trying to make Sugiura and Sakuraba uncomfortable, but he didn't go full Dino. And
I wish he did, though.
Save that for a DDT show, I think.
That was a long pause there.
You're trying to put on this big joint show. Maybe hold back with the Dino was a good decision.
Oh, you don't hold back art, JD. You don't hold back art.
Well, the pantyhose and Sugiura, like, keeping his on for the whole time. He kept that on after the show, too.
Sure fucking did. He was listen, he turned to art, much like another person who originally did not embrace the art of Dino.
Yeah. And Noah won, so, okay, fine. Let's see here, the Noah Trios match. Okay, Damnation defeats 37 Kamina, because it sounds like sauna in Japanese. The 3-7.
Yeah. I mean, this match was okay.
I really liked it. I thought it was a good representation of what a faction-based DDT match entails. You had
right, but it definitely wasn't something from the show that I took a lot away from. It was a fine match. It wasn't memorable for me.
Oh,
the rest of the card. It also was a 6-hour fucking show, so
Well, yeah, true.
It's a bit hard to stand out when you're like middle of a 6-hour show.
You know what was memorable? This 12-man tag. Went 20 minutes.
It took me a while to get warmed up for it, that's for sure.
Oh. So it's Team DDT against Congo. And it kind of stems from Peter Pan last year, where Congo invaded DDT.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, and there's a like disrespectful rivalry story between Keno of Congo of Noah and Takagi of DDT. So Keno's Congo's group comes out. And Nakajima's there. He's kind of doing his own shtick. I think he's part of Congo, but whatever. So they're all serious. Serious Noah boys, right, Kay?
Right.
The Takagi's music hits. Here comes fucking Eruption, Nomura, Akito, Naya, Yoshimura, and Takagi, and they all have like goofy DDT weaponry with them. They got a giant hammer. They have like bat wings.
A drill. A fucking drill arm.
A drill arm. There's Yoshihiko. A bike.
Just a fucking bike.
It's all of the shit, and they just all spread out on stage. And you could hear commentary go, "Oh, Keno's not gonna like this." The camera cuts to Keno, and he's got this snarling, just the most pissed off, offended face you can imagine. It was great.
And he was muttering stuff. Like, you could tell, I feel like he was just cussing.
Oh, he was swearing up a storm. He's like, "You piece of shit motherfuckers and your DDT bullet. Get that shit out. I'm going to rip your heart out of your
trash.
throat.
What are you doing in my ring, you fucking garbage trash?"
Yeah. Oh, it was utterly fantastic. And the whole match was DDT, Team DDT trying their bullshit, and Congo just trying to kick the shit out of them, kick the comedy out of their asses. It was Keno beating the fuck out of Takagi. Just these stiff slaps, Takagi taking it, Nakajima getting involved. Occasionally, Sekiguchi would get involved, and he would be kind of the shooter, and Keno would kind of be drawn to him, and Sekiguchi would get involved. Higuchi. There was some good stuff in here. And every once in a while, on cue, DDT would do a DDT thing. My favorite was, there was two of my favorite moments. You ready for this, Kay?
Sure.
Okay. Number one was the Noah referee, who played a key factor. He was going to DQ them if they used a weapon. Okay. So Gucci Company and Yoshimura decide to get around this by blinding the referee with like a hood and then putting him in a big bear trap.
They sure did. It was great.
So you can't DQ who you don't know hit you.
Exactly. Perfect logic.
The other one was the bike. Keno sees this bike.
It was Sal's bike?
It was Hyper Misao's bike. And Keno's offended by this bike existing. But he goes, you know what's going to hurt? If I run your ass over with this bike. And he runs his ass over, and it's like, haha! And then he double stomps the bike, and they all kick the shit out of it. Oh, so much heat with us, Kay. So much heat with me.
I was mad. I was like, oh my god, it's Misao's bike. You can pay for her bike, you fools, you monsters. It's Misao's bike. How's she gonna get home now?
And then the finish came. And all while, like, Takagi is just getting the piss kicked out of him. It was so brutal.
Sure is. That poor man took all the hits.
Dude, the pictures he showed online after the match, it was just like blood vessels broken in his face. He took a beating. And the coup de grace of it all was Takagi manages to pin some member of Congo, who cares? Hao probably, or Neo, who cares? While Sekiguchi has Yoshihiko assist him in a rear naked choke on Keno and makes him watch his teammate tap out.
It was great. So one of my favorite spots was involving Yoshihiko, where they tossed Yoshihiko onto Keno, and he lost his shit.
Get this shit out of the ring. He no-sells it. He kicks it out.
He punted it so hard, I thought it flew into the crowd.
Did you hear the crowd go, aw?
Yeah, it was great. Like, they throw it on him, and he grabs it with the most disgusted, furious face, and he punts that thing so hard, I thought it flew into the crowd. I was like, oh no, he killed Yoshihiko again.
I loved it. 20 minutes. This was, like, at this point, like, this was the point in the show that really kicked it up a notch.
Another one spot that I like was the stupid drill, and them no-selling the drill.
Yeah.
He gets hit with the drill and doesn't sell it.
That's great.
I forget who hit him with it, but he's confused. He's like, why did it work? This normally works.
Yeah. Just throws it at the guy's face instead.
It was great.
The next match was one of the best tag matches of the year. I really wish there was tag titles on the line or something on the line at all. But with Team DDT winning the big 12-man, and now Team DDT winning this big tag match. This was kind of what won DDT for the night for me. Just from the offer overall perspective and the crossover. Very interesting that Ueno pinned Kiyomiya, who is regarded as their losing streak ace, which is always a good gimmick. Okay.
That's fantastic. I love when my ace can't win matches.
I have this as my number 4 tag match of the year. It's Takeshita Ueno of DDT defeating the team Kiyomiya and Inamura of Noah, who has the gimmick of Tire. He has Tire.
He has Tire. I guess I wasn't into this match. Wasn't bad. I feel like coming off that 12-man, I don't know. I couldn't get it. I was kind of burned out from that 12-man right off the bat. This was my recharge match, I felt like. Well, I was laughing and dying for that 12-man.
It went about 18 minutes. I just thought this was the greatest example of, like, your young stars that's going to carry the company going forward. But
Well, in Noah's case.
well, in Noah's case,
coming for
maybe
30
10,
years.
yeah, maybe 10 years from now they'll get to that point. But
I think
Takeshita,
20 or 30.
yeah, Takeshita and Ueno are already there for DDT, which kind of says more about the star power of importance they are in DDT compared to Kiyomiya and Inamura are in Noah. So I think that kind of plays into why these two won over the Noah duo. I thought the moves all were really good, very crisp, lots of athleticism, just a very well-built tag match. Not really much else to really criticize about it. Maybe if there was higher stakes, I would have gone even higher. But as the offer crossover match, this was my kind of show-stealing match of possibility. I thought there was only 2 other matches that could even compete with it, and this met my expectations. I was just super surprised 2 other matches exceeded my expectations for this one.
So you see, my favorite crossover match was the 12-man. That was what I wanted. I'm a big fan of the DDT shtick, so I thought that was great. I think this match, like I said, this was like my recharge match, so I don't think I was as into this after I laughing and from the previous match.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, what was put on the card, at least for me as a viewer, it didn't do it any favors. I was coming off the high of the match that I absolutely was in love with, and I hate Noah, and I love that match.
Yeah, if you're looking at Team Noah as heels, it was even better this night.
Oh yeah, especially because I'm like, fuck this old person promotion, so this was even better for me. DDT won, so it's perfect.
Okay.
They won the most DDT way possible.
KOD openweight title, Jun Akiyama taking on the heart of DDT, Hiroshima. 19 minutes. Kay, I love this. This was really good.
Yeah, I came into this match with very, very low expectations. I think I'd been quoted as saying I was very low on Akiyama's run. I couldn't figure out if it's because I thought the matches were not my thing, or because I had spent so much time away from watching DDT regularly. I couldn't get into it, but this match was really good. I didn't expect anything from it, and I was pleasantly surprised by how good it was.
Yeah, I really liked the pace that they set out with. It reminded me of a more intense version of Shingo and Okada. Like they had very similar pace, but the intensity was much higher.
Also, they had shorter time, so they had to like cram that into it. Whereas Okada,
I didn't feel like
it was a lot longer.
I didn't feel like it did.
But to use your comparison, right? The intensity was probably more because they had less time to space things out, which I thought did the match more benefit, given the style that both had.
I will also disagree with that. I didn't feel that at all. That I thought
I'm
because
saying the comparison you would make to Shingo and Okada. I was saying why
I understand what you're
saying.
Kay.
Okay,
I understand. And I don't agree with that because Akiyama and Hiroshima wrestled much like they normally do at their normal pace. It is the way they are able to have an explosivity coming off of, say, Jun Akiyama's knee, Hiroshima's double Ds. They're able to just take a couple steps and really work it. Much like how Shingo was able to reverse that Rainmaker and hit the big lariat at just the right time, Akiyama and Hiroshima just inherently work that way the entire time. And that's what Akiyama's matches have always been during this run, is working that way. Hiroshima, I haven't seen that level out of him doing this explosivity until just a couple months ago, where he faced Sekiguchi and he beat him in like 5 minutes. And because Hiroshima has been built that way over the last couple months, I bought some of these near falls that came early and often, and Akiyama was on his heels for some of this, and he ended up winning the way he has been winning a lot of these matches, where he hits a bunch of exploders and chokes the dude out. And I liked the post-match where Hiroshima was choked out, and he wakes up and he's like still fighting and furious that he lost the way he did. I head into this match with like a 3 1/4 or 3 3/4 type expectation, and I ended up with closer to a 4.255. I was going in with a 2 out of 3 recommendation. I got my full 3. I was very happy with this. And the more I look at this Akiyama run and how he's presenting himself, he started with wanting to take apart DDT and what makes up DDT, and now he's slowly becoming DDT and embracing it more and more. And it's very endearing.
I love that. I love that. So I want to preface. I wasn't saying that the match was the same as the Shingo match. The example you were using, I was trying to make sense of like how you felt that way or why. Because like you say, we kind of felt it was the same kind of intensity and pacing, but was short and done in a shorter amount of time or something. I liked the match for what it was. I enjoyed it. Like I said, I had zero expectations going in, but I have grown to love the story of. I think Dino changed the man. I'm gonna go ahead and coin it as Dino changed him.
I think you're right.
And
I think that's
like
the story
that.
being told here.
I
it's
like
part
that,
of it.
especially at the end of the show when they do like the post match or the post show photo op with all the champions, and he has fucking Yoshihiko on his back. I loved it. Also, he came to the ring with a giant mallet that wasn't used in the comedy 12-man match. He just came to the ring with a giant mallet. I was like, that's awesome. This dude rules.
Okay, so let's bury Noah now.
Oh, I mean, let's not bury the lead, right? We totally watched this match and enjoyed it, right?
So Grandpa Heavyweight Championship on the line. It's Marufuji taking on champion 58-year-old Keiji Muto. I'm going to describe this match to you and how I went about it. First of all, it went 23 and a half minutes. I gave these guys 5 minutes to do something. Okay, they went 13 before they decided to get off the ground and stop holding each other's wrists. It was a case of Old Man Muto, gas 2 minutes in, being depressing old man, and Marufuji going, oh, that's cool. I don't like working that hard anyways. I'm kind of broken myself.
So, this match was the pits. So you were generous, you gave them 5 minutes. The minute I saw them doing wrist control, I was already checked out.
Oh, it's wrist control the match. Absolutely.
It was awful. And then, so you said they got up off the mat and did stuff. They got up off the mat after this wrist control back and forth, did one move, dropkick, I think it was, or some kind of dropkick lariat or something, some stupid like strike move, and then they went right back to the fucking mat. And this time, Keiji Muto just laid there, and the camera did him no favors. It went right up on his face. He's huffing and puffing.
Well, you see, Kay,
Dude,
they had
like,
double A
We weren't
batteries.
even 6 minutes. We weren't even 6 minutes in the match. He was huffing and puffing. I was like, just take this man home. Take this man home. Tuck him into bed. Give him his warm milk. He's done.
Ruin my Sega Genesis joke I was gearing up to. I'll tell it anyways. Let's see if it hits. I felt like these guys had a Sega Genesis controller where there was only 3 buttons, the old one, and that was how many moves they were allowed to do.
So you thought it was like Street Fighter 2 on the fucking Sega where you had to press the start button to do kicks?
Right. Like Marufuji only had kicks and a Shiranui, and Keiji Muto only had a dragon screw, a
terrible looking dragon screw.
It was all they were mostly pretty bad. He had his Shining Wizard, which he
looked like shit.
Definitely hit the B button too much. Looked like ass. Not even close.
Oh, absolutely. He wouldn't even remote. So when you see a Shining Wizard, isn't like the knee supposed to be bent because like the knee and the shin are supposed to hit the head?
Well, you have to have a knee first.
Right. His leg was straight bow leg. He didn't even hit the guy because his leg was so straight he couldn't make contact.
So that was bad. And then he was saving the C button for the one moonsault that he retired allegedly 3 years ago. K? It was a shitty moonsault. I hated it.
So
I have no nostalgia for a moonsault. Look, 3 matches prior to this, we saw Ueno hit a moonsault and he flew halfway across the ring.
That looked awesome. So I don't know if I've said this on the podcast before, but you know that I've said that Charlotte Flair has the worst looking moonsault I've ever seen. She's like a plank of wood flying in the air, right? Keiji Muto topped that. His was somehow worse than that. He was like a broken piece of like lumber, barely making airborne.
Well, you see, Kay, the narrative is, but he hit the moonsault, so nothing else matters.
No, he didn't.
I am of the mind of, I don't give a shit. I can watch Keiji Muto hit a moonsault any day I want. I watched him at G1 Climax 95, and he hit 2 of them, and they looked better.
He is still suck too.
Old, depressing man, and it's depressing watching it. And Noah,
dude,
they buried Kiyomiya 10 feet under, him losing all the time. He beat up a a couple other young guys, whether they're going to be
Choked them out, right?
stars
Didn't he,
or
like,
could
choke
be
them out or
stars.
something?
The point is he buried them too. And now he lost to Marufuji on his 4th reign, a guy who doesn't need it. And the story was Muto beat himself in the end. He hit the moonsault, and he's like, oh, my knee. And Marufuji, after all of that, let's call it limb work, I suppose, hits his bunch of kicks in the final 60 seconds and pins his ass. So
He didn't even work the knee the entire match. That was the part that bothered me. He didn't even work the fucking knee.
yeah, this was atrocious.
Wrist, it was working the wrist. They're both working the fucking wrist for no reason. That didn't play into anything or do anything. Or
No,
just
they're
seemed
doing.
like it was wasting time.
I am not giving this match any praise. I thought it was horrible. I thought it was Ambien. Okay,
And just to steal my thing, it was an ambient match, put you to sleep.
this was absolutely Ambien. If I'm having trouble sleeping, which I might do, not tonight after all this podcasting, but if I'm having trouble sleeping like later in this week, I might just put this match on because I will immediately pass out at least within the first half. This is bad. This is we talked about Gaeaism and Joshi promotions repeating mistakes of the past. Noah's repeating the mistakes of their own past. Because let's not forget, 10 years ago, they were in the doldrums. They were closing because they hadn't created any new stars. And by the time they wanted to, they had already beaten them up from the people of the past before. And now they're just doing it again by Muto and Marufuji and Sugiura. All these guys who are in their 40s and 50s, not spring chickens anymore. And there is a time where it's too late to put these young guys over. Because then it's just
once you hit a certain point, they're damaged goods. You can't put them over
right.
anymore.
They will never be perceived as better than the generation prior, and that is such an issue with so many promotions. You have to be able to make these fresh young talents take over, pass the torch to them, and what a shock! Muto didn't do that. Not that he should, like, if he was in an offer tag match and he's hitting a flash magic and saying his motherfucker every now and again, and I don't know, he can hit a moonsault anytime he wants, I suppose.
Who cares?
That's the place for him. You don't need him at the top of the card.
And they closed the show with this, which is the dumbest thing to do.
Oh yeah, and it damages the promotion too.
So all I'll say now about Muto and his old man running is you take Grandpa, take him to his bed, you tuck him in, you give him his warm milk, and you keep him off the fucking show. Sucks.
Yeah, we're gonna see more of him, and it wouldn't shock me if he wins.
I already know.
He's gonna win another title in this promotion, Kay. Mark my words.
Dude, I've already seen the clip of him in his great Muto thing, just fucking misting a stupid drone like a dweeb. I hate KG Muto. He sucks. He represents everything I don't like about old wrestlers. He can't work. He's like Hota. He's the Yumika Hota of the male scene. Except he's more successful than her, so I guess he's got that going for him.
He at least was a bona fide money drawing star at one point. Absolutely.
Yes, he at least was that, but I put him in the same category as I put Hota.
I'm not entirely
nothing.
convinced he was the big reason why Noah was able to sell as many tickets allegedly as they were over the last this show and the previous one. It's funny because
people keep saying they sold tickets, but they're not publishing attendance numbers. So how the fuck do we know?
I mean, there's alleged attendance numbers out there, but I'm not buying it.
No, I'm not. They didn't post attendance numbers for any of them. I think.
Well, it's just like the alleged attendance of Gaeaism at 1,500. I mean, I'm sure that's paid. I don't think that's how many actually attended.
Right, they sold those tickets but didn't refund them, which made people mad at Chigusa, which I've never seen people actually mad at Chigusa before, so it was kind of shocking to see.
Yeah.
People were genuinely pissed off at her for not refunding it.
Yeah, all right. So that was DDT and Noah's CyberFight Festival. We will cover the rest of Tokyo Joshi Pros in that section. Just right fast, King of DDT had started. They had their first round. Hiroshima Oishi had a decent match. Hino beat Sekiguchi. That was good, 11 minutes. Mao, Soma Takao was all right, I guess. Takeshita Akito is a hard skip. Not a fan of their dynamic together. Sasaki had a 2-minute screwjob match against Ueno, so, heel stuff. Akiyama against Shun was goofy. It was fun. It was fine. Higuchi beats Yoshimura. They threw some bombs at each other. And the only match I can really recommend is the Endo Chris Brooks match. It went 21 minutes. I did really like that. Endo defeated Chris Brooks. Good way to start off the tournament, I thought. Go if you have the time, go check out the main event. So there's my quick rundown there. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's the start of a tournament. I think they did a good job getting you to get into it, and coming off of CyberFight Festival, I think it was a good decision for DDT to immediately head into a tournament the way they did. And the winner will be at Peter Pan, which I believe is tradition. So let's play Stardom and K.
Yes.
I think I got to play Shuri.
I think you can play with that or Tommy.
Don't have it, Tommy.
Damn it, what's wrong with you?
I made a bunch of new drops too, at least a few. But here's Shuri. Okay, so Tokyo Dream Cinderella. Let me go over the card right quick, Kay, if you don't mind.
Sure, go right ahead.
Because we're gonna hit on the important talking points here. Maika defeats Unagi in the opener to go to the finals. Saya Kamitani defeats Himika in 9 minutes to go to the finals herself. There was a shuffle 3-way tag that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of goofiness to it. Azumi and Natsupoi were team high speed. They defeated the team of Julia and Tam and Mina
No. Oh, yeah, they pinned Momo and Mina.
Well, they pinned Mina. I'm saying they defeated the other two because they won the match.
Okay.
Mina and
Okay, my
Momo
bad.
were a team. 13 minutes this went. Oedo Tai defeated Stars. So Starlight Kid, it was the full RED treatment here, where there was a pinfall. Ref gets ripped out of the ring. They tie Mayu to the corner turnbuckle as they pin Starlight Kid, and then rip her away and make her watch as Starlight Kid is in total despair. And Natsuko Tora was the one that got the pin there. Saki Kashimo was the one that pinned not just Mayu, but also Koguma, so Killer Saki. The Ballad of Saki versus Mayu continues. We'll get into the emotion felt in that match and what we think is happening next. And then the Cinderella tournament final was 15 minutes. Saitani zooms all over Maika and her hamstring issues. And then in the main event, a match of the year contender getting a lot of praise and buzz. Utami, Hayashishida, and Shuri go to a double knockout finish in 43 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay. So, do we have any thoughts over the semifinals other than decent matches?
No, but I wanted to point out one quick fact here about Stardom. So,
Oh, yeah, you did have
AJW.
those. Yeah.
as AJW used to run the Budokan, the Nippon Budokan, the National Budokan, Oda Ward. Those were their big venues they were known for, right? We both know this, right? They didn't run them every year. I don't think we ran Budokan every year, but they would run them every couple years, every year or two, every 3 years, but they would be their big, giant arena shows, right? Stardom is the only company since AJW to have run Oda Ward and Budokan in the same year. Actually, they're the only ones to run both of those venues, period. Outside of AJW. AJW and Stardom are the only two promotions to do this. Even Gaia did this. They ran Oda Ward, but they never ran Budokan.
Okay.
There's your big fun fact. So Stardom is AJW, confirmed. Trying to say. I'm gonna keep pushing that narrative because I think it's true.
Okay.
But that's it. I mean, the shovel tag was fun. That's kind of the semifinal matches were good, but the shovel tag was a whole lot of fun. Momo doing the Mina stick was also fun.
Yeah. What is your opinion over should a kind of comedy character focus match be on a pay-per-view like this, a major one?
I think it's fine. It broke things up. It was what it needed to be, right? You had your tournament, and you needed your break between the tournament, and you needed your break between the emotional moment that you're going to have a Stars and a tie. Having something like this be a middle of the pack sort of mood changer, sort of relief thing, kind of relieve some of the tension from the 2 tournament matches prior, was perfect. I think anyone who doesn't want this on an arena show forgets that you need to pace a card out a certain way. Otherwise, you'd burn the audience out by the end of the show.
Yeah,
So this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, because after everything that we're going to see later, with having such a lighthearted mood coming out of this 3-way tag, I think that set a good emotional kind of bar for what was to come. I definitely agree with you on the importance of putting something like this on a card, and from what I can gauge, a lot of Stardom fans from the past really appreciated a match like this. It
felt like something that was done back in the earlier days of Stardom, like the sort of costume battle royal and the junket tournament. It felt like one of those things, and I enjoyed it for that. I think it was nice. I also like the fact that it had a lot of big names in it. I know some people didn't like that it had Julia, Tam, and Momo and all that in there. But I thought it was good because if you just had matches with them in it, like just regular matches in the card with them, you would have burned the crowd out.
I think so as well.
Because you already had you had a whole tournament that you had, like the whole last leg of the tournament, then you had an emotional match, and a 40-something minute title match that you knew you were going to do. So to have a couple less big matches for one nice comedy match to sort of change a tone and set a pace there, perfect booking on their part.
I think it was good. It reminded me of the past, and it's something like TJPW is really good at doing for more serious matches higher on the card.
Right.
Okay.
Well, their whole promotion's character based, so they do a lot of those anyways.
So Oedo Tai actually did a heel thing for once and did it well. Your thoughts on Starlight Kid feeling despair?
So this is the big, genuinely shocking moment, because I didn't expect Stars to lose. I expected Saki to be the one poached, because I think Mayu had hinted at that. She said she wasn't going to get Yoniyama back, but then the commentary said that she did, so I must have missed something there. But I thought Stars was going to win this, right? So when Starlight Kid got pinned, it was genuinely a shocking moment. Now, I don't think this one's going to stick. If they're smart, it won't stick, right? This is going to build to something between Natsukatora and Mayu, like a big singles match. Because I don't want another faction feud match, right? I think 2 of them now done this way is enough. I think another one would be too much. I don't know if you feel the same way. But I think another one would be too much. You've done 2 of these. Last person pin. The limit is to the other faction matches. You don't need to do another one. I think this is going to go to either a Mayu Natsukatora if Mayu loses, she joins a Oedo Tai, or Stars disbands, or what I like the idea of, and what I think would be a good idea to goad Natsukatora to put Starlight Kid on the line is, if I lose, I retire. That's something that would stoke Natsukotora's ego, right? I retired Mayu Iwatani. I didn't just have you join a Oedo Tai, I made you quit.
That's an idea.
That might be what they're going towards. I think that'd be the perfect idea. Now, if they don't do that, I'm not going to be upset. But I do think that that's a good idea. If they do another faction elimination match, I might be a little miffed. 2 of them is fine. 3 of them is too much. I don't think Starlight Kid's going to stick. I think they've already done a lot to build her as a big babyface, both marketing-wise, right? And sort of how they present her. She just had a new T-shirt released. So I feel like as much as we want to say booking shouldn't affect how you market things, I think in Bushiroad's case, or Stardom's case, how they market things is kind of important to pay attention to some extent, right? Starlight Kid, she's being positioned as this big number 2 babyface, right? She's so good. She's been on TV shows, right? She's a big babyface, really lovable, really likable. To make her a heel would kind of take a lot away from her, I think. I think part of the appeal is she's the happy, bubbly face, tiger mask done thing, right? Sky Tiger. So I don't think it sticks. And I don't think she's demasking either. If they do that, that's kind of dumb. Those masks sell like hotcakes. You don't do that. It's a merchandise seller right there.
Yeah, I think it's a little early to look at all of this as Stardom's booking is filled with despair. with how they treat Starlight Kid. I don't think it's going to be the same way that they treated Death. I've seen that go around.
No, I don't think that's going to be the case at all. So like they value Starlight Kid too much. They're not going to do that.
I agree that the story that's probably going to be played out is Mayu continues to work to get Starlight Kid back, and there's going to be some big ultimatum where the evil heel group wants to take anything and everything away, and it's their own, greed hubris. It's a very good story. That's an RED thing in Dragongate, and it ends up being their own demise, where Stars finally gets their revenge. I mean, that's the babyface heel story that works tried and true, and that's how it should.
This was the Oyo Tai story. Oyo Tai's done that before, right? We did the whole how Tam left, right?
Yeah.
They kept fucking over Queen's Quest. Momo got pissed that she wanted to kill them. So it was Queen's Quest versus, Oyo Tai with the last member of each group. They lost. They had to leave the faction. And that was Kagetsu's idea. And it blew up in her face.
Yeah, and a shocking moment like this, I think it was needed to reinvigorate the feud. It keeps you interested in what Mayu's going to do next. And unfortunately, for what we're going to find out, is Natsukatora got a big win. And we'll talk about that later in a second. Sai Saitani, zoom. She gets the dress. She looked like $1 million. She defeated Micah Style, to my despair. 15 minutes, 5 seconds. I like this match, but it was just getting going. And then it ended. I was like, well, fuck. Wanted this to go at least 5 more minutes.
I have the opposite mind. I thought it ended right at the perfect moment. I thought the way they had built the match and sort of especially with Micah, because she was exhausted, because Kamatani had a battle with Himika, but by the end of that match, Kamatani wasn't like beat up and gassed, but Micah came in already beat up.
Well, she had that hamstring,
they
baby.
They did a good job of having Unagi wear her down. That'd be kind of how Unagi might win, is by wearing her down. And so when she goes in this match, she had time to breathe and rest, but she's still banged up, so she's not fully there, and I thought that was perfect. I bought into every near fall. It was done very, very well. And I will say this: Matani's the first person to wear that dress that's genuinely looked really good in. Now, I don't know if it's because they had a big match in between, so she could get dolled up, unlike the other times when they didn't really do that. But she's the only one to come out in the dress. It looked like she, wasn't just going through a wrestling match to put the dress on.
That was a good decision. I really liked them doing that. And there was a part of me going into the show that I thought they were going to end with the Cinderella final. And I was really happy to find out that Utami Shuri was going to be the main event. And
she played that into the story with Utami, and I liked that. She hasn't main evented these recent shows.
Boy, what a first one too. Whew. Saitani.
It's not a first one, but it was definitely Utami, right?
Yeah, was her? Oh well, she main evented the Korakuen show. Yeah. Well, okay.
No, she main evented the show with Momo. With Mayu.
She did.
The story was that she hasn't been the past.
She hasn't
couple
been
big
main
shows,
eventing.
She hasn't.
Okay, yeah.
The past couple big ones, yeah, that was the story.
But I got a kick out of Julia on commentary in these last two matches where she's yelling fucking shit in the main event. She's pissed off Saitani got a trophy when she didn't last year.
No, she got a trophy, but
it wasn't this like cool looking thing. It was the old shitty one.
She even tweeted about how she was mad that she got the cool trophy while she still had the hand-me-down one here. This is fucking great.
It's good stuff.
I was listening to the English commentary, so we got to talk about the fact that there was two commentary channels. There was the Japanese and the English, and I went to the English one because I wanted to try it out. And Sonny, the guy that does the translation for the subtitles.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I thought he did a good job. Now I know some people are going to kind of give him crap because it's his first time commentating, sure. And he did get one name wrong at the beginning. He called Unagi Utami when they were running down the card.
English isn't his first language, I don't think. Right?
It is. But I think he was nervous. He's looking at the roster sheet of the card, and he read Unagi's Utami. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's nerves.
It was the only time he messed up. I see people giving him shit for it. But he did a good job. He didn't try to do like Aki does, where he's constantly trying to fill dead air. I think Aki does that too much, and he makes things awkward and cringy at times.
I agree.
And it felt like when he didn't need to say anything, he didn't say anything. When he wanted to interject a fact of some kind, he did. When the other guy with him, I forget his name, called to him for an opinion, he gave his opinion. He did a good job for someone who's new. He kept himself limited to what he knew, what he could do, and didn't try to overextend himself. He did a very good job. He also gave context to things that I didn't even know, because there are things that were in articles, like the whole Utami thing. I didn't know that she had been so upset and that she was drinking and was depressed because she hadn't main evented. She didn't main event Budokan, and it upset her a lot.
Sure, he wasn't running up any bar tabs, was she? On Utami?
I sure hope not.
Is that why they fought and threw bombs at each other's face the whole time? Like, you didn't pay me back for that double shot, bitch.
I think also a nice little thing that was added in commentary was the play-by-play guy asked, Shuri isn't normally this playful and stuff, is she? And Sunny pointed out, well, she is when she finds somebody that she's really enamored by, and he points out Momo.
Right, yep.
She did the same thing with Momo,
yeah.
and then Azumi. And Azumi, she's like, she gets very enamored with somebody. She goes this sort of very attached of personality to her. And the Playboy guy didn't know that. And he's like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I was like, that's perfect.
It's good stuff.
It's great. He did a good job. He did a very good job.
Let's see. Well, back to the Saitani Micah match. I still really liked it. I did think it ended a little early. That's just, just my thoughts, because I was really into it, Kay. I really, really like Micah's level of selling, how she's able to draw you into her match, how she's able to just do a lot of the nuanced things. You ready for an absurd comparison? You ready? I like making these absurd comparisons.
Go right ahead, because I got something I got to point in with your Micah here.
Micah style?
Love.
Micah style is Bret Hart style. You know what Bret Hart style is?
Boring and submission work?
Oh, fuck you! My God. Really swung low with that one. Man.
I knew that was a good reaction out of you. It's great.
God damn it. So Micah went into this, and I think so many wrestlers need to do this. Now, I have a theory that she actually has a bum hamstring and it's bothering her, but she played into the match more.
She might.
And that's what Bret Hart would do. If he had a legit injury, he would play it up in the story. That's what he would do. And as the match goes on, he wouldn't oversell it. There's too often where you see wrestlers where they just roll around, they writhe in pain, and then when the time comes when they have to, power up and power through the pain, you believe it less. Because what's the objective here? It's to make you believe that they're hurt. And Micah, with her heavily taped hamstring and her constantly kind of moving it around, hitting it, stretching it out, Saitani kicking it, really focusing on taking the power of the legs away. When Micah was finally able to hit, I'll tell you what moment really brought it home. So she was going to do her big top rope superplex, but she usually hangs out on that second tier. This time it's the big match, and she went to the top and she shook. And it wasn't just at the top; it was before it. You saw her legs kind of moving. I absolutely believe that was on purpose, because that's what Micah does. She really does these things so well that a lot of wrestlers just don't do. And so when she hit that big superplex from the top in a big match like this, I was like, let's go. We still got 5 minutes left. And then this is where there does come a time in matches where you get so engrossed in it that you just don't think the peak matches your engrossment. And that's where I was in this match. So I really like this. Saitani hit her shooting star, hit her Phoenix Splash, looked great. Good win.
So I would put out, that's the first time she's hit it that standing shooting star press in a year.
Yeah, it has been that long.
It because she couldn't hit it, and she hit it perfectly. She hit it perfectly. I was like, you didn't hit your face. You didn't neck yourself.
It was good. Yeah, and they pulled out a lot of big moves for this match. It's exactly what they were capable of. It really shows off the golden generation, as Rossi would call it. That's what he calls it, right?
That's what he's calling them. Yeah, he's calling them the golden generation.
Yeah, it's a great name for him. I absolutely see it. Whether I don't like Saitani's choice of gear and tassels, this girl just can't be denied. She constantly just keeps proving me wrong time and time again. And
She's way too talented. Anyone
I'm
who
like,
thinks at this point that she's not good is wrong.
okay, this is where I feel despair. You know where my despair is? You make fun of me. I like my overachieving mid-carders. God damn it.
I was just about to make a joke about this.
Wish I was a Saitani fan. I wish I was an Utami fan. Because if I was, I'd be on fucking King's Road here, just going, fuck yeah. So my only hope is Micah, because she's getting pushed. And she absolutely deserves it. She's earned it so much because of all of these nuanced things that wrestlers just don't do. And she has it. And you can just tell Rossi really recognizes this, or Mayu recognizes, whoever is booker trainer, this week, next week, last week, they recognize her talent. She is a high level talent, and it all started based on that Momo win from the 5-star. You remember that one?
So, yeah,
it kind of came out of nowhere, and ever since then, Micah's been on this upward trajectory, and you don't feel like she's overpushed. You feel like she's being presented at a higher level with room to grow. And I like this. I like this feel of progression for her.
Answer me this: if she ends up like your Jungle Kiona's here, what's the level of despair you're gonna feel if she becomes an overachieving mid carder like the rest of your favorites?
Okay, we're not talking about that yet. Let me get on. Let me stay on my high here.
I have to bring you down, man. To bring your expectations, because you're a fan of her, and that usually means she's an overachieving mid carder.
Usually it's usually the black spot, if you will. Yeah, with my favorites.
So, are we gonna talk about this fucking ruled ass, awesome ass match between Shuri and Utami?
Okay, yeah, they went to a 30-minute draw, much like
which worked me. That worked the crap out of me.
It worked the shit out of everybody, and I laughed so hard. And
so, did you already know? Did you already know it did that beforehand?
No, I was 100% unspoiled on this entire show.
So, did it work you as well originally?
No, I thought they just went to a draw, and I was like, "Oh, cool, okay." So that plays into the.
I was upset by that.
Here, let me explain. Shuri went to a 30-minute draw with Julia in December, which I really liked.
Right.
And in my head, I immediately went, "Oh, Shuri can't get over the hump. She's a main eventer that can't win the main event." And I really like that story. So I was like, all right, I'm in. Shuri misses out on yet another big time important match that can take her to the next level. I was in. And then Shuri gets on the mic and she's like, I'm still going. I still got guts. You got guts, bitch.
This where English commentary came in perfect.
Oh, I didn't need it. So she's saying I want a time extension basically, and
but that's how she said it though. It's how she said it that I thought was very good.
How did she say it?
So she goaded Utami into agreeing. So what happened was she got onto the mic and she's like, "You're not happy with this, are you? You're not happy with this." She looked at Rossi. "Give us a time extension. Do you agree to get?" And turned back to Utami. "Do you agree to a time extension? You're not happy about this, are you?" She slid the mic to her. And Utami, I think, said, "No, I'm gonna beat you now. Give us a time extension." That
is good. That's what I thought Utami did say. So that's great babyface work. It gives a lot of character to Utami, who's a very stoic personality, which is good. That's good stuff. That is how you build someone up very well. So they got more time, and I was like, all right, I'm in even more. So I'm like, I love that. What are they going to do? And they were already working at this. Just like you follow my Twitter timeline at BullyingJD, I was in. I was like, Shuri's working the arm. Utami's slowly losing power. Shuri has the ground game. She has the submission game. Utami, she doesn't have a submission game. She doesn't have a ground game. Not to the level of someone with a technical background. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's Shuri's wheelhouse. She's not going to win over Shuri. So that was good strategy from Shuri. There was so much sports orientation behind this. I was super engrossed. So Utami's last hope was her power game, but her arm was worked. So when she hit the BT bomber and she's hitting these moves with one arm, I was like, this is next level type work rate here. This is next level engaging in-ring rope storytelling. And when that time extension hit, they both felt like they had something to prove. It was like overtime in the NHL playoffs. And every single hit mattered. It was harder than the last. They were going for the knockout. And then it ran through my mind. This is what Devil Masami and Nagayo were doing in 86.
I was going to say that. This is like an AJW match.
And
that's what hit to me the most.
Yeah.
This
like
was AJW through and through.
Shuri was only going for kicks to the head. Utami was only going for forearms to the head. It was just, and they were just going to blows back and forth. And I could not look away. And if you follow my timeline, when they did the double knockout, I went, oh my God, they actually did the Masami Nagayo KO finish. And it's not the exact same thing, but the theory is all there and it worked the same. And you know how hard it is to get someone to buy into a finish like this without feeling gypped?
So can
hard.
Can I say my piece on this now? Because I feel like what you just said there is how I build up to this. So I was watching this live. So from the start they started slow, which I liked because I like the feeling out process between the two. Right, Utami's a big power wrestler, Shuri's a striker. Right,
it's big main event style.
They're the antithesis of each other. Right. If Utami gets too close for power, she gets struck. If Shuri tries to get too overzealous, she gets caught in power moves, right? So it's perfect strategy for the two. And they kept working as they kept building and building, and the strikes were getting heavier and harder. Every time Utami hit that deadlift German and she couldn't put Shuri away, I popped. Shuri locked in every one of her new finishers. You know those Chinese zodiacs that she was doing? He locked in every one of them, I think, and did not finish off Utami. Utami kept getting to the ropes. Utami kept breaking out of things. Utami we kept getting her for the torch rack bomb. Shuri was having none of it. The match was a war. By the time they hit the 30-minute time draw, I was mad because I wanted this match to finish because it was so good. And then, this is why I think English commentary was important for me. Because of how, I don't know if it was being paraphrased, but with how it was being said, that what they were saying, I was like, yes, motherfucker, give me more. By the time they were 10 minutes into the overtime, I was like, if this goes 60-minute draw, I'm still happy. This is a war. They were wore out. Like, you could tell, like, Utami's, like, her elbow pad stuff was gone. It's off of her body. At some point in the match, it's gone, right? Shuri just rips it off, her arm stuff. Shuri's arms, like, I just looked at their gear. Their gear was beat up and in tatters. Right? Utami doesn't have her arm things. Her knee pads are hanging off. Shuri's arm things are scrunched down to her arms. Her knee pads are hanging off. She's all beat up, right? Her straps are coming down to the side a little bit. She's exhausted. Her hair's a mess. Both of them are a mess. They're huffing and puffing. They're sweating. They're leaning on each other trying to get moves going. I was like, this is fucking AJW. This is I can't think of another promotion that's been able to replicate the AJW feel and style of a main event. Oh, Stardom has been the only one to do it. Because remember how I'd always said that they're AJW without the work rate of AJW? This match corrected that. Because this was an AJW match. This fits in the 80s and the 90s. Am I wrong on that?
No. Because
this was an AJW match. It was so
as I was
perfect.
watching this, I compared this to that match in 86 that, if you listen to AJW Destiny, you listen to me cover the Summer Night Festival of that era, that's what that was. That's what this was. And this isn't the only match we've said this about this year. The hair versus hair match, we can't forget.
Yeah, so this is the two matches, but this one, the Julia versus Tam match, felt like a homage to AJW matches. It felt like it kind of had the spirit of it, but wasn't an AJW match. I feel like it channeled the spirit of AJW.
In a way, yeah, sure.
I feel like that channeled the spirit of AJW. This fucking was AJW.
I see. I like your reasoning. I like your reasoning.
I've watched this match 3 times.
Oh God, you're crazy.
Dude, this is my favorite match of the year. I didn't think it was possible to top Tam Julia, but motherfucker, they did it. This match, by the end of the double knockout, I was applauding. I was so happy. Like, this match is perfect. It's a perfect match. You know how hard it is to make a perfect match? Match
Well,
was
apparently
perfect.
not that hard with you, given all these 5-star ratings out.
Well, here you go. You ready to get mad at me? 6.5 stars,
Ah,
motherfucker.
of course you
this
would.
match was awesome.
I feel like you just make up numbers at this point. You're like, whatever.
Dude, it takes a lot for me to break my scale because I usually don't go past 5, right? Even if I give things, you say I give out 5 stars like candy, but I don't break my scale often. I think the only time I've broken the scale was been this year with the Suzu Tsukasa and the hair versus hair match. But this match broke both of those because this match is the first time I've watched a match and I'm like, dude, how many decades has it been since this style has been invoked properly? Because there's been some promotions that have tried. It's
been hard.
And failed horribly. It has been decades. And I sat back at the end of this match, like, I need a beer, I need a cigarette, and a fucking nap. This match was awesome. Stardom is AJW. If you're not on board with that now, get off the train. You're wrong. This is an AJW
You're
promotion.
wrong.
Rossi has channeled AJW into this promotion. I can't think of another promotion that's been able to do it so perfectly. Fucking O. Match of the year. Best match in the company's history.
So, 3 out of 3-star recommendation. I don't think that's controversial.
No, I was like my 6.5 stars over here. Yeah.
I really loved it. Where I still rate the Tam Julia match more is the emotional connection I felt. That's the separation
story.
between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because I think in ring work wise and booking, they're equal. So I still give the edge to Tam Julia. So I'm really upset at Stardom here because I want to keep touting Ice Ribbon, and they're making it really hard.
Oh no, I think by the time they ran Budokan, I was like, yeah, Stardom's the promotion of the year. Even if the rest of the year they just coast.
This isn't fair because
I think
I really want to
promotion of the year.
put Suzu Tsukasa up there, but they're making it much harder with keeping. They're trying to top themselves every time, and Stardom's upsetting me here, Kay. And also,
listen, I feel you on this.
I'm doing my little YouTube Fire Pro Predict series. Fire Pro is very difficult to predict a double knockout, so I'm also very upset that this was my first one that Fire Pro got incorrect.
You also get the Sheeta Britt Baker one wrong. Didn't Sheeta win that one on yours?
No.
I could have swore you said Sheeta won like a buzzsaw kick or something.
No, buddy. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. Red Leaf Retrocast.
I don't need your terrible, awful predictions. Ugh. Fire Pro. Only scrubs play Fire Pro. Real men play the 2K series. I couldn't even say that with a straight face.
No, you can't. Yeah. Fucking great show. Built for the future. Look. Shuri versus Julia. Shuri versus Utami is in the pocket for the future. You still have that Utami-Julia big match. You can throw Mayu in there at any point. And now you got... you basically have Micah firmly in the white belt conversation now. Saitani versus Tam is on the horizon. Unfortunately... You know what? I'm going to keep going here. They have big money matches at any point in time they can throw out for a major show to fill arenas. And I think with the press this is getting, with the reactions and the praise, they're only going to get bigger and better, and especially in Japan. Like, if I have a feeling this match is making front page type stuff.
Oh, the hair versus hair match made front page.
Yeah.
This is definitely making front page. They did the impossible. They did what I thought was impossible.
Now,
That's why I put this above the hair versus hair match. They did the impossible, I thought.
Now, unfortunately, Natsuko Tora came out and challenged Utami. I said,
That match
fuck
is
off.
gonna suck.
I said, fuck off immediately. I don't want to see a shitty match after this. And we're going to watch a shitty
So
match.
that seems like a Cork and Hall title defense.
I said put that shit in Shinkiba so I don't have to watch it.
I put it in Shinjuku face.
But Utami is a bona fide star.
If you don't believe that now, you're wrong.
She has an absolute main event aura and feel to her. Not even 3 years into her career. Super prodigy. It's her and Suzu at this point. It's crazy.
If you think Utami's a bad wrestler and you don't think she's a star, you're just wrong. You're blind at this point. I can't believe you.
She has that
After
kind
a
of
match
power.
like that.
Oh no.
No.
You know what I'm gonna compare this to right now? I think you're right with the Cork and Hall. Utami versus Tora is. You feel what I'm gonna say?
I think you're gonna channel one tomahawk chop at Yukari Omori. Are we?
Yukari
going there?
Omori against Chigusa Nagayo, where you have
Get
the
outta
bona
here, I
fide
don't want this.
bona fide star of the company able to put on a match with Tomahawk Choppy.
So you better be wrong by that, because if Tora wins this match, I'm gonna get mad at you.
I didn't say Devil Masami, bitch.
She beat Chigusa too.
Well, that was in the cup. This is for the title where Chigusa won.
Be the one where Chigusa bladed for her stupid tomahawk chop.
No. Chigusa beat Miss Tomahawk for the title. That was the big. That was the big match.
She bladed for the tomahawk chop in that match.
Well, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You got to try your best to get bad workers over, or bad connection workers. Whatever
Jesus
you want to
fucking
phrase it.
Christ.
I hate. I have zero interest. I don't want to watch a Natsuko Tora red belt match. She's not good enough for that top spot. Frustrated. I'm very frustrated with that.
Listen. Let's keep having thoughts. I think we've had enough to spare this episode off me alone.
They put it in Shinkiba. They put it in like a card where it's like a third from the top. Put the tag titles and white belt above it. I'll have less to spare. You main event something with that, I'm not watching it. I have no interest.
I mean,
Because I also have a feeling it's going to be some RED Bullet Club Oedo type bullshit where I'm just going to be furious. And there's going to be ref bumps and all this garbage where it's just going to ruin the match and keep that fucking mid 2000s. Whatever. I'm
Hey.
bringing it down.
Don't
I'm
worry
mad.
about
Now
it.
I went
Don't
on a
worry
rant.
about it. Don't worry about it.
God. All right. Let me play. You want Yuka or Miyu?
Miyu, because her song rocks.
All right. Okay, we're going long. I think we kind of felt this was happening though.
Yeah, so we had too much to talk about. As much as we tried to abbreviate things, there was just too much to talk about.
Whew. Okay,
I feel like we just got one match here we're talking about, right? Just the one match.
It's one match, so I could streamline through TJPW because they haven't really run shows. They got shows coming up. Listen to the Crash Rabbit podcast if you want kind of the house shows and the builds and
a very good job over there.
Yeah, they do a very good
TJPW
job. I like
stuff.
that, and they generally enjoy the promotions. It makes for a good listen. I like what they're doing here. There. Okay, so pre-show 10-man tag, B-Star, Endo, Neko, Miyamoto defeat Bird Girl Toribami. She looked good. Kiryu, Now, Palm, and Raku. Fine. Rookie looked good.
Yeah, Kiryu had chaps now. That's a bad choice for Gear.
Oh yeah, she did. Yeah. Mirai Mayumi continues to look good. She's having a UWF match against Miyu Yamashita. That should be fun.
She sure is.
The three-way tag I really enjoyed. It was Misao and Shoko defeating Daydream, Rika, and Miyu, and the Bakuretsu sisters. Shoko was out of her mind in this. So this was the theme for TJPW. They worked their asses off on this show. They definitely
came to the ring too. They all ran down that ramp full of energy and spunk, unlike some of the men who came down the ramp.
It was always Noah. Noah was always like stoic and walking and trying to be cool. And TJPW was out to prove they belonged there. Shoko specifically just was a machine here.
She was mental. She was out of her skull.
Yeah.
She was so good on another level.
And then when it came time to do the double team moves, Daydream and the Bakuretsu sisters were right there to be the base, to do the power, to do the double team. They were awesome. And Misao did her shtick, but she was mostly kind of absent the time and kind of was a good use for her because it got to show what TJPW was able to bring. And of all of the offer matches on the entire show, I thought this was the second best.
Because the idol match, the one that happened next, was the best one. Yes.
Yes. So, and there's a reason why for that. Do you disagree with anything that I just mentioned?
No, I 100% agree.
All right. So we have Team Ito-sama Respect New Army or whatever they're going by. I don't remember. It's Ito, Kobashi, and Kami. Okay. Team Idol model.
Team Idol Gravier Gal model.
And they're taking on Hikari Noa, Mizuki, and Yuki Arai. Now, I really liked the placement of this match. It went 13 minutes. You had AKB48 or former member, right?
Current member.
Oh, she is a current member.
She's a current member.
Oh, I thought she was a retired member.
No, she's a current member at ringside.
Okay, well, what was her name? Like Jin.
I forget. My girlfriend, she told me she was a current member. That's always I know. Because I had shown that back to her. Because I remember when we watched it, I thought she was a current member, but wasn't sure. And my girlfriend confirmed because she's big.
It starts with a J, SKB. And now I can't remember. Anyways, so
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
AKB48 member, current J name on commentary, and she's
an
a big
older member. She's an older member. It's like Arai.
Okay.
So.
She's a big deal. Yuki Arai is a big deal, and this was brilliant. So she's the new hotness, and Kay, this is a total work, and I love how it comes off as so real, where they said she's only going to wrestle once a month, and she comes in, Maki Ito berates her, embarrasses her, and beats her, and says she needs to try harder, and now Yuki Arai wants to wrestle more and get better. So now she's already broken the rule. What a great story.
It's great. I think we're gonna turn into Yuki Arai being a full-time wrestler.
Oh, they're gonna work towards it. Part of the story, and Maki Ito as her antithesis,
Her foil, if you will.
Her foil, yeah. It's so perfect because she's a fired idol, jealous of the successful idol. And
no, she's jealous of the successful, and she's like, "You're in my world now."
Right, yeah, and this match was all about. Look, Hikari Noa is the current idol, sort of, kind of.
I mean, Up Girls are idol group, yeah, I guess.
Mizuki might as well be.
The Mizuki is just there to be happy.
And Yuki Arai is the celebrity coming in. And Marika Kobashi's the model, Kamiyu's the model, and they're the support heels for Maki Ito, and they played their role so well. They're poking people in the eye, they're stomping on hands and fingers.
They came out and danced and did the song with her.
Oh, yeah. They're backup dancers to Maki Ito. They're playing along with Ito, making them call her, I think it was like God Ito or something.
No, Ito-sama, yeah.
Yeah, God Ito. And
my favorite thing is Ito flipping the bird to the AKB48 member at ringside on commentary.
Oh, she corpsed.
It was great. Like the girl, they panned at her face and they had to cut away for a second because she was like corpsing. She was laughing. She was so, I think she was shocked at first. She went, huh? And they started laughing.
So
great.
Yuki Arai, what Kay is describing here is Yuki Arai's in the ropes, pointed towards the commentary table where where the idol member is. And Kobashi and Kamiyu are holding her, so Ito's on the apron, and she starts going, hey, Jin, let's call her Jinrei. I don't think that's her name, but I feel like I'm in the ballpark.
Maybe.
She's like, hey, look over here. I'm like, okay, yeah, you could hear her on commentary going, uh-huh. And Ito starts batting her head, like, pacha! Looks back at her. Pacha! Looks back at her. then like slaps her across the face a couple times, and then looks back and then gives her the big fucking bird, and then the camera cuts. She's like, "Oh my god!" And she's got her hands over her face. She's just, oh no, she can't help but laugh.
She
at
did
the
Japanese, she did
bereavement.
the Japanese thing.
Yeah,
When she gave it a middle
She's
finger.
like, what's going on?
It was so good. I loved it.
It was so
perfect.
genuine. It was great. It's good character work, and they just played into the story further with the heels just parading Arai. It was basically an Ito Arai match with a couple hot tags and some interference with the other members. This was done so well. Ito gets the win again. Arai has to fight forward. This was, I think, the best offer match because it entailed if the character, I think this was the only one with character work on the entire show. This was the only one with a story going in. And this is where TJPW's strength is, and they really did well to advertise their strength, I think, better than the other promotions.
Glad you
On
brought
their
those
own.
things up.
They didn't need the crossover to do it.
Glad you brought those things up because that's going to be very important for me going into the main event that we'll be talking about and my points and problems with it.
Okay, so the main event, Miyu Yamashita, pop title, taking on Yuki Sakazaki, 16 and a half minutes. The entrances, I thought, was a good representation of who they are and how they wanted to present them. Yuka came in as the magical girl. She did her shtick. Got everyone pumped. She is the baby face. You could just tell by the music. And then Yamashita's music hits. And she's got the lights, the pink show. She's all stoic and serious. She comes off as a person to take seriously, which I gotta be honest, on this show, it was definitely needed. When you're up against Jun Akiyama, Marufuji, Keiji Muto, whether we have our opinions of him or not, there was this internal battle of wanting to put on the best match and present the best champion and kind of have like an audience vote. And coming out of this, if you look at cage match, if you look at grapple, you look at kind of the overall response from the top 3 title matches, TJPW still won. Now, whether you agree the match wasn't as good or not, the perception coming out of the show was definitely a home run. So in that regards, I see it as a success. Miyu Yamashita closed the show. She had the big promo at the end. You even had post-show Marufuji and Akiyama, the guys with a lot of credibility to them, really putting Miyu Yamashita over. And that is extremely important to taking TJPW. It takes them to another level of seriousness where it presents them more than just this goofy idol promotion. So in TJP, much like Stardom is reaching their next level in 2021 with kind of being AJW, TJPW is reaching their next level in their own version of presentation, and that's really important. What did you have to say, Kay? Because I know you have very differing opinions. Do you disagree with really my assessment coming out of the show?
No.
Okay.
What you said, what you laid out about them being taken seriously, I get that's why they did this, right? And whether I like the fact that they did it or not, I get why they did it, right? I still feel like Rika got done dirty, but I'm gonna table that discussion. That's not for this match.
Okay.
So the match itself, when I watched it live with not live, but when I watched it with you and a few other people in the chat, I remember I enjoyed the match, but there was parts of the match that seemed to be nagging at me, right? It felt kind of rushed. It didn't feel like there was anything tying things together. So I went and rewatched it a second time. I even watched the video packages. This maybe I missed something, the connection to it. And it hit me. It dawned on me. So when you mentioned earlier, TJPW's biggest strength, their biggest hallmark as a promotion is characters and story work. Every memorable thing and feud in this promotion has been based off of those two things. It's very important because the work rate isn't the best. Now, it's getting better, but the work rate's not their important strong suit. I feel like them focusing on the character and story differentiates them from like a Stardom, right? It makes them give their own identity, their own world. The video packages they showed for Miyu and Yuka weren't about a story. It was literally just about the promotion. Right? The video packages were about them starting on the promotion and what the promotion is now. It was not about the wrestlers. It was about the promotion. And I felt that is a failing because those video packages... Now, I went back and rewatched their 2019 match. And the video packages were very good at presenting the story. Right? Where that match strengths was the story going in, was Yuka Sakazaki has never beaten Miyu Yamashita. She's never pinned her, never beat her. On top of that, this was her second run with the belt, and her first run, she lost it on her very first defense to Reika Saiki. So this was not only her first defense against the person she's never beaten, so it was a big deal. And the match itself played well into that with callbacks to Reika spots where she lost, and callbacks to their matches, right? As well as some very good spots with tables and things like that. This match felt like a spot fest almost. It felt like they were going to spot to spot to spot. And I think the big moment where it hit me that this is what the match was doing when I first watched it, right? Was the Crash Rabbit heat to the back of Yuka's head. And Yuka popped up 2 seconds later. That's her finishing move. Hit to the back of Yuka's head. And she didn't sell it for more than 2 seconds. I'm like, that's a problem to me. Now, whether it's because they were given a time limit, or they were told they need to tighten things up and the match was planned differently beforehand, the match presented felt like it was rushed in spots. It felt like it felt like nothing was given time to breathe adequately. Big moves were just popped up with immediately. There was no room to breathe at any point. Yuka hits her splash. After she fucks up the first time, she hits a splash and kick out, and they were back up onto their feet again. And I felt like because there was no story going in, and because the match was structured the way it was, I felt like this match was way lesser than that match in 2019. And I don't even think it's even top 5 in the company anymore. I think because it doesn't represent TJPW in any way. It's just a match. There's no story. There's nothing that makes... The match prior with the Mike Ito, that was more TJPW. That felt like a TJPW match because the story of the characters, what they're known for, their strengths. This just felt like a match. And as much as they did a good job getting Miyu over as a serious champion with everyone giving her all the big major stars of the two men's promotions, giving her props, the match itself failed as a TJPW match. And as a match itself, if I'm going to compare it to other serious matches from other promotions, it's not even close to anything in Ice Ribbon or Stardom. Because I can't base it off of a TJPW match because it's not a TJPW match. It doesn't have all of the hallmarks of their shows, their matches. So I have to compare it to outside promotions, and I think by result, it's way lesser than all of those, and I think that's a problem for it. Was it a bad match? No. Was it a good TJPW match? No.
I see what you're saying.
That's my thought on it.
Okay. All right. All right.
That was my big spiel on it.
All fair. All fair. I guess it's my turn to disagree with everything. Well,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, I can't disagree with how you feel because that's how you feel, right?
At least agree with me the fact that it's not a TJPW match because it doesn't have the story and the characters that they're known for.
No, as soon as you say that, I'm like, okay, all right. I finally understand your feelings. And when you put it that way, I don't... Yeah, okay. I buy it. I'll buy it. I'll put some money on that, sure. Where I differ is I thought there was a story. You seem to, based on what you said, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken, you said and you're not the first person that said this either. Now, people say there wasn't a story at all, which I firmly disagree with. You seem to be more upset with it was about the promotion more than the wrestlers, correct?
Yes, those video packages were about their careers going through the promotion, not about them as wrestlers and their stories.
So this is where I'm okay with that. It's because Yuka and Miyu are the two stalwarts. They are the two people that are synonymous with TJPW. These are the two people that have carried this promotion on their back from the start. I understand people thinking, and you are behind the whole Rika got done dirty thing. And I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. We're here right now with Yuka and Miyu, and with what they were able to... I still think this is better than the Korakuen Hall match. I think this is their best match they've put together to date. As for the pace, I really got into this. 16 and a half minutes of just nonstop. We're throwing elbows. We're throwing kicks. Yuka's mannerisms were really on point here, where she dropped the Magical Girl act completely, and she was kill Yuka mode. And that's where Yuka is, and we saw this during her run, where when she gets serious, she flips a switch, and she's able to really have a sense of a rawness and realism to her. And there's moments in this match where they're throwing forearms at each other, and they're throwing them kind of at the same time. They're throwing kicks that are a little off. They're throwing elbows that are slightly to the side. It really gave me that suspension of disbelief that they were doing a real fight to win. And I don't get that through a lot of matches. There was that moment where Miyu Yamashita was rolling back in the ring after the big apron suplex. I fucking... What a gnarly move that was to do. And Miyu barely breaks the count, and Yuka's ready for the Magical Girl splash, and Miyu does the roll-in, and then she pivots to the side on her roll. Okay? And she's pivoting to the side as Yuka's about to do it. So you can look at this two ways. And 9 people out of 10 will look at this as a botch. Okay? Yeah, fair enough. Well, Yuka lands on her feet and splashes her, knocks her down. Whether you want to think, she should have done an elbow, audible, or what have you. Well, she stuck to her splash. You know, you see that with Ryo Saito's splash in Dragongate. He does the, he sets him up across the ring, and he jumps off the top rope and does kind of the goofy fish flop. You know what I'm talking about, Kay?
What you talking about? But that was definitely a botch.
I realize that. But the way that the audible was called, where Yuka still hit her, and then went, no. Pride. I need to now save my own pride. I'm going to redo this, and I'm going to put her across the ring and do it again. And she made sure to say, me not hitting this big move, that's not satisfying to my character in the match and what I want to put together. So now I'm going to ask this question. And this is something I've talked about in the past. And I think now's a good example.
Right.
And I don't mind if people differ from this. But I'm just curious of your take on it. Is this talk on rawness factor and creating a sense of realism. Wrestling is all about trying to create that realism, is it not? The suspension of disbelief, trying to... Okay.
There is a sense of that, yes.
All right, so you're on the same page there. Are we too much reliant and trained to think smooth perfection is such an important factor in matches these days?
I think some people are. I wouldn't count myself among one of those people. Like, I just praised Shuri and Utami, and that one had a lot of sloppiness in it when they were exhausted. Yeah. I think where my line is a match has to earn that exhaustion, sloppy rawness.
And you didn't feel this one did?
No, because it was from the start. From the start, they were just hitting each other and doing a lot of the big moves to each other and not selling them a lot of the time. Like I said, the Crush Rabbit Heat moment really bugged me. That is Miyu's finisher to the back of Yuka's head, and she pops up 2 seconds later. No. Mm-mm. And then that's what got me noticing it happening more. And when I rewatched it the second time, I noticed it happened a lot more. And
are you talking about the feint where she hit her?
No, the one after she did the feint, she hit her in the back of the head. Did the Crush Rabbit Heat full knees to the back of the head?
Yeah, Yuka kicked out of it. didn't she?
Yeah, and when she kicked out of it. It was up 2 seconds right after.
Well, and then she got
She
hit
literally-
again with another one,
No,
right?
the one I'm talking about was the one where she went for it and Yuka dodged. She kicked her back down, and then bounces off the rope and hits her in the back of the head.
Yeah, we're talking about the same
Slash
spot.
trapeze. Right?
Yeah.
Then she pins her, gets a 2, and Yuka is up right after she kicks out. She is not laying back down for that. And that's her finishing move. That bothered me. Now you can say it was because she hit her in the back of the head, whatever. I felt like there was too much. There was not enough time for things to breathe, and that's where it bothered me. So I didn't feel like it earned the rawness because it started off that way.
All right. All right. That's all I wanted to know. So, okay.
Right.
But you're on the same page where rawness and perfection and smooth perfection. There seems to be a narrative today where you're almost trained to need and only want that perfection.
Right,
but
I'm definitely not.
Okay, you're not in that
If
camp.
a match earns it for me, then I can
Okay,
be 100%
and if this
buying the sloppiness.
if this match didn't earn it for you and you had your issues, that's fine. I'm saying it earned it for me, and I really liked it. I thought it felt
That's fair.
closer to a fight. Do I think it's as good as Utami Shuri? No.
Oh, it's not even on the same level.
No. That definitely reached a different level. Like I'm clearly not going 5 stars in this match. I'm not even really going 4.5. But I do I like the way this connected with me, the way it was on the big stage, the feel. I liked the story of it all. I think it is better than Yuka Rika, which was my current number 1 TJPW match of the year. I'm probably
Sad Riko Ito is my number 1 right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Rika Ito was.
I think I remember you
story
saying
and everything, and that was fucking perfect.
So maybe for more seasoned TJPW people like yourself, this didn't live up to those expectations. I got a different feel out of it, and I have this as my number 1 TJPW match of the year. But it's definitely like TJPW, Stardom, and Ice Ribbon have such different main events and different feels and different ways of going about them. I think that's what keeps them interesting from each other, as opposed to, say, well, I guess Oz Academy does in their own way, in their own weird way, but that's getting off topic. I won't even go there.
Like I said, that's what bothered me about this match is it didn't.
Yeah, I understand.
TJPW, how it differentiates itself is the story, and this match didn't have.
They didn't have
Like,
that story
TJPW
you're used to
didn't.
of what is synonymous with TJPW. I understand.
The match felt like it could be an Ice Ribbon or something. That's why I didn't compare it to a TJPW match because it didn't feel like one.
Yeah,
It felt
you know
like
what? That's
something in
good.
the other
You know what?
promotions.
That's good. It definitely felt more like an Ice Ribbon match, and I think that's maybe why I liked it more, because I do like Ice Ribbon's main event style. How's that for an answer?
Right, that's perfectly fine. I just don't think it nailed. If it did that, doing that style, it didn't nail it right for me. Because it was
Okay.
because Ice Ribbon even has story within those matches, and this one didn't have anything.
All right, fair enough. Okay. Does that do it for TJPW?
I think that does it for TJPW.
How fast are we going to go through Ice Ribbon?
Well, I think we can just mention the fun Risa stuff and Mochi's match. Really.
Yeah, I hate to do that for Ice Ribbon, but we're really long. So I'll play Risa Sarah's music since she had her fun deathmatch shows, and we can kind of race through this.
Works.
吠えろ舞い上がれな審判は水色の光聞こえる大歓声過去も未来も自分を信じて
Okay. I'm looking at the schedule here. Okay, so Kurumi tore ACL. The tag titles are vacated. Hiroyo is going to choose a new partner. There was a tag title match. It was the Hoshis against Kurumi and Hiroyo. Yeah. Let's see.
The match was fine. It was fine. It was definitely better than I expected it to be. But a lot of that was down to Ibuki Hoshi being so
that
phenomenal.
Was Skip City, right? No. Yes?
No, that was Sendai Ribbon because it was the same card that had the title match, the Mochi Tsukasa.
All right, I'm pulling up Skip City now. I got Sendai Ribbon. Yeah, that was the same as Fujimoto Mochi.
Skip City was the Akane Maya match.
Yes. Okay, I got them up. Yeah, with the... Okay, so Skip City. We'll go back to Sendai in a second here. Skip City set up Mochi Fujimoto more.
That whole tag match was,
Yeah.
had the last stretch of that match was fucking just perfect.
Yeah, it was fun. Simple little 12 minutes there. Kodaka defeated Suzu. Not one of my favorite deathmatch matches from Suzu, but good nonetheless. 15.5 minutes. Akane Fujita defeats Maya Yuki for the Fantastic Idol #1 contender match. This was...
Nope. This was just a normal title match. She challenged after because she got a big win.
No, it says here on Cage Match, contender match, and I thought that was what the build was for. The winner challenges for the title. The winner wins the right to challenge.
Cage Match has it wrong. I think Cage Match has it wrong because I think this match was just a match between the two because Akane had challenged Maya on the previous circle at the dojo show.
I disagree.
And her winning this match, because when she won the match, she called out Risa Sarah.
Well, we still got to the same point, nonetheless, whoever is
right.
Yeah, hell of a match. I think it was Maya and Akane's best match they've had against each other to date. 15 minutes.
I still like their title match a little bit more. Just a tad more. I think both were good matches, but I feel like
maybe you're right.
The war that match was. Like, go back and rewatch it. It was a fucking war.
I think you know what? I think you're
heart
right.
and soul in that match.
I think you're right. Maya does the job, surprisingly enough. Kane's getting her big shot. Finally
so
wins.
the trouble with Maya right now is that she's trying to regain some of that mojo.
Gotta regain that mojo. Not much else to the match. Let's see. Sendai ribbon. Anything? Did the tag title match do anything for you? I thought it was fine.
Like I said, it was better than I expected it to be. I enjoyed it, but a lot of that was Ibuki Hoshi being just phenomenal.
I need Ibuki to beat Ham now.
I need Ibuki to win a belt now.
I don't need the belt. I just need some credibility.
Have her beat the Tekla. Have her beat the Thekla.
Oh, that's a good opponent. Yeah, I'm starting. Wait, is Ibuki still in school?
I don't know.
That's something we need to keep remembering about Joshi Wrestling.
She's close to graduating. I think she graduates this year, or she's either close or she's already graduated.
Okay. Yeah, we have to mention that something unique to Joshi Wrestling is sometimes these people are still in school, or they
can't get pushes.
Right, and you don't get pushed until you are done with it, much like Starlight Kid and Azumi are the greatest examples of that, and Ibuki is in that camp, so Suzu is not in school, that's why she is 100% committed.
Because she went to junior high and didn't go to high school.
Yeah.
So this is her career path, because she could do nothing else.
All right, well, assuming, I guess, if Ibuki is not in school anymore, or she's close to graduating.
Somebody of higher authority on that one. I'll consult somebody and ask.
I need her to get some credibility. That's where I lie.
But the important one is Miss 2021 Tsukasa Fujimoto against Mochi Miyake. So
it was fine.
I liked this match. I put this up there with the Rina Yamashita match.
You're
and the fact that I think they both told simple stories, and they both told the simple story very well. Both of them told the same story, mind you. The Splash Mountain stuff versus the Styles Clash. As you see, Mochi, she's never hit that move on Tsukasa before. And when she finally hit it on her for the first time in a tag match, she pinned her. So Tsukasa, having never encountered this match, despite the fact that Mochi's been on the roster for a long time now, had to relearn the tapes. That she studied the tape on the Mochi. Or she was studying the Mochi while eating Mochi. And I think the fact that Tsukasa, this tale of this run has been Tsukasa exercising her demons and learning and adapting. I think that's been the story of this whole run, right? Exercising her demons with Maya, finding the JOC on her and pinning her with it, beating Sekiguchi, her tag partner and longtime friend, her stuff with Rina and Mochi being the first time she's been hit by the respected finishing moves and being pinned. So she's having to learn and adapt. I think this is all building, hopefully, fingers crossed, to Sekiguchi getting the win over her, and I think this match was very good. I don't know why you'd be so down on it. Your girl's in the match. Maybe it's because she took the L here that you're so down on it. But I like this. This goes up with Rina Machida for me. I think the fact that we still have yet to see the awesome looking Tehanma match. Listen, she's 6 for 6 as far as I'm concerned. There's match of the year candidates or match of the year quality level matches, even though I guess at this point you can't even put it on the same list because there's so many matches on that list. But nonetheless, she's 6 for 6. Maybe another wrestler that's been as good as this every month of the year.
I thought the match was fine. I didn't expect much of Mochi in this scenario. I was just happy she got. I mean, look, Sendai Pit is a good place for Mochi in a title match like this.
She's in the pit.
I mean, look, I think she was definitely at her peak condition in late last year, and they missed the boat on that. Not too upset on it because Mochi is not a main eventer. She's a mid to upper mid carder. She's a tag wrestler. She's kind of exactly where she should be. I don't like her getting a title shot, once every 3 years is totally fine. I have no issue with it. She went 16 minutes.
I think where we're different is the story for me was what did it for me. The fact that the story of this
I understood the story
going into the match.
It just didn't mean that much to me.
I thought it meant much to me given the context of what.
No, if she went in there and she went in there and during her entrance she punched a wall, we're business golden here.
We're cooking with gas. What you trying to say?
Like, yeah. We need to get the hot plate going and overcook whatever's on it.
I think this is going to be Tsukasa's final title run. I don't think she's retiring, but I think this is going to be her last title run because it seems like she's putting.
It sure seems
every
like
bit
it, yeah.
of. It seems like she's putting everything into this. All her demons being exercised, and her being pinned by moves that she's never been pinned by or hit by before. They're trying to learn and adapt.
Yeah. All right, so Nagoya Ribbon is not up yet, but we have watched the 3 Peace Party shows. 77 Shinkiba Party. I don't remember if we covered 76 on the previous cast. I think we did.
Basically, the rest of the tournament. Because where Uno beats Madeline.
Yeah. So Uno beats Madeline. Match was fine. Not the best thing, but I also don't expect that much out of that. So it was fine. Now the Uno Sekiguchi Juku title match was really engaging. I really like that.
I think this is the best Juku title match in the history of that belt. No, I could be wrong, but most of the matches prior to this were more comedy based. When that belt existed, I can't remember there ever being a serious good match with it.
Yeah.
But this match, dude, Uno put everything into this match. She retires on the 27th. Her final show is the 27th Korakuen Hall show they're doing this month.
This was a good way to go out.
This was great. Sekiguchi did everything in her power to continue to make Uno look good. Uno, I think this is the best match Uno Matsuya's ever had.
I would have to look into it more, but I'm inclined to agree in this moment for sure.
Because I think when I thought about it, I was like, I can't think of many singles matches she's had.
I can't either. Had very many. Well, she's been in the Triangle Joint Army situation.
Yeah. But it's like this right here felt like just a good send off. She finally gets her big singles title match to show off, and she did a damn good job. I'm gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss her song just as much because her fucking song. I love her song. But oh man.
Yeah, Sekiguchi really went all out to give Uno a great little last title match, last main event. Whether it's in their little dojo is fine. It's fine. I really enjoyed this. As an Ice Ribbon fan, we have no complaints.
Oh no, definitely not. Also, beginning of the show, they brought out an exhibition match of all 4 people from Wrestling Circle. Budo being one of the ones that's already a trainee confirmed, but 3 more of them. I forget their names off the top of my head, but I know one is called Kiku, and I think she's got a cool ass name. But I think 2 of them look on the younger end, and the tall one looks a little bit on the older end. I think the fact that all 3 of them agreed, which I mean, they would have if they didn't agree, they probably wouldn't have had them on the show to begin with.
Right.
I believe that's usually the rule. I think the Yappy had said it that they don't usually like to put Wrestling Circle students in front of crowds unless they are agreeing to become wrestling trainees.
Of course, yeah.
So, because the wrestling circuit is supposed to be for fun, it's supposed to be a hobby, not actual wrestling. So I think the fact that they already have 4 trainees just lined up in the dojo, Budo is probably going to debut at any time now. But boy, I think Ice Ribbon has some of the best pipeline with that dojo system. They're not the only company to have a wrestling circle. I think Stardom had one for a while there. It's where Lady C comes from.
Well, they have
circle.
they have the best culture to retain talent.
Yeah, their wrestling circle is the best. I think because they're so open and inviting,
Yeah.
they cast such a wider net. And so they have a higher chance of getting good wrestlers through that.
Well, and they also don't have that like age gap limit that they require that a lot of others
Right.
require. Yeah.
And I think with an age gap thing, if they had that, you wouldn't get Uno Matsuya. She
Right.
wouldn't be wrestling.
Right.
So stuff like that, I think it's very good that they have that sort of pipeline. They probably have the best pipeline, I think, out of all companies. You can argue Jagusa's, but I think Jagusa's pipeline is still very strict. Even if she gets a bunch of signees, I think only like 1 or 2 of them ever make it into the dojo, and only one of them ever makes it out at a time.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
But I think Ice Ribbon has the best dojo pipeline system out of all the companies.
I think Sendai's
They
kind
made,
of
they made some big
well.
stars. They made some big stars through that. Risa Sarah's a product of it. Shida is a product of it. Sakasa is a product of it. Sekiguchi's a product of it. Kurumi. The list goes on and on. Like, they were a big star in that company. They came through that pipeline system.
Maya.
It's fucking great. Maya. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Suzu.
The prodigy herself, man.
Yeah. All right, Risa Sarah's 6 Produce show. It was a double shot afternoon and evening show. Nothing but hardcore matches. Mixed. It was a mixed tag hardcore tournament. I think
Sure was.
I think the most notable match was probably the Risa Sarah husband-wife team against Suzu and Takeda, where they just bled like stuffed pigs. 17 minutes. That was the most entertaining out of them all to me.
Risa and her husband Orca versus Takeda and Suzu. Dude. The Takeda like put her hand up Suzu's hand and propped her up at the end of that.
Yeah.
Dude, these deathmatch wrestlers love Suzu. You can tell. They fucking love this girl. Like, God, you're nuts. We love you.
Yeah, because she's as nuts as they are. There was a really good comedy sequence with Maya and Takashi Sasaki. So Risa Sarah and husband, because he's a nerd in itself. So
he's fucking great. I love
in the
him.
entrance, Maya and Takashi Sasaki are setting up a pyramid of chairs. And Sarah and husband come out, and they're staring at him. They're going, what the fuck is going on? And you just walk up to him, and they just boot him in the ass. And he flies into the chairs. And then later in the match, he tries again, and they throw him into it.
But the best part was Risa Sarah, like, straight boots Maya headfirst in.
It was great.
Maya, who, remind you, in the press conference said she doesn't want to do death matches because she doesn't want to bleed and be hurt. So she's going to be the sexy one, and she does just that.
Well, that's what she did. And on the second night, she faced Sasaki. They did a bunch of like fan shtick. It was great. They had this weird like samurai or samurai lord, I guess.
It was supposed to be a samurai lord and his bride.
Yeah. And the bride got mad at him, so they had a singles match. And that Sasaki Maya 15-minute match was very good. I really enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, again, it reminds you, Maya Yuhiki, even though right now she's not able to show it too much, pound for pound, still best in the world.
Very good. Very good. The winners of the tournament were Rina Yamashita and Jun Kasai over Risa Sarah and husband, 21 minutes. They had a good match. Kind of getting the feeling it's setting up Rina Yamashita against Risa Sarah for another Fantastic title.
It is. So post-match, Rina Yamashita challenged Risa Sarah to a light tube death match.
Fuck yeah. All right.
On the Corkin Hall show on the 27th of this month.
Ice Ribbon is a deathmatch promotion now.
At least until Risa Sarah retires, it is.
Yeah. It's good time to do it. It's a fun double shot show. Watch the hell out of it. It was it's what Ice Ribbon's good at, and that's being fun.
It's the only promotion I watched the entire show start to finish because it's just so fun to watch. There's never a dull moment, never a bad moment in matches.
And that does it for us. The rankings will come out probably in another day because we went over 4 hours without the retro just on this show. Okay? It's retro time.
Sure is.
All right, Kay, it is AJW Retro time. It is episode
AJ
46 of the Classics, which takes us to April 21st and April 29th, 1991, a big double shot show, which we just spoke about on the AJW Destiny podcast that came out.
Yeah, it's good shit. Do you want me to break it down?
Well, I have to mention that the music you just heard was Yumi Ogura.
Yeah, you're overachieving mid-carder.
Well, who's your favorite mid-carder?
I don't have a favorite mid-carder.
Oh, come on. Grizzly Yumoto's there for you.
I mean, let's not talk about Grizzly. That's a different discussion, man.
She's
Supposed
your
to be a PG
she's your
podcast.
kendo queen.
It's supposed to be a PG podcast, man.
You'd let her hit you with a kendo stick. I know you would.
I mean, I would not let her hit me with
You'd
a
convince
kendo
your
stick.
girlfriend, hey, we need to go here and get hit.
Oh, dude, she'd be so on board with that. She'd watch and laugh at me.
All right, yeah, let's
She might hit you
break
with
it
it,
down.
too.
We watched a lot of matches for this one. A lot more. You know what I've noticed, Kay?
Yeah.
Now that we're in the 90s, we're in the I guess it's called the supercard era, or at least they're a lot deeper in main event caliber people now, and we're seeing the breakouts of a lot of these people. A lot more of these things are available to find.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Also, I think a lot of it has to do with the distribution of their stuff now at this point, right? Before it was like VHS tapes, but at this point, I think they're distributing more of them. People are actually able to get their hands on them more. I think that also might be making the difference. Not a lot of not hand cam or barely visible footage.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Technology has advanced. Everything's a lot more available. Despite the lack of TV exposure as they had in the 80s.
All right. Well, with the lack of TV exposure, to mention on the VHS front, they had deals with I forget the name of the chain, but they had a chain of rental and purchasing VHS shops that they had to deal with. So that's where most of their stuff would be. You could go there, and it was exclusive to this chain, I think was the deal.
Oh.
They had like I can't remember the name of it. It's a Japanese name, obviously. I probably couldn't pronounce it anyways. It's a chain that I don't think exists anymore.
Okay.
It's VHS rental shop, so of course those don't exist anymore.
Well, let's get into this first show. It's April 21st, 91. What we got, Kay?
So we have a tag team match between Cynthia Moreno and Esther Moreno. It's Eskamita and Mima Shimoda, otherwise known as LCO. I hadn't seen these two Moreno people before. I think they're from CMLL.
Yes.
Okay. I thought they were pretty good. From not seeing them before, I thought they kept up pretty well. Obviously, LCO is good. I like Mita and Shimoda together. They haven't achieved their full LCO-ness yet, but
No.
they are getting there. So, I mean, I enjoyed it. It wasn't a whole lot to say. The Moreno team obviously beat Mita and Shimoda here. I didn't expect that to be the finish anyways, because I thought foreigners come in, they're not going to beat them. But I got to remember, LCO isn't LCO yet. So, I don't think they even have the name yet.
No.
So-
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think
No.
they're LCO yet. Yeah,
No.
I don't think they're LCO yet. So they're not even LCO yet. They're just together. So it makes sense that they would lose this match.
Well, the
you
Morenos are a pretty famous, lucha family. These two were coming in. They won the Japanese tag titles, and there was a little story behind specifically Esther Moreno, where Manami Toyota wants the tag titles, but she's looking
does.
for tag partners, and in comes this Mexican tag team, Lucha tag team, and Lucha Libre translates very well to the Joshi style because it's very fast, doesn't let up, and they're able to do a lot of their lucha libre flips and stuff. So
Especially someone like Manami Toyota, who does really well with that style.
yes, she also has a very lucha style. So Manami Toyota, from what I was able to find, just found the next partner, and since they were on tour at the time, the story was Esther Moreno tags with her and is now going for the two big tag titles in AJW. Not to mention, I believe they also had the CMLL women's tag titles as well. So possibly triple champion and double champion for AJW. So Esther Moreno came in as kind of a big foreigner that was, not going to be in the singles main event, but, the tag titles of the era and throughout, Joshi wrestling history are deemed as, important titles to go for.
Yeah, definitely. I forgot to mention it was a title match, but yeah, I think it's still interesting that they have CMLL talent coming back over, because I think there was a period of time there where they didn't, like a big period of time, right?
Yeah, it was a huge gap. Yep.
So it's kind of interesting that they're bringing them in now, and I didn't know that about the Moreno family. I didn't know they were like a big deal.
Well, the one thing you could always count on is a lot of lucha libre is incredibly family based.
Right, and I see. I'm only still learning. I don't know much about lucha, so I'm not about the Apaches and stuff like that. But that's only due to them showing up in places.
Stick with me, bud. I don't have a whole lot of historical knowledge over lucha libre, but I do like checking out a lot of their events. And okay, you got to look forward to Ayako Hamada and Federacion making a comeback. She's making a comeback, buddy.
Yeah, the meth head herself.
You give her too much hate. People make mistakes.
I mean, listen, she had
much like Mima
briefcase.
Shimoda did in this match to lose it for her team.
Yeah, well, she didn't have a briefcase full of meth on her person, so
maybe she should have.
Kind of mistake. She might have won, right? So the next match we have is Akira Hokuto, not yet Dangerous Queen, still.
Nope.
and Marika Yoshida with
5
her
years.
best shoulder pads. Yeah, right. Her best shoulder pad gimmick versus Suzuka Minami and Takako Inoue. We want to talk about what Yoshida's wearing.
Sure, go for it.
So I do remember we saw her back before, and she had this kind of same gimmick where she has the weird shoulder pads on her singlet for no reason.
Yep.
Still going with this. I don't know if she's trying to make a fashion statement or if she just really thinks it looks cool.
Well, she's Count Yoshida and wants to be respected.
She's Count Yoshida. No, we'll get to a different Count later. She's definitely not Count of anything, that's for sure. I mean, she's kind of high-fly flippy, but I looked her up at one point, and apparently one of her big moves is a Canadian Destroyer.
Well, that comes much later.
I don't think she even does Canadian Destroyer. I think somebody put that down. I can't see her doing Canadian Destroyer.
Everyone does a Canadian Destroyer. How do you become a big star if you can't do a nice little destroyer?
They didn't.
Come on.
It didn't exist in the 90s.
It's just a pile driver.
I mean, you're right. It's just a big flippy pile driver. But I did see that, not on Cage Match. I did see somebody claiming that it was one of her signature moves. I was like, okay, buddy.
I thought this match was...
Yeah,
I mean, obviously this match was all angle. It was to build up Suzuka Minami and Hokuto for their
title match.
Their title match later. Takako, in a way, we'll get to her, more thoughts on her in a minute, but she just retired Norio Tateno. And she is doing a lot of Norio Tateno things, including her pace that she sets in tag matches. That's what I noticed in this one specifically. She'd come in, do the big jumping clothesline and turnaround. She's the one that does the hot tag because Suzuka Minami is so ground based. And I'm gonna say this right now, Kay. Suzuka Minami, good tag wrestler. Singles match wrestler, not so much.
Yeah, we'll find that out, right? Jesus. Yeah. But for Takako, like you mentioned, her style changing, right? It's kind of funny because when I think Takako in a way, I'm thinking like Gaia, Oz Academy Takako, and she's not like that.
Taser-chan?
Completely different wrestler. Not just Taser-chan. I don't think Taser-chan was a thing at that point. I think it was Whip-chan.
Whip-chan first. Oh, man.
And Chain Kun.
You don't get Taser-chan until you become an adult, really elevate your taste.
You don't get Taser-chan until you've smoked a few packs, drank some beers, and really grown up in life.
Oh, man.
Or kayfabing that for her. She has a rough spat and meets Taser Chen at a bar.
Look, I like Takako in a way. She's a good woman.
She's a good mid Carter.
Oh no! Am I getting another one? Oh, shit!
You sure are.
It's happening. The evolution is coming. I can feel it within me. Yeah, it goes double count out. Hokuto, Manami have their thing going on. Yoshida and Inoue are kind of in the middle of finding their own characters, which is interesting in of itself. But this, you know what? Now that we're looking at it, this was a big angle show.
Yeah, I think that was the point, right? It was supposed to set up the next shows. I think when you mentioned Yoshida's trying to find her character, it's kind of funny because I think she's been wrestling for a while at this point, right? She debuted with the class of 86, didn't she?
Well, I mean, Akira Hokuto is still finding her character, and it's been 5 years.
I mean, listen, her name is on the back of her clothes still. That gimmick hasn't gone away yet. She's going from ninja and lifeguard, like in between all the time. Yeah, she doesn't know which one she wants to be.
So Yoshida debuted in 88.
88, so I was a few years off. Because I know we've seen her before on this journey.
Yeah, so she's only 3 years in. Since I joined
up with you. So
yeah, she's only 3 years in.
Okay, so I guess that makes sense, but those shoulder pads gotta go. It looks so goofy. Our next match is Aja fucking Kong versus Monster Ripper with Warrior face paint. Like, straight up Ultimate Warrior face paint. And the biggest cleavage gap I've ever fucking seen.
Hey, she's got hair that is also much bigger.
Oh yeah, that hair. Holy shit. We talk about how much hairspray Bull Kato used. You wonder how much hairspray she used for that, actually. Yeah,
I wonder. The big Afro-Canadian is back. She's returned to AJW. Really been out of the scene for a long time.
Wasn't she over in the Fed, as the kids call it, being a comedy character?
I mean, no, that wasn't until the mid-90s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let's see here. Monster Ripper, just doing on-the-fly research here. You know, Bertha Faye over here. Really gotta...
Yeah, right. The biggest whiplash I've ever seen.
So this is really sad, because I'm looking at Cage Match. Rhonda Singh, Monster Ripper, La Monstra, 4.32, because she goes by Bertha Faye. Like, I didn't know. I thought they were separate people. Like, that was the big revelation I had, that Monster Ripper and Bertha Faye were the same person.
I had that revelation when I was doing research, because Monster Ripper is a former 2-time 3WA champion.
Oh yeah,
she held that belt. She feuded with Mach Fumiaki and fucking Jumbo and all that stuff. Like, Jesus, like
okay.
Worry. Like,
so
it was good.
She was gone when she was gone from. I'm just like looking at Cage Match, so it kind of like fills in gaps here.
Right.
So she was gone from AJW, and you can mostly kind of discern that she reached that age limit and didn't want her in the promotion. You know, you can kind of...
I don't know if they held the foreigners to the same standards. Otherwise, I don't think Medusa would have been there.
Well, Medusa was really young, believe it or not.
I thought she was older. She looked a lot older.
Well, I mean, she probably lives a harsh lifestyle. But regardless,
that Monster Ripper style.
Monster Ripper's Canadian, and she was in the UWA for a while, which is a big Mexican promotion, and she hung out between Stampede Wrestling, makes sense, Canadian, hang out over there. That was a big promotion in the 80s. That's where AJW had a connection to. My girl Yumi Ogura, might as well play that music again. No, I kid, just a little bit.
I would be surprised. You can't help yourself. I
can't help myself, Yumi Ogura. So she stuck to the Canadian promotion Stampede, and it looks like she was in FMW for a little while as well, and Mexico. So that's where she was. That's what she was doing. So this was her big return to AJW right here, and they immediately throw her into the main event, putting her with Aja Kong, someone they're trying to put over as the monster. So it's it's the big match, monster versus monster.
And it goes to like a no contest because they beat the fuck out of each other and don't stop.
Yeah, they chase each other to the back and everything. It was it was a nice little angle, well done. It doesn't. Look, late 80s, early 90s, even to the 70s, this was the way to book. Because fans
I'm not criticizing it.
No, yeah. I mean, we're putting our mindset into the era, and that's
Right.
super important when looking back at the past.
Right. Also, that poor ref, man. That ref, he kept getting back up and he kept knocking him back down.
Fucking funny. I loved him trying to get in, and we were just going, all right, Ripper, give him 1-4. Aja Kong, give her the good old deuce with the trash cans. This poor guy just didn't stand a chance against Monster and Kong.
No, at one point, we're like, listen, guy, just stay down. Just stay down. Because he kept getting knocked back down by both of them.
Yeah, and it makes you want a rematch, and that was the point to it. It keeps both people strong, and it leads into the main event. And look, it was under 10 minutes. You're going to do an angle like this, even in the modern era or in the past. If you're going to do a no contest DQ type thing, don't do it 15 plus minutes.
And you don't want to make it super long. You don't want to have too much time invested in something you know that's not going to have a finish. I feel like modern wrestling does that too much.
Well,
They'll
modern
have something super long, and then they'll have a DQ at the end, so you've wasted all of that time.
Yeah,
or
modern
a DQ.
Western wrestling is really, really poor for it. Lucha Libre, you kind of expect just constantly shitty booking and finishes, so you're just watching for the athleticism.
That's never a good thing.
Well, I mean, it goes into the culture a lot, but that like okay, for example, that Hokuto Yoshida Manami Inoue match, that went to a double count out, and more forgiving because it was an angle, but it was definitely long. I think the fact that it was still filled with a lot of athleticism and trying to get people over, there's a lot to forgive there, but yeah, it definitely went too long in hindsight to it all. Now that we're talking about Kong Ripper when it went sub 10 for the no contest. Definitely, I think this was better done and did more for both people rather than that tag match we just spoke about, because before talking about that, I kind of mostly forgot about it. So that kind of says a lot.
Right. Well, also, I think I want to mention, it makes sense for these two to go to a match like this because they're monsters that are uncontrollable. But already established, Aja Kong is not a controllable person, right? She straight up just beat the fuck out of Hokuto and chased to the back and got counted out that way.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's like, this is her character, so for this to happen, the fans aren't surprised by it. They actually expect her because she's uncontrollable, uncaged. But moving on to the main event here, we got Bull Nakano versus Bison Kimura.
Get into
She
it.
beats Bison Kimura.
Oh, dude.
Oh, this match is good. Good match. Bison's good. I like Bison.
Okay, I'm torn.
Torn. Okay,
I'm
tell
torn.
me.
So, I thought the match was mostly underwhelming, but
Okay.
in the context, something we speak a lot about on All Japan Destiny. The context of it is Bison is coming off the hair match, and she wants revenge.
She is.
This is a hot angle. It's a hot revenge story. Bull Nakano is your unbeatable, just destroying champion. And Bison Kimura has the short hair, a more badass look to her, more fire. The
More anger, too.
Yes.
More anger to her.
The issue where this match lied for me was too many holds, too much on the ground, not enough of that fire in the match. And
Yeah, it's now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. I don't even remember some of like the big portions of the match and the crowd's reaction. Because the crowd was like super into this.
at
Which
first,
is kind of shocking at this point. Well, yeah, at first, but which is kind of shocking at this point because the crowd's not as into things nowadays at this point in '91. We're far from '86 when they were super into like everything.
yeah, it's really tough to gauge how over people truly are, other than Bull Nakano, because like
Right.
we were watching
'Cause
an
she
Aja
gets
Kong
chants and
Ripper
stuff.
match, and it was mostly silent.
There was no reaction. I don't think they reacted to anything.
No, and this is that changing of the audience, because in theory, Monster Ripper is a former champion, former monster. This is a money match, and it should be hot going to a no contest. But the crowd mostly didn't react because this isn't the same audience, not even remotely, of when Monster Ripper was last there. So
She was champion in the '70s and early '80s.
right. So in hindsight to this, maybe there's some house shows that we are just not able to see in context of the era of what's
Right.
available. But on the surface value of what we're able to witness, maybe this wasn't the best decision to introduce Monster Ripper in this fashion. Maybe they should have reestablished her as Monster Ripper yet again, a second time around, and built up to this Aja Kong match. However, kind of seeing...
I don't think they did that.
No, kind of seeing the timeline of how Monster Ripper was... like, how she was available, like, booking-wise, or at least, available to be booked. There's the right structure to it.
Right.
That, WWF was trying to rebuild their women's division again. WCW was trying to get people into it. 91 JWP was a thing. And I'm just talking from theory and putting together puzzle pieces. I feel like I have to mention this every now and again. So, yes, in hindsight, probably would have been better to introduce Ripper much slower. That way, you reestablish who she is. And I think based on reaction, that was absolutely necessary. But unfortunately, I think they just didn't have that kind of time and was handcuffed to it. So they just decided, look, either know your history or don't. This is what we're doing. And we're going to get as much as we can out of this just short period that we're allotted.
Right. And I think, so to piggyback off of that with the match, the Bull Nakano Bison match, I think at this point they're trying to constantly establish new stars, right?
They have to.
And so right now, the only star they have is Bull Nakano. And you can say Aja Kong was kind of in the in-between, where she's
trying,
kind
yeah.
of almost there. Yeah. They don't have a third person yet. They're trying to do that with Kyoko in a way. They're trying to do that with Bison Kimura. Now, history tells me, because I know where this ends, doesn't go too well. And I don't know why. But they give up on her really quickly, I think, if memory serves. So I wonder if matches like this, or maybe why, I don't know how much of it's her fault. Because remember, at this point, Bull Nakano's beat up.
She's getting there. Yeah.
We see it. She's beat up. Like she's beat up. So maybe she's willing to do less for somebody under her.
I don't think so. I think this was just more of Bison Kimura's style.
I don't think so, because we've seen her wrestle before, and I've seen her wrestle before.
In
this
singles
isn't her style
matches.
At all.
If you notice
in singles matches.
No, I don't. No, not really.
Maybe not of this era, but I have seen singles matches. She doesn't do mat wrestling. She's a striker. She's a striker with a lot of suplexes.
Well, you've seen her later, correct?
Right.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah. So
at
this time, okay, think of Suzuka Minami, think of Hota. Like when you get them in singles matches, they kind of lay down a lot. They think they need to kind of stall for time, and it's a product of the era. It's a mindset, right? We see that in New Japan constantly in these eras, where and that's just not the AJW style, and you lose the audience that way. Yeah, and you lose the audience that way. However, when you get to a tag match, and Norio Tateno has an issue of that as well. So there you go. I'm being totally fair with even a favorite of mine. A lot of people are in constant tag matches. They get their hot tag, and then they only have to go in X amount of time going at their full pace. So when you get to a singles match, in this era, it takes a very special person and crowd connection in order to pull it off. Chigusa Nagayo, she is far from a dynamic wrestler, but she had that crowd connection where if she goes to the ground and does some strikes, it just works way better. That's what I find more fascinating. So when we have Bison Kimura and Bull Nakano in a match like this, and they're kind of going to the ground, they're trying to get Bison Kimura over to the extent of a main eventer. This is kind of the opportunity to test it out. It's a great opportunity. I'm glad this match happened. I was absolutely hyped for it, and this should have happened. Am I happy with the result? Yeah, Bull Nakano should have beat Bison Kimura. And,
100%. That should have gone the other way, yeah.
Yeah. And should Bison Kimura be given up in the main event as fast as, say, I don't know, I'll just throw out Kazue Nagahori out there, or a Nishiwaki, who we saw have much more.
Nishiwaki's a good example.
She's kind of the biggest example that we can point to. Bison Kimura, I think, held her own, and she just needs to learn. And more than
something that came to mind.
And more than let me finish here. And more than Nishiwaki, Bison Kimura, I think, has more potential than her. she definitely has more appeal than her and much more charisma. We're definitely seeing fire. It just needs to translate to the match, and losing one title match on a show in '91. Yeah, I don't see this as a wet fart as some other matches we've seen, like a Suzuka Minami singles match. That seems to lay more wet down than others. So that's kind of where I wanted to say my piece with that. What about you? What did you want to say?
So you mentioned this new era thing and this new fan base. It got me to thinking, this new fan base, they're not used to the go-go-go style either. They're used to the spectacle style that they've been doing with Bull Nakano, the cage matches, the big weapons, and brawling and crowds. They're used to the spectacle. And I remembered, because it jogged my memory when you mentioned that when I did research on my episode, there was a big period of time where there was fans that they turned away because of the cage match.
You're right.
And did not like the spectacle style and thought it was too Western and went away from AJW. But the people that stood are people that they got in because of those things, because it made news. It made like big front page wrestling magazines and sports magazines, those cage matches did. Because I think they were a big deal. I don't think even New Japan was doing cage matches, right? It's a big deal. I think that everyone now is watching this, they're used to the big spectacle. I think that's a detriment to the company, because I think they lean into that going forward, the big match, the big spectacle. I think we start seeing more of that going forward. Right? You want the big, flashy moments and big, flashy matches with table spots and things like that. Hell, we see it in one of my favorite matches of all time in '95 with Hokuto and Manami Toyota. There was no need for a table spot. It wasn't a weapons match, but there was a table spot. Why? Spectacle.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, because now, we're just getting off a lot of those hardcore tag matches, hair versus hair, multiple cage matches, even as early as January on house shows. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is their idea of kind of going away from that. Yeah, I think that's a very valid theory.
Yeah, but they definitely lost fans because of it. I remember that's what I read. There was a lot of fans that were turned off by it. They thought it was too Western.
All right, I'm going to interrupt this because this is important kayfabe news here. You ready?
Oh, breaking news.
So Parker, Mr. What-a-Mark himself, he's having a hayride in Iowa. Yeah, very, very, very cornfield-esque of this guy. He's had some unfactual opinions lately over Joshi wrestling. I feel insulted, Kay. So I'm, in real time, tweeting this guy, is this where you contemplate your terrible opinions? Reply. Needs to be done.
I see.
It absolutely needs to be done.
Important news. This is important breaking news in the middle of your Classics AJW review.
All right. So post-match, Monster Ripper jumps Bull Nakano, setting up a big title match between those two. Good little angle. Liked it. Bull Nakano Bison Kimura also only went 13 minutes. Do you think this was obviously, in hindsight, and the way the match went, 13 minutes was probably the right amount of time. But given the backstory and kind of feud going in, you think this should have been longer?
Yeah. But I think this was
I feel like as well.
I feel like this was the blow-off. I don't think...
Well, that's why I'm like, man, this felt like it should have been a 20-minute match, at least with all the backstory to it. And I guess, they're like, look, Bison, you don't have a lot of big singles match experience. We've kind of learned from a few mistakes in the past. Maybe we'll go 13 minutes, because we see this kind of move with Ice Ribbon a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see that sometimes too. But also, you gotta remember, this whole Jungle Jack hair versus hair thing, this whole story isn't about Bison Kimura, it's about Aja Kong. Aja Kong. It's just a way to continue the feud between Aja and Bull. So
yeah,
Bison was just a stopgap in this, I think.
I think it was a great stopgap. All right, let's bust through the rest, because we got an even bigger show, because a lot of it was angles, like we mentioned. April 29th, 91. I guess this was at Korakuen. It just says Tokyo, Japan in my notes.
I think it was Korakuen, but
who cares? Hardly matters.
The first match we get, it's a real doozy, guys. Real doozy here.
Fuck.
The prestigious, illustrious 3WA martial arts champion, and its fucking champion, Bat Yoshinaga.
I hate this.
I hate this,
but this was hilarious.
She wins by referee stoppage. in a fight that went from turn this off, and turned comical like halfway through.
Can I break this down, Kay?
Oh, go
Can
right
I do
ahead.
can I do the honors?
Go right ahead.
All right. So in the late 80s, early 90s, people thought it was a good idea to do shoot fights in a fake business.
Sure did. They thought it was a good idea.
So here comes Bat Yoshinaga, a not good wrestler. And they're like, man,
Not mixed martial artist either.
no.
They pretend like she had credentials that she didn't have, but she would gain later.
No, she was MA Tojo here in 1991. So,
She sure was.
except without the
Except
porn
she could actually
background.
hit people. Yeah, she could actually hit people. So.
And she could and one thing Bat Yoshinaga was good at was hitting and taking a hit in shoot
Oh yeah,
ways.
no guard. Fuck, well, what's a guard? She never had her guard up. She just eat punches and just keep straight hands.
So back in, I want to say, November of 1990, Akemi Torisu, a very, how can I be not nice with this? A fat, unathletic, ugly woman gets into a wrestling ring. Look, I'm not beating around the bush with this one.
You can't. She's got the whole bush.
She is put in there to be what I said and get the shit kicked out of her by Bat Yoshinaga. That is her job.
Her job is to take a hit and just continue to take a hit.
So
and boy, did she do a good job at that.
So in November, if we remember in a past episode, she
Trying to forget.
got the fucking shit kicked out of her, and it was uncomfortable. It was an
Oh,
untrained
yeah.
person going into a shoot fight with someone who at least appears to have a day's worth of training.
Yeah, who she faced? I don't think it was Bat.
It was Bat.
Hota?
No.
It was Hota.
Maybe it was what? Who cares? Akemi got the shit kicked out of her. She was a bloody mess, and she timbers to the ground. Cut to April 29th, 1991 here against Bat Yoshinaga. And Akemi, I guess, took an afternoon's worth of lessons because now she's got confidence. And the confidence is, I will take a step off of the wrong-weighted foot, much like watching an untrained bowler, right-handed, bowl off their right-hand foot. There's your sports reference for you, Kay.
A bowling reference, too. You get 2 in 1 there.
Yeah, there we go. She tries to throw these wild, slow-ass haymakers, and Bat, all she has to do is stick up her left hand and jab her in the face really hard. And Akemi clearly gets her nose broken over and over again, round to round, where they clean her off. And as the rounds go on, Bat seemingly gets bored, and she kicks her leg out, much like in a previous match, where Akemi is just dead-legged, so she's like timber falling to the ground. And the referee, let's talk about this referee.
Guy.
He
this
sees
dude.
all of this, and I don't know if the Matsunaga, you know what? I'm just going to make crazy speculations, because I think they're absolutely warranted. The Matsunagas are like, make this go 6 rounds, buddy. Here's 100 yen. Like, who
You need
cares?
to get this Bat Yoshinaga over because she can't wrestle worth a damn, but boy, she can beat the shit out of non-trained fighters.
Right. We got to make this look at least somewhat respectable, which of course turns into, first, you're uncomfortable because you're just looking at Akemi get the piss shit kicked out of her. She's bleeding all over the place, blood's all over her shirt, blood's dripping all over Bat. The mat
She's
is
not
getting
trained at
stained.
all, you can tell.
She is clearly still
She turned
not
her
trained
back.
enough, and she's turning
She turns
her
back
back.
to the opponent.
Oh, yeah. She's just flailing. It's embarrassing. And then it just keeps going. The ref is like, all right, she's down. Clear the way. I got to count. 1, 2. You all right?
They're going to get back up. 3. There's a pork bun in for it. Get up. Pork bun in it. Come on.
And there's even a couple rounds where once the bell rings, he takes her by the shirt and shoulder and carries her forcefully to her corner to be cleaned off again to go out for the next round. It's like, girl, if you want this paycheck, you best get back in there. And when it gets to that point, you just can't help but laugh. Because, look, it's 1991. There is nothing we could do about this in hindsight. We can get angry.
No.
And we got angry and uncomfortable in the early rounds. But then we realize this was like 30 years ago. let's just have a good time. This is for our entertainment at this point on how stupid this is. Because don't get me wrong, this is beyond stupid. This is the worst.
Oh, it's mental how dumb this is.
And-
Like, this is uncomfortably stupid and makes no sense to even try to do something like this. Listen. It's one thing when you try to do this with Hota, someone you're trying to prime as a wrestler, even if it didn't work. Bat Yoshinaga is not a wrestler. I mean, she's not a mixed martial artist either, but she's damn sure not a wrestler.
You know who's
'Cause if you've
also
seen
none
her
of these
wrestle,
things?
you know-
Akemi Torisu.
Oh, I swear to God, they just pay her to be a punching bag, a human punching bag, because she can't wrestle. I don't think she's ever been trained to wrestle, because I don't think we've ever seen her wrestle.
Oh,
And
no.
she clearly hasn't been trained how to be a mixed martial artist. She is just there to be punched.
Yeah,
Her
this
job is to go out there and absorb punches.
this is an embarrassment on the industry. This should have been called off after one round, and yet it went 6 and they go, referee's decision, boys. Bat wins. I'm like, you are shitting me.
Shocker! Bat Yoshinaga won!
You know, I should feel bad about laughing about all this, but hey, nothing we can do about it now.
Dude, at some point in the fight, Bat is just letting Akemi punch her in the face. She
Oh,
just
yeah.
lets her punch her in the face because it's not affecting her. Her punches are like, she's getting punched square in the face by Akemi, but Akemi's so gassed and out of it. Her punches have like 0 power, so she's just taking him to the face.
Embarrassing.
Walking around her, punching her again, kicking her in the leg. Like, you could tell Bat was bored.
Yeah, this was bad. Next match, Kay.
The AJW Singles Championship.
The future title.
Kako Inoue.
The future title.
Yeah, the future belt. Hell, it even has the same colored strap, which goes to my theory that the future belt and all the other Stardom belts are based off of AJW belts. But that's a different topic. But the AJW singles title, Takako Inoue versus Kyoko Inoue. Inoue versus Inoue.
Double
Not
Inoue.
sister versus sister. Because they're not sisters.
Kay, are you
They
telling me
were
they're not
presented as
sisters?
sisters. They were presented as sisters once upon a time, I think, but they're not sisters. We know this. This match was okay. I don't think I was blown away by this, but I don't think I was supposed to be blown away by this. It's the future belt. I mean, you're not blown away by Hanan versus Ruaka, are you?
I am not, no.
I mean, this is a lot better work rate wise than that match would be, but it's still like more or less the same in terms of on the card and what it's supposed to be.
This is more like
Takako
a
Inoue wins
Micah. This is more like a Micah Saitani type match.
I mean, not modern, especially not now, because I mean they're fucking bigger stars now, so they're not fighting for the future belt. That's for sure.
Well,
I'm just talking
no.
more like their placement on the card and what you're supposed to get out of the match.
No, it's like a Saitani Micah when they were, you know, in the future division. Like occasionally they get into a main event type angle because of the faction they were in. I think that's very apt.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. I just don't think I was blown away by the match. Takako Inoue wins, which I thought was the right decision anyways, because Kyoko is going up the card.
Yes. No, that was a good decision. And as I said before, Takako Inoue is coming off of the Norio Tateno retirement match. And notably, she is in Norio Tateno's gear style.
Yeah, she's in her later gear style, the one that's
Mhm.
very reminiscent of one Cutie Suzuki. who
Yes.
you would know that 91 was insanely popular. I think she was, at this point, I think she was on the cover of like several magazines.
Oh, yeah.
Like not wrestling magazines, but magazines nonetheless.
And Takako is doing all of Norio Tateno's wrestling style. All of it.
She's attempting it at least. She's attempting some of
Yeah,
it.
except the crash and burn suicide dive that Tateno does.
She's like, my career is too short. I mean, I'm still too young in my career to be doing that move.
But everything else she's doing. She's doing top rope front drop kicks that we hadn't seen her do prior. She's doing the running clotheslines. She's doing the King Kong top rope knee drop, Kay.
She sure is. I mean, listen, you see why they saw so much in Takako. Kyoko, in a way, kind of puzzles me at this point. I kind of get what, because I know what she becomes, right? But at this point, I feel like she's not nearly as good as, like, Manami.
I
She's
disagree.
not.
I disagree.
disagree.
I think I think Manami is a little bit ahead from what we've seen, obviously, from over the last year and a half. But Kyoko, in a way, she's also a super rookie. I think that's very clear. I don't think she has the same crowd connection because they've lost a lot of that female audience that I think if they would have retained them, Kyoko Inoue would have been up their alley. While now we have
she's a lot of the few females they have were fans of hers.
Oh, yes.
But Kid's mom was a big fan of Kyoko in a way.
Yeah, but that's not the audience that they're drawing in 91. It's more male.
It's not.
It's more about the Manami Toyota Takako in a way crowd. And even though Kyoko in a way was a super rookie as well, her appeal wasn't on that level yet. But don't get me wrong. I mean, they were putting her in main event angles. They were putting her in the main event factions. And that was
That's where I was going with the Manami thing. I thought Manami would probably be better in it, but she wouldn't fit in either of that story either. So
that's why they ended up breaking
her. Away. Did just Kyoko away, to be fair. I mean, look at her. Does she scream Dokumentou to you? Because she sure doesn't scream that to me. She's too colorful.
I
get
not
it.
quite, not quite on that. Well, it works, but where else are you going to put her if you're going to have your main event? Like Bull Nakano is your main event, so you got to stick her in somehow and just see if it works. And yeah, I think in hindsight we could say it doesn't work, and they do divert from that eventually, of course. Kyoko in a way is also working through a big knee injury at the time, much reminiscent of Akira Hokuto after that Grand Prix. Not to the same damage extent, but she's noticeably heavily taped. Of course they work it because that's what they're supposed to do, and she's much she's definitely favoring it, like constantly, even throughout her entrances. You can see her limp, and that's where this lies. So maybe we'll see Kyoko in a way, take some time off the classics, maybe not. I guess it's just something to pay attention to for us.
All right, well, speaking of the Manamis, the other Manami, and Hokuto, the next match we get is the All-Pacific title match between Akira Hokuto and Suzuka Manami. I liked this match.
I didn't.
Parts of this match.
Okay, all right. If you get that specific, I'll agree with you.
I liked parts of this match. Suzuka Manami, like we said before, or like you said, especially, and I agree, not a good singles wrestler. And this exposed that really hard. You have Hokuto, who I think at this point is probably one of their better workers anyways. Even though she's not high up on the card, she is one of the people they want high up on the card, just her injuries set her back. But she's a good worker, right? They know this. She couldn't do a whole lot with Suzuka Manami. There was a few spots I liked, but most of them had to do with Hokuto, and none of them had to do with Manami. But, I mean, Hokuto wins, so the correct decision was made. They're pushing Hokuto back up the card again. You think she's going to get hurt and then get right back down the card?
I'm sure. I mean, they've done... This has been a... let's see, we're in April. Yeah, so we're at kind of a 6-month storyline of Hokuto gunning for a title of some kind. A singles title. And it took her tag partner getting the job done before her to get to this point. And they created a nice little rivalry. They created a good story behind Hokuto with her injuries and with her failures and with her frustration. And she's finally reached the top of some kind.
Of some kind. Top of the mid-card, upper mid-card.
Yeah, and I thought this match was pretty boring. And Hokuto wins. I believe she won off the Northern Lights bomb too, which they're not calling. They're not calling it yet.
No, but that does become her finisher. Yes. The next match, a much better match for another title, the 3WA Tag Team title, best 2 out of 3 falls match. I guess they gotta specify because some of them aren't always that, right? It's
Sometimes.
the Jungle Jack team of Aji Kong and Bison Kimura. It's Essa Moreno and Manami Toyota. I liked this match. Jungle Jack retains, but I really liked this match.
Yeah, it was good.
I thought Moreno and Toyota played off each other super well. I thought the first fall, the one that Manami got, was good. I was very surprised, and it was a very good way they built to that first fall. The second fall, I don't think was built as well, but I think that was because a lot of that point was Essa Moreno just selling.
Mm-hmm.
But that point, and Bison gets the pin, right? After Bison was selling the entire time. It kind of felt like it was an in-between thing. And then we have Aji Kong at the end beating Manami Toyota. I thought that was good. I thought all this entire match was fun. Top to bottom, I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it's not my favorite tag team match I've seen out of AJW, even in 91. I think it was well worked. I think it was filled with energy. I think it was fine. It was okay.
I liked it.
Essa Moreno just didn't click with me in this match. She did have her lucha high spots. It definitely didn't have the heat that you get with a lot of these 3 WA tag title matches. I think that's what was missing here. In a vacuum of a match, could you put it on the pedestal of some of those other matches? Yeah, sure, because most of the other ones we've seen are hardcore matches for the tag titles. So in that sense,
it's the time, right?
Yeah.
The time was very much that way.
So maybe in time we'll see some better ones. I expect to see some better ones than this. This Jungle Jack team of Bison and Aja is very good. This definitely
really over.
Yeah, this definitely came across as a one-off type match to get by, and I think it accomplished what it set out to.
I think so. I think it did too. I mean, we don't see Manami with the tag belts until a little bit later with a certain other partner of hers.
Yeah, I mean it's just to play further into the story of Manami Toyota trying to find a tag partner.
Yeah, which is a story they've been telling for I think since the Tokyo Sweethearts split up.
Yeah,
since they
sounds
split
about
them
right.
up. So I mean I thought it was good, but the next match I don't think I liked as much. The 3WA title match between Bull Nakano and Monster Ripper. Bull Nakano wins in what was a very flat. I don't even say okay. I kind of just think this was a bad match.
I
don't think it did anything. They spent a whole lot of time on the mat.
Yeah, that was the problem. And even in the classics, they cut out what all they did was cut out kind of the beginning mat work, and then got into where they reached the next level. So you can find this easily online. It's searchable. Ripper and Bull Nakano. This really suffered from what I was speaking about before, where the audience just doesn't know what Ripper is. Ripper and Nakano just go 11 minutes. It's very short.
They don't have chemistry either. They have no chemistry.
No. You can tell Ripper's been kind of out of the AJW game a while. Doesn't know what to do with Ripper. The crowd's not reactive to really anything. They react to the finish a little bit. That's fine. I mean, you can't. I just have a hard time putting stock in a match where it takes until the last 60 seconds for a crowd to react. Is that fair?
Right. You know, that's 100% fair. I mean, the fact that the classics cut out a big portion of the match says a lot, because they don't normally do that, right? They don't cut out big portions of title matches unless they have to.
Well, this one had to.
I mean, yeah, 100%, because there's no way you're adding that whole 6 minutes of them just laying on the fucking mat. Fuck no.
This was disappointing.
I didn't like this match at all. I think, like you said, Monster Ripper has been out of the system for so long and she's never wrestled Bull Nakano before. She's never wrestled these kind of people before, Aja or Bull, right? She's used to wrestling the baby faces that she has to beat up, right?
Yeah.
To being the person that beats up the baby face who gets their valiant comeback, because that was what she was there for back in the day. So I guess it makes sense, because I don't think she was ever a good worker. She's just good in her role. And I think we're starting to see that here. I think she leaves after this, if memory serves.
Yeah, I don't think she comes
back. I know she doesn't come back after this tour, because I don't think she ever returns.
Yeah, so they only had this short tour with her and tried to get a little bit of money out of it with the past champion, and I think it was a miss. Very disappointing, because I like Monster Ripper.
Yeah, I get why they brought her in, and the matches she had were there to elevate Aja and her big championship feud with the big top star at the time. That was the only thing they were there for. And
yeah, without question.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work because she's with two monsters. And normally she's there with the baby face, right? The Maku Miyakis, stuff like that. She's beating up on the baby face that has to have a Devil Masami even, right, at the time. The valiant comeback. You don't get that in these kind of matches, so she just has to work a different way, and I don't think it's her style, unless she's capable of doing that.
All right. I guess that does it for AJW, eh?
I guess so.
All right. Nice and quick here going through the next thing as I play the drop.
僕らの合言葉それはトゥーター大志を抱き放題
Okay, you'll be happy to know what you just heard was the Super Delphin theme song.
Oh, well, I hate to inform you, but as of late, I hate dolphins.
Ah, bummer.
I blame Guilty Gear. I hate dolphins. If you know, you know. Dolphins and Guilty Gear. They don't go well together.
Well, good little Super Delphin, because that's the only positive thing I'm going to say here. This is New Japan through the 90s. We are at the G1 Climax of 1995, the August 13th A Block Final, and the August 15th Finals. One of Keiji Muto versus Ric Flair in the A Block. And, spoiler, Keiji Muto wins the A Block, and he faces Shinya Hashimoto in the G1 Finals. So, Kay.
Are they good matches? Are they good matches?
I was about to say, ask me if they're good matches.
Are they good matches?
The answer is no. They're really boring.
I'm shocked. Keiji Muto is not a good wrestler, guys. In my context of what a good wrestler is, he's not a good wrestler.
So get a load of this.
Boring. He's too boring.
So get a load of this. One match went like 21 minutes. The other match went 24 minutes. And if you put these matches side by side, okay, I'm not kidding you, they're the exact same match.
That's awful.
It's a lot of laying on the ground, mat work. Ric Flair is the best person out of these three people because he's at least trying to get a character across where he's he's doing his Ric Flair over bumping, his mannerisms. He's trying to get reactions, right? He's trying to bring energy to the match because he's Ric fucking Flair.
Right.
Hashimoto, we noticed, has a atrocious issue with laying on the mat. He's got the crowd connection. There's no doubt about it. So does Keiji Muto. They have the crowd, right? They have their charismatic connection. We're not denying that. The issue is Hashimoto just lays there forever and then builds up to his kicks and his double arm DDT spot, and he ends up usually busting his nose in every single match that he's ever in. And that's
right.
The connection. Keiji Muto's issue is he stalls, and he stalls for some more. He lays on the mat with the opponent, and he does his rest holds. It's very mid-1980s style. And with the New Japan Juniors doing lots of exciting things, with All Japan as their big rival having way, way more exciting main events and warranting way different crowd reactions as we've seen. When I'm watching these two matches, Kay, the crowd's not reacting at all. They're just kind of looking. They're just paying attention. It's the star power. They were able to have the star power back then, but the matches were very, very boring, and the crowd's not reacting. I think it's a product of the time. That's what we're looking at. It's a product of the time. And going back to what we said about watching 2021 Keiji Muto, it's the exact same thing is what we're seeing here.
It's his style. It's his style. So I want to pose a question to you because I just said Keiji Muto has never been a good wrestler. Some people might take that as, oh, well, he is a good wrestler because he doesn't fuck up moves. He's technically sound, right? So I want to see if you agree with me on this. There's two ways you can gauge a bad wrestler: bad work rate or bad match style. Right? Work rate wise, it's kind of self-explanatory. They can't do moves. They suck. They botch everything. They can't do basic things.
Yeah,
right?
your Stevie Ray, your Virgils of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, right. The other one is somebody who can't put together a match that is engaging or entertaining on any level. It's boring. It loses the crowd. And that is the consistent thing that they do, and it's baked into their style. Because when I watch wrestling, I'm there not just to see people lay on the mat, right? I'm there to watch a wrestling match and be entertained. And if you're not able to do that, then you're a bad wrestler because that's part of the job. Entertain. Right? I'm not talking like the Fed entertain. I'm talking like just put on an engaging match. Like the juniors, they're putting on engaging matches. They're fun. They're good. Keiji Muto is boring. And I put him in the same category I put in Konami, to make a modern wrestling reference. You're boring. You do nothing but lay there, and I can't care. You're a bad wrestler. I feel like bad wrestling, everyone thinks, oh, they're just not good in the ring. No, your style can also make you a bad wrestler, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree with me on that one.
Well, okay. I mean, I have to clarify that I'm not denying, and I don't think you're denying, the star power and drawing power.
No. I'm
That's
not talking
not
the
what-
draw
yeah.
powers. I'm talking in the ring, in between the ropes.
Yeah. That's not what we're talking about here. Because Shinya Hashimoto, I have seen more misses than hits. Absolutely. Is he one of the most successful champions of all time? Absolutely. Like I'm not disputing the facts from my opinion. Is what I'm saying.
Right. I'm not saying that he's not a star.
Yeah.
It's not
Keiji
what I'm
Muto
saying
is
at
clearly a star. Do I think the Great Muta is a good wrestler and Keiji Muto is not? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
And see, that's what I agree. Because Keiji Muto, not a good wrestler. Great Muta, engaging, puts on matches. It's sitting there laying down all the
Right,
time.
he's got
And
the
I
heel
think-
tactics. He's got the mist. He's got the weird character mannerisms. He's got all of that to go with it. Okay, I am not kidding you. After watching one of these matches, I watched Muto Flair first, and then I got curious. What if I just throw on Muto Flair next to as I'm watching the Muto Hashimoto match? And it's basically move for move the same thing with Muto, where they're on the ground, and then almost minute to minute, he will get up, do his little elbow, he'll do his cartwheel elbow, and he's right back on the mat. It's clockwork with this dude, where he has one way of doing things, and yeah, he moves weird, and that's his appeal, and that's what like got me interested in the first place and paying attention to this guy. And then he'll finish the match with a moonsault. Now in the Hashimoto match, it took a little bit more. And by the way, Kay, he's been doing those shitty rib breakers even back then.
Oh
Where
my
he
god! So you tell me his not good? It's never been good.
Yeah. Where he like drops the knee early and he falls and it looks awkward. Yeah, he did that in both of these matches here.
Jesus! So it's not because he's old; it's because he just can't do the move.
he just doesn't do it because it'll probably hurt his busted knee. Because he does that. He does. Okay. So for those that don't know, his moonsault is this real big snap moonsault where it looks like he barely makes it. Like it's both a cool moonsault and a shitty one because the snap is so unconventional that all of the force and energy, kinetic energy, transfers to the landing of your knees, and that's what fucks him up. It's like if you're a professional diver, the idea is to distribute all of that force hitting the water throughout your body into the most enduring areas. So like the soles of your feet. You put your hands out, not palms, but fingers, so it distributes evenly. When you do a moonsault the way Muto does, it damages you more than anything. So
Yeah,
both these matches
mean-
were very boring. I hated them both. I don't recommend them. G1 Climax 95. Only these two matches are in the archive of New Japan World. It's such a shame because there's some.
Why?
Yeah, I don't
Why?
know. I don't know, Kay. I can't answer that.
Jesus Christ, New Japan, get your shit together. Put some of the good old classics up, not just horse shit you're putting up.
I don't know. At least it makes for a quick review. Next month we're heading into the September-October, which means some good All Japan Pro Wrestling matches we can compare to what New Japan's doing, because I believe Keiji Muto has a title match coming.
Oh boy, I'm looking forward to this.
Because he wins the G1 in 95. Yeah, it's sure something. Okay, it's time.
Is it time?
It's not Vader time, but it's WCW time. 99.
Tam time? Not Tam time?
It's not time. Here we go. Playing the drop. Bow, 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 bow.
The new intro is worse than the old intro. How do you downgrade from shit to even worse shit?
I have been playing that since we turned the calendar on from 98 to 99, and I'm like, I wonder when they decide to finally use that music. Well, today's the day. April 5th, 1999, Monday Night Nitro. It is a new intro, a new logo, and a new set. It is the new era of WCW. April 5th, 99, the go-home show of Spring Stampede. What a weird time to do it.
Also, what a weird and really terrible looking change. So, before we get into this, we have to talk about the logo, right? The really, really awful looking logo.
Yeah, go for it.
So, I we took the piss out of this logo when we watched it, right? So I had the idea. I'm going to show this logo to both my girlfriend and one of my coworkers and see what they think of this. The two questions I ask is, what do you think this looks like? And can you read what's inside of it?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So my girlfriend, when she saw it, she thought it was a Rorschach test.
Ah, that's funny.
I laughed. I was like, Rorschach test. It's like, yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be like maybe mimicking one. Because she didn't know the logo says WCW. She thought it was supposed to be a Rorschach test, like an actual Rorschach test. And I was like, do you know what it says in there? It's like, no, it's a Rorschach test. I'm like, no, it says something in there. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's a Rorschach test.
What'd your coworker think?
So my coworker was like, did you draw that? I was like, no. Because I have terrible drawing, right? I can't draw shit, right? So did you draw that? No. Did child draw that? Maybe.
It's very possible.
So she thought a child, or as she put it, a mentally handicapped individual may have drawn this.
Well, she asked you if you draw. Are you saying something about yourself, Gae?
Listen, she might be trying to say something.
I mean, you have watched a lot of Nitros. Maybe you've lost some brain cells.
I can't deny this. I feel like I have every time. And then I asked if she could read what was inside of it. She's like, no. What the fuck does it even say? She didn't know it said anything. Like, it says WCW. She's like, no, it doesn't. Where?
Well, you'll be happy. You'll be happy to know that one of the huge criticisms of this logo, even back then, was that nobody knew what it said.
Shocking. You can't see the two W's. They're so squished and deformed, and the C is just a big fish hook.
It's a
You
fish
can't even
hook
tell it's a C.
that. So, all right, let's describe the rest of this. So the new set is no longer the cool, awesome little scaffolding that they've had from years. It's now a full-on stage. It's got moving screens with repeated images that are on a rail, so they can go left and right, revealing the dude walking up the stairs and coming through the ramp, and then going down a U-Haul ramp reminiscent of Starrcade 1989 with the whole futuristic Star Trek type rampway, but it's a U-Haul ramp. And the C of the logo goes down from the giant star that it's supposed to, I guess, represent, and it goes on this U-Haul ramp in the middle. So throughout the show, you see wrestlers stepping around the C, afraid they're going to eat shit. And I'm not going to lie, Kay, I was really hoping and waiting for someone to eat shit throughout the show.
I hope somebody eventually does, but I think the entire night I was like, everyone keeps stepping around what I call the star dick. It looked like just a giant star dick, just there on the ramp, and everyone had to walk around it, except Ric Flair. Ric Flair walked on top of it because he thought he was cool enough to do that.
So did Buff Bagwell. Ric Flair even looked at the camera and goes, "We got to get that changed in the show."
I wonder how fast that gets changed.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to pay
It's
attention to.
awful.
So yeah,
This set looks like garbage.
Yeah, I mean, they touted this. Shivani and Bobby Heenan are the only two commentators throughout the entire night. And they moved from kind of the ramp area with their elevated stage to a generic black table that's ringside.
So like the Fed.
Yes, exactly like them.
So
That's what they're going
I
for.
I have a funny thing. So I thought, because at this point, 90, 99, 98, WWF is getting very edgy, right? They're super duper edgy.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought, WC was like, well, we'll get pointy.
Yeah. Literal edges.
Because every camera angle to the stage is always focused on the same right point of the stage.
Yeah, it's very
Every
repetitive.
time.
Yeah, it's a new,
like, yes,
it's a
guys,
new
we're
era,
pointy.
Kay. Well,
New era,
WWF,
same shit, right?
yeah, WWF at this time, they are really into the ministry. That's what they're really into, and it's
I
bad.
remember this.
It's really, really
At the
bad.
time,
Like,
it wasn't.
no,
At the
no,
time,
no.
everyone was eating it up.
Well,
I was eating it up.
sort of. It's because Steve Austin was hot. The Rock is hot. Like, they had the stars to make up for a lot of their bullshit. And don't get me wrong, the ministry was absolute bullshit. It's much like, look, the Wolfpack was over. But when you watch
Song
the
was over.
Wolfpack, they did nothing. the entire time.
No.
The
He did
Ministry.
shit. Conan was repping him and doing nothing the entire time.
Oh yeah, like the Ministry was a bad stable. I mean, it led to it was all about kidnapping Stephanie, and it was all about Vince McMahon. You know, it was.
Hey, it was me, Austin. It was me all along.
Yeah. Well, we're not there yet, but we're getting close. So meanwhile, on Nitro, they're losing the ratings war, and Bischoff is like having a tizzy fit about all this. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess we gotta have this new stage, new era. And throughout the night, Tony Schiavone was just touting this new era throughout the show. Kay, did this feel like a new era to you?
No, it actually felt worse than the old era.
I mean, I thought it was the same kind of show.
I want the old era back. No, I mean, it might be. Like you said, I might have a bit of brain damage from these Nitros. Hard to remember some of this, but it's bad. Like, it's not this new era. It's still shit. It's actually more worse shit because the stage looks bad now too.
Yeah, it's bad. They're still making a lot of the same mistakes, but let's get into this. Let's get through this because the whole show was just making fun of. No, it's a new era. Forget it. No, that all happened in the past. Forget about it.
Yeah, right.
The first thing they do is announce Sting will make his first appearance since last fall. That's Halloween Havoc, Kay. You haven't seen him in the ring yet. And that was their big plug of the night.
I have not seen him.
This was straight out of The Crow. He's in a warehouse where it's raining. Kind of reminiscent to the warehouse cinematic match from AEW.
Oh, and that's a little plug there on that. I legit, like, if you told me they ripped that scene from the Crow movie, I would have believed you. Because it was an exact 1-for-1 from the movie.
Yeah.
Like, whole ripoff.
Yeah, so they show that little package, and then they cut to Goldberg walking through the back with a lottery tumbler for whatever reason. And
Man Goldberg.
Yeah, Lottery Man Goldberg. He comes to the ring. He talks about nonsense. He's like, Ric Flair's all mad at me. He's not booking me on the show. So I have a tumbler here. I'm going to pull out any name, including Ric Flair could be one of them.
No, you missed the important thing.
What?
The important thing that he said at the beginning before he was given out by Ric Flair. I lost my belt and was screwed over.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that was true.
Remember he said it originally, right after the last belt, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care about that anymore. Now he cares.
Don't worry about it. In fact, Kay, you shouldn't worry about it because I have a drop. As soon as I find it, of course. Let's see. What do I have it listed under? I think I have it under fun. Don't worry about it. There it is.
You're right. Don't worry about it. Got us.
There we go. Don't worry about it. Play one.
Is that the Kevin Nash one?
Nah, I didn't add it. He does say that on the show, absolutely.
He sure does, and we pop for it too.
Well, speaking of Kevin Nash, he comes out in a Detroit Red Wings hockey jersey because it's hockey season. And
yeah, and I asked you if he was from Detroit because I didn't know.
Yeah,
You're
he's from Detroit.
Oh, no wonder he's not good because no good things come from Detroit.
Hey, the Red Wings were a hot team at the time.
No good things come from Detroit.
Ugh, Red Wings are like the only thing good to come out of Detroit. Let's see. He talks about so Goldberg's going to do the tumbler and get a match at Spring Stampede, and Kevin Nash just goes, "Well, I'll be your opponent." Well, okay then.
That was easy. No point in the tumbler.
The fuck was the point of all that? So yeah,
right?
the rematch of the Starrcade main event is just on 6 days build. Here you go.
And remember that last match was awful because it ended with a taser.
Yeah. And as soon as he quote unquote beats Scott Hall, Goldberg was like, I'm over it. Oh, I guess he's back in it. And
I guess he cares now.
That was the theme of the night, Kay, is just it's a new era, which means we have to go back to 1997 with all these angles. We're
Not just 97.
We are rebooking everything. Sting in the rafters. NWO has it's okay. So Sting's in the rafters, so that's 98 or 97, and then everything else is trying to redo 1998 because they fucked everything up so bad. The NWO is having their internal issues between Nash and Hogan, and now they're going back to Nash Goldberg to try to rectify their mistake. Will it all turn out well? Well, I guess we'll turn into Spring Stampede to see it all unfold.
You know how this ends? This company dies. Do you think it went well? Just answer the question. Look at the date that it died.
Well, you're blowing the lead,
Oh my
Kay. What are you doing? You have to...
God.
God. It's like being mad AJW goes out of business. What the hell, man?
WCW is still running. WCW is still running to this day. Don't believe me. They're still there. They exist still. In your heart, maybe.
Yeah. Nash does say the line that 10 years from now, people will be talking about him over Goldberg. Yeah, that's not true.
I don't think he realized what that means. People are talking about you, Nash, but not in the way that you want them to. They're talking about either your bad booking decisions, your bad wrestling, or your quads.
Yeah. They're also talking about Nash and the finger poke of doom. That's kind of what he's most famous for now. So
his quads.
Ouch.
Those are the two most famous.
Goldberg
things.
says
Quads
Merry Christmas
and the
on
finger poke.
Easter, so that was the thing.
Yeah, that was so out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Merry Christmas. It's like, what? I legit think he didn't know how to end the segment, so he just said Merry Christmas and walked off.
Yeah, very strange. Nitro girls dance a lot throughout the show on the stage. Cool. Ricky Rackman hypes up the hotline like all night, says he's new, but we've seen him for a month straight doing the spring break thing.
He's also imploring your parents to let you call them, because if they don't care about you.
Yeah, he said that. So, first match on the show, Kay. Our main criticism,
Yes.
or one of many criticisms. There we go. I gotta backtrack that three
One of
times.
several.
What is the first match on Nitro that they start every single show with?
It has to be a name with a pun of some kind, because Kevin Nash is a big mark for those.
These days, yeah.
Would it be a kendo stick match with a guy named Kendo in it?
Yeah, Kendall Windham of all people. Well,
Oh,
my main
Kendall
criticism
Windham.
is every time they start Nitro, it's like the worst match you could pull out of a hat.
Oh, you see, the theme is they all gotta have some kind of pun. Nash is a mark for puns, and he thinks he's a funny guy. Someone's told him that he's not funny.
Yeah, Hardcore Hack and Kendall Women have a kendo stick match. It sucked. Hack wins. Whatever.
Dude, I didn't know Windham had a brother. I remember when he came out, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He had a
He's
brother?
really bad
When?
too. As
When
we
did
saw.
he have Windham is pretty bad too, but when did he have a brother? When did this happen?
Oh, the Wyndham family, very famous family.
Well, I mean, they have two terrible wrestlers on their record, so I don't know how famous they should be.
So Goldberg goes into Flair's office, which is the theme of the night. Anderson's there. Lex Luger and Liz are on a chair. Goldberg looks at him. Flair's got a big presidential seal on the wall,
Sure does.
and then they go to commercial.
He looks at us like, what the fuck is this? Oh, we're just kind of chilling. Then the commercial.
And they never go back to it.
Ric Flair is supposed to be a heel, right?
I don't know. Who cares?
Because this entire show, I was like, he's a heel, right? So why are they going to him as a president? Goldberg's a babyface. Why is he consulting the heel?
Sounds like you're worrying about it.
I feel like I'm trying to make sense of things that don't make sense.
Arn Anderson
think
goes
it was
up to
another brain cell, I
Nash
guess.
with a coffee, because he's getting coffee. Flair wants to see Nash.
A kitchen. It's a kitchen. It's not like a catering. It's an actual fucking kitchen.
Yeah, it's an
Imagine that.
actual
It's
like
a-
side thing
it's a
that you'd
legit
find at
kitchen.
your own office. It's he's just, hey Nash, Flair wants to see you. All right, I'll come after I get my coffee. Cool. Conan versus Lizmark Jr. They have a lucha match. It's fine. Conan wins. Builds up to Disco. Whatever.
At the hot match we've all been asking for: Disco versus Conan.
Nash and Flair are walking through the office area. Hogan sees Nash, and they're being buddy-buddy. Flair's bragging about going downtown with him. So, the NWO and Flair, forget all that. That's in the past era that they were feuding. The new era, Kay. New era.
Yeah,
Hogan's all
forget
butthurt.
That happened last week on the show that you watch weekly.
Yeah, that's the old
Forget
era.
about that.
You gotta forget that. That was last week. This is new era, new week.
How do you reboot weekly television? You don't. You can't. You have to have a break before you could do that. Because the problem's like this.
So Nash is with Charles Robinson. He claims that, he's making sure the ref is on his side. Hogan's all like, oh, what are you doing, brother? And they talk about if the finger poke of doom was real. Very strange. Who cares? Gene brings out
Dude.
Flair for a promo. Ric Flair talks about Goldberg. They do a everybody comes out one of a time talking segment that lasts like 15 minutes. Basically, they set up a 4-way on an hour and a half notice. with the title on the line, mind you. So it's Flair, Goldberg, DDP, and Hogan. So
This is
forget
hour one, right? This is hour one still.
Yes. So
This is the
hour
hour
one
that doesn't matter. That
No,
they throw
no,
off
no.
to the side.
They have absolutely punted hour one as we're just going to set up the rest of the show and nothing else matters. It's just talking segments after backstage segments and matches that are with undercard jobbers. So once this is all over,
this stuff like this, they would have recapped this, and they didn't.
no. So they finish out hour one with Scott Steiner versus Mang, which was at least fun. I enjoyed it. It's for the U.S. title semifinals. But before... Wait, did Steiner cut his promo now or later?
He cut it before.
He cut it before the match?
Yes.
I don't think he did.
Oh, no, he might have cut it after the match.
I think because
Man,
hour
he mentioned
2 and 3 are the more important ones, right?
Yeah, because he mentioned the... No, he did it after the match, because he didn't come out again, I don't think. I know he mentioned the U.S. Tag Team qualifier.
All right. Let's just talk about his promo, because Scott Steiner cuts an amazing Scott Steiner promo where he fumbles over like many words, and it's hilarious. He rips into DDP before the match, basically saying, U.S. Tag Title Tournament for the U.S. title. He talks about the 30-day stipulation from Super Brawl, where
Says he did not disagree with it.
So he talks about Kimberly getting on his roller coaster of love, and because DDP didn't say no after 7 days, he claims that will hold up in a court of law. So it's really funny.
It was great.
He fumbles over more words. He says, "I am a natural phenomenon," or some shit. It's ridiculous.
But it's just so bad that it's hard for you to actually replicate, because I can't even replicate
Oh,
it.
it's
You
great.
couldn't even replicate it because none of us could replicate it how he fumbled it. It's just weird. It's Scott Steiner.
Yeah. And so basically, if Paige wants his super ultimate, totally true, real revenge, he'll have to give up Kimberly for one night. And there you go. So I guess Paige...
He's also a genetic freak. He's a genetic freak.
Genetic freak, yeah. Paige is back to a babyface, if you were keeping track.
I guess, is he? I don't even know at this fucking point. What's a babyface? What's a heel? Do they even know what that is at this point?
Sounds like we're worrying about it too much, because they don't care.
Right, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so Steiner wins. Good match. I liked it. I like a Mang match.
It was fun. It was fine. The promo definitely was the better part.
So Jim Duggan came back from cancer last week.
Yeah, this came out of like absolute fucking nowhere. I couldn't tell if it was a work or a shoot. Because it just came out of such nowhere with no notice. Not even mentioning it. I didn't know he worked for this company.
Oh, yeah. So Jim Duggan left in 98 for kidney cancer. He beat it. He comes back on Thunder last week to cut a promo. Like, he's back. He's ready to go. And he had, like, look, dude, it's great. He beat cancer. Why is he going 10 minutes against Lenny Lane?
Also, what? Listen, he beat cancer. That's nice. Why are you making a big deal about Jim fucking Duggan?
Because he came back from cancer and they want to exploit it.
Why are you making a big deal about Jim? The fans don't care even if he did. Because he's not over. He's not a star. He's not a wrestler. He's like... I don't think the fans even remembered he wrestled for them.
Nah.
By the reaction.
Nah.
I didn't know he wrestled for this company.
It
I
was
was like, wait, what?
It was a bad match. It was sad. Jim Duggan's way past his prime. It's a good
He's like
story.
10 times past his
It's a
prime,
good
yeah.
story, but they could not have bungled this better.
I mean, listen. It's also Jim Duggan on a company where we're supposed in a company where we're supposed to not care about people who aren't in the NWO or Goldberg or
that's
Ric
true.
Flair.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad you brought up the NWO because Hogan makes a battle royal for control of the black and white with all of the nerds. No Scott Norton, notably.
So I want to mention this. So the two best built stories, and by best I mean consistently built over time in this company right now, is Conan and Disco fucking Inferno and this horse shit. That's sinking.
It's pretty bad.
Those
Pretty
are the
bad
two
cast.
consistent storylines that haven't had any fuckery like changed or rebooted or whatever, face turn, heel turn. they've been the only consistent on every week, at least with the fucking B squad here. It's been every week.
So
Without
Vincent, Brian Adams, Stevie
fail.
Ray,
Virgil.
and Horace all come out to the ring one at a time with the looping
Also the
NWO
NWO
music.
It's so bad.
For
Did they
life,
even
for
stop
life.
the music?
But-
Did
well,
they even
no.
stop the music?
So
TJ
when the
Tricks?
guy got into the ring, they would restart it and do it again.
That's right. I couldn't remember if they restarted it or not, if they just kept it going. It's so bad. Dude, if you don't hate this song by this point, you're gonna hate it by the end of this match.
I mean, I could play a clip from it. That's there we go. There we go. Played a little snippet. If you could guess, this match was horseshit. It was so bad. It's one of the worst things you can imagine. If there wasn't that Stevie Ray Virgil match from the pay-per-view, this would be worst match of the year.
I feel like they're pretty close. I'm not gonna lie.
No, this was on
I think-
TV. The other one you had to pay money for.
Oh, you're right. That's even worse. That's like fucking highway robbery. It's like you
Yeah.
robbed somebody, you shat in their bag, and you walked away.
Stevie Ray's now the leader of the Black and White.
Oh, prestigious. No, they didn't say black and white. He's the leader of the NWO. That's what they said on commentary.
Oh, yeah.
He's the leader of the NWO. The whole fucking faction.
Oh, yeah. Rey Mysterio and Kidman defending their tag titles against Raven and Saturn because Raven and Saturn won the tag titles for them last week. They have an okay match. It's pretty good. It's good for a while. A ref bump, because of course there is. The Horsemen come down, a.k.a. Benoit and Malenko. They interfere, and now they get Mysterio and Kidman to win. There you go.
Dude, Benoit came and had a run in with a fucking turtleneck. Done.
Yeah, he did. Jericho loses to Booker T. This was fine, I guess.
When's Jericho leaving it again? When's he becoming a bigger
Actually,
star? An actual
no,
star?
we forgot. Steiner comes in and gets the DQ to have Booker T win.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah, he comes in with the chair and then he gets kicked to the face, and then the ref just calls for the DQ.
So what feud is Scott Steiner even having at this point? Is it against Buff Bagwell? Is it against DDP? Is it against Booker T? Who is he feuding with? Like,
The
they're not
answer is yes,
consistent.
Kay.
The answer is yes. He's feuding
It's
with all
everybody.
three. Yes.
Yeah, it's everybody.
Yeah, Scott Steiner versus the world, man. They
Yeah.
handled the big Papa Pump, man.
That's why it's called NWO versus the world. That's what the video game was. But actually, it's Scott
No,
Steiner versus
no.
the world.
Yeah, Scott Steiner versus the world, because the world can't handle his Papa Pumpness.
So Buff Bagwell beat Bam Bam Bigelow after that. Remember when this guy was in front of Surge Machines vying for the main event? Yeah, me neither. Let's move on.
Yeah, right. He still doesn't have music.
He still doesn't have music. Ric Flair versus Goldberg versus Hogan versus DDP for the world title. This was a mess. It was a 4-way dance, and they didn't know what they
Bruce
were doing
Buffer.
the entire time.
You didn't mention Bruce Buffer's great introduction of Goldberg.
Oh, go for it.
He does the elevated scoop slam.
Oh, no, the elevated inverted suplex with a pin.
All right, the inverted suplex into a pin.
And the power spear.
He's famous for the inverted suplex with a pin and the power spear.
My favorite.
Dude, this guy is gold. Like this is right up there with the Kevin Nash is a citizen of the world.
Yeah. No, he said something about Ric Flair and Hogan as well, and it was just absurd Michael Buffer stuff. It's great. Makes no
I
sense.
feel like he just inserts this stuff on his own. Like he's getting paid to do this horse crap. He's just having fun with it.
And shockingly, it goes to a no contest.
And the fans, listen, we were watching this match, and the fans, you could see them visibly holding trash in their hand, booing, saying, "We want Sting." Oh, dude. If Sting didn't show up at the very, very end, I feel like they would have been filled with trash by the end.
Yeah, I mean, in your modern eyes, you'd go, "Oh, it's 4-way. It's anything goes." Well, it's WCW. They do what they want. I mean, how many dick hits were just right in front of the ref throughout this entire show? I think there was at least 5.
I mean, listen, it's the great strategy, kicking the dick.
I mean, if
I don't
it's
know if you know,
legal,
it's
then
very
who cares?
effective.
Like
It's
that,
super effective.
there was that big spot with Raven and Rey Mysterio where Rey Mysterio Jr. was going for the Bronco Buster and Raven just sticks his foot up and Mysterio goes dick first into the boot.
Dude, I still can't get over the fact that Rey Mysterio is one of his key moves, the fucking Bronco Buster.
Oh yeah, gotta hump his dick in your face. That's his big special move. Super over,
Jesus
yo.
Christ. But as you said, this. So I looked it up, and this is not the first time a 4-way match has ever happened. This is the first time it's happened in WCW. This is the first time it's ever happened. So there's a name for it. It's called a 4-way.
Oh yeah,
It's
they
a
said
4-way
dance.
tornado tag without the tag.
Yes, yeah, 4-way, and they made sure that to say it was tornado. There was no tags. They had to.
Look at that, because you couldn't there's no concept for it. You know.
This ending was a mess because what happens is Goldberg spears Page, he spears Flair, he spears Hogan. Hogan kicks out of the spear. Goldberg hits the jackhammer on Hogan, and I must tell you that Kevin Nash was on commentary this whole time. And as Goldberg was doing all this, Nash gets off commentary. So Goldberg hits the jackhammer on Hogan, and Nash is supposed to break it up for the DQ. But Nash was conveniently late, which forces Hogan to kick out of Goldberg's finisher. The announcers didn't acknowledge this because they knew it was a burial. This was not an accident.
Oh no! Like, I think there's a possibility that both were in on this. You can never discount that with Hogan. But I feel like in this context, I don't think I want to give the blame to Hogan. Because Nash is clearly supposed to break this up. He should have gotten off commentary the minute he hit the move, but he didn't.
Right, exactly.
He intentionally sabotaged this man. Listen, if you told me in the back Goldberg beat the shit out of Kevin Nash, I'd have believed you. I would have cheered him on for it, because fuck this guy.
Yeah, you can put two and two together, and with everything that's going on, it's just one thing after another with Kevin Nash at this point. He is a cancer of this promotion right now.
He's a cancer of every promotion he's been. He's like the fucking Western version of Yumi Kohota.
Yeah.
There you go, to make a Joshi reference.
So just as the fans were about to pelt this ring with trash, because it was slowly going in, they were waiting for it.
Oh yeah.
Sting just happens to rappel from the ceiling just in time to prevent the trash, and he runs wild. By the way,
in really fucking quick too. He came in super hot.
Oh yeah. By the way, wasn't it earlier on the show where the cameras panned up at the ceiling and they showed this random dude in a trench coat?
They did.
That was
they literally
stupid.
made the fake. Like, this guy was just there.
Yeah.
Like, no reason why he was there. Oh my god, is it Sting? And the fans, you could hear them boo.
Yeah, because
He
they're like,
turns
that
around.
was dumb.
Because the entire show they're telling us Sting will show up. Sting will show up. Motherfucker, Sting doesn't show up until the last 2 minutes of the broadcast.
Yeah, so he goes wild. He's back. Whoop-dee. So DDP and Sting are both back. Then you get a video screen, and it's Macho Man Randy Savage's music playing. Goes, come this Sunday at Spring Stampede, there will be a 4-way dance for the World Heavyweight title. It will consist of Hollywood Hogan, Ric Flair, Sting, and Diamond Dallas Page. And your special guest referee, myself, Randy Savage, the main event. Okay. Were they not building the rematch of Flair Hogan yet again this entire time and changed it just
they
now?
Sure were. This entire time. The only thing that they had been building was that. The entire time. Where's the whole David Flair thing? Double turn. This entire time. This is what they were building. That singles match. Fuck it. Don't worry about it. Make it a 4-way. The show is this Sunday.
Change their main event of the pay-per-view on 6 days' notice. That's cool. All right. So it's time to guess the card, Kay. So we got the 4-way.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is going to be fun.
Hogan,
Yeah, get the 4-way.
DDP, Sting, Flair, WCW title.
No, we got the 4-way as of now because we don't know if they just change it before we get there.
Right. We have Steiner versus Booker T? Yeah, Booker T.
Maybe Buff
For the
Who knows?
TV title. Or US title.
Okay.
We got
The tag title match. I
tag
think they
title
said, too.
3-way probably. They're really
Something like
into
that.
these 3 and 4 ways because that's what WWF started doing. So we got Mysterio Kidman versus Horseman versus Raven and Saturn. Not Canyon. Canyon's just disappeared off the face of the earth. The tag titles.
Like Raven's best friend gone.
Do we assume Kidman and Mysterio play double duty?
No.
Didn't they say it was going to be Mysterio Kidman for the Cruiserweight title?
They did, and I'm pretty sure that doesn't matter anymore.
Do you still want to put down double duty? Because I don't think they're above that.
Sure, but I could definitely not see them not doing that.
Mysterio Kidman,
or it not being a tag title match at all, it just being fucking cruiserweight, but just throw the tag title match out the way.
Well, let's hedge our bets and put both.
Yeah, that's probably safe. I think we'll also get Stevie Ray versus Horace.
Oh, I hate you.
You know they're gonna do it because he eliminated him. You know they're gonna fucking do it.
Didn't they already? Yeah, I guess they didn't do that. Stevie Ray versus Horace.
How many matches is that so far? We got
That
Goldberg
is
Nash.
1, 2,
Goldberg
3,
Nash.
4, 5. That's 5.
Okay.
I think we got to come up with
Oh.
7.
And you got Goldberg versus Nash down, yeah?
Oh yes, Goldberg versus Nash.
Okay, so we got think of one more match.
Goldberg
Oh
versus
yeah, we got
Nash.
Conan and Disco fucker.
And Conan Disco. There you go. There's our whole card.
Boy, would you spend $559.99 for that?
I would not spend 5 payments of $59.99.
5 payments? Jesus Christ, you're invested.
I would not spend that kind of money on this show. That looks atrocious. I could not look forward less to Spring Stampede. It's not even funny terrible. Just terrible.
Oh, it's gonna be bad. I wonder what the set's gonna look like.
Oh. Well, I mean, usually there's like hay barrels and shit.
I still wonder what the set's gonna look like. That new set in hay barrels, boy, that looks like the weirdest shit combination I've ever thought of.
Yeah, I'm sure it's terrible. Well, that does it for this episode, Kay. Nitro is in a new era
It sure is.
that we associate with the death of the company. Good stuff.
I love how that's everyone's first reaction to that logo, including my own, and I didn't even watch the company.
Yep. All right, so that was episode 83, CyberFight Dream Cinderella. We'll see you next time.
See ya.